Going live. All right. And 5, 4, 3,
Oh my god.
2, 1.
There we are.
Hello, and welcome to the TheJAGfilms Winter Solstice Celebration of Films. We are TheJAGfilms.
Hi.
We're a collection of friends who have been making videos together for over 10 years. And so we just wanted to take an opportunity to celebrate that achievement and go back through, watch some of the films we've made, talk about, just reminisce, look at what we've been doing.
And also to celebrate the winter solstice.
Yes,
Yeah,
of course.
I'm mainly here for the winter solstice.
Yes,
That's the
of
bottom
course.
line. Yes.
Very important. So we're going to go year by year, 2012 to present, and we're going to watch one video from each, talk a bit. We have some games prepped, and it should just be...
It should be a fun night. We're not trying to do anything crazy. We just want to enjoy watching some old stuff and just hanging out with old friends and let you guys jump in and have fun with us, hopefully.
By the way, we should introduce ourselves too.
Oh, yes.
I am Jack Saxon.
I'm Andrew Dittman.
I'm Garrett Williams.
I'm Kate Tyndall, and in the booth today we have Andy the Man Cans.
Indeed.
Hello, Andy.
Hello, Andy.
Hello, gents. How are you?
You may recognize Andy from such films as Circuit Breakers and
Electrons and Exorcisms.
Yes.
Live action oxygen walks into a bar.
What else, Andy?
I think you got all of them. I think that's it. I think that's every single one. We'll probably watch some or parts of some tonight. So
Definitely see some Andrew.
we'll be reminded for sure.
We'll get some good Andy action tonight.
Yeah.
So first year on TheJAGfilms is 2012, and there's a single video from 2012. But if you want to go ahead and roll the intro, Andy, we'll just take a little look at some of the films there. Great.
That's beautiful.
Beautiful.
So before TheJAGfilms, we had a separate channel called Jag on Fire X3.
Yes.
Which we started in 2010.
Which is still linked on this channel, but yeah. So our first ever video that we ever made was on March 30th, 2010, and it was this video called Annoying Critic Dodgeball. And it starred, of course, Andrew, who would complain every time that we drove home from school about something. And so Jack and I were kind of like, let's film him for YouTube and just make him complain about things. And that's kind of where we got started and continued from there and did a couple other narrative type shorts later.
I feel like I don't remember it being annoying, but I was.
You were annoying.
But yeah, and I think that's kind of like it's interesting to see how our journeys like kind of budded from that, just of like thinking that Andrew was just goofy when he'd complain about things into actual, because there was no element of us wanting to make films with that.
What did the annoying critic complain about? What were the things?
Dodgeball, Guitar Hero, Big Red Buttons, football, croquet, high heels.
Toilets?
No, toilets.
I love toilets. I've always loved toilets. I don't have any criticism.
But I was not involved at this point.
Yeah, Kate was not invited.
Well, Kate lived across town. Yes. That was the big thing. We all lived very, very close.
Within walking distance.
We were still friends with Cade, but then Cade was making his own stuff on his own channels.
My famous channel, Luigi Master times 30.
Yes. And
it's famous. It still exists.
and he was kind of producing his own content parallel to us until, only a year later, we was able to get driven over to our neighborhood. And we
were like 12 years old.
Yeah.
And for a good solid era at the beginning here, it is truly the Wild West of making videos, where we would show up with a camera, have the vaguest concept of what we were going to do.
Sometimes not even that.
Yeah. no script. Yep. But at the end of the day, we would have filmed something, and Jack normally would edit it and turn it into a video.
I guess I would. I guess.
Yeah. No.
Well, anyway, that's what you're about to see here. This is Life Inside the Game Mastermind.
Yeah.
And
this was a series where we had multiple videos about exploring board games within a narrative format. Right, I think we did Uno. I shouldn't have brought up Uno. We did Go Fish. We did. What were the other ones?
I think we did these three.
I will say, there was a brief time in which I started doing a lot of 3D work getting ready for Chutes and Ladders, where I was going to build a giant Chutes and Ladders board into the sky, which quickly was completely destroyed.
In a way, that's a shame, and in a way, that's a blessing.
But it was absolutely a blessing, as we will talk about later.
So here's the only video from 2012 on the JAGfilms. We would have picked anything else if given the chance. Here is Life Inside the Game. Mastermind.
You can't really make a game out of a video out of Mastermind.
No, it's an absurd premise to try to make a video over.
And an absurd opening shot. This is crazy.
We did not know how to light anything for about 6 years.
So a lot of us rewatched a lot of these videos in preparation for this. I have not seen this.
It looks like there is nothing on the screen except for Jack right there.
Test.
Oh, there's Garrett.
You have 12 tries to figure out my color.
It is so dark.
Jack, how did you settle
If
on
you
this
get the
accent?
white, it means it is color yes. Position no.
That's a good question.
Red, it means
I don't
it is
really
color yes.
think I have an answer for you.
You have to figure out Euro top.
What do you guys remember about filming this?
It was hot in that garage. It was extraordinarily hot.
No one's ever done.
Jack, do you still have the
You try
sunglasses?
to escape.
Absolutely not.
Neurotoxins will fill the room and you will die.
You would still rock that jacket.
I know.
Open doors. Neurotoxins will fill the room and you will die.
This monologue is still going.
You're going to need it.
And so now it comes to the part where they play Mastermind. And
Just got it
the
off.
visual effects are about to blow you away.
So that's what I was gonna say. That is what I remember most about this video. Is I had a very bad laptop that I was running After Effects on, and this was really my first After Effects work.
So we are kind of playing the game. We're just playing the game Mastermind.
It's so funny though
just
that
It's not Mastermind in real life. We're just playing the game.
this shot would be trivial on a tripod, but since you guys were tripod adverse at this point, you had to try to track it to the camera screen.
Which I was about to say, the tracking is entirely done by hand.
Of course
Like,
it is.
there is no track. Which I mean, you can see the edge of it there is kind of going in and out.
However, you spent a lot of time making sure that the colors on the screen matched the order in which we pretended to tap
Yes.
the screen. That was very hard.
Two whites, that means
I'm noticing the costume design wasn't our first priority.
I think really anything was you could claim was not our first priority.
I mean, this is going to be the level of costume design for
And
the next.
Couple years.
Yeah.
our favorite montage music, of course.
What was this called?
I don't know, but I
This
hope
is
that
Kevin Matthew, right?
I hope that the entire
wanna say
stream
this is
doesn't get
free
claimed.
sound.
I hope that we don't get copyrighted for this music in the stream.
Okay. I didn't think about that.
Are there? While we're thinking about this, are there other videos that we're planning on showing tonight that might have music
Yeah,
in them?
no, I don't know.
We'll find out.
Yep.
I guess I'll take a look at this.
So you notice it was green screen, and you can see it very easily on the hands there.
The green
Most
glow.
illuminated part of the shot. Truly, it's so long.
It's a really long video.
I'm just gonna check our channel and see if we have the copyright claim on this video before we go too much farther into this.
I like this POV of being tapped in the face.
I mean, we were creative.
I mean, we could bash on all these videos all night because there's so much that we have improved
I mean, that's
on.
why we're here, right?
Yeah, I mean that is true. But there's also some fun elements to see where we learn things, I guess. Like I'll never wear Crocs again.
We were in Crocs in this video?
Yes, I am. I noticed it a couple shots ago.
I was wearing a watch. I don't wear a watch anymore.
Really? I do wear a watch now. And I'm not.
Interesting.
Not today.
Well, that was not very useful.
I think they come back to the completes.
Is this where it ends?
No, it always
Get out,
ends
right?
with the same little gimmick.
There's a big punch-in zoom here too.
We only did 3 of these?
We only did 2 that are
Right,
Oh,
yeah,
that's
right, 2 that you can watch.
Let me switch to real life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where you flip the board every time.
Right,
Yeah.
of course.
The composition's
Of
really
course,
good.
the classic Jag.
You'll see this
Jag
quite a
outro.
while for
Yeah.
quite a while.
So there is a copyright claim on this video, but it doesn't I think it's just I don't think it will affect
Okay, great.
being able. Yeah.
So what do we want to say about that?
Well, I wasn't involved in making it at all, but I do remember at this point watching because I was friends with you guys at school, so watching all these videos, I would leave comments, maybe not here, but on the Jag on Fire × 3, saying like, "Hey, why don't you guys make a video with me next time?" And so even at this stage, I desperately wanted to make videos.
Yeah.
Is that going to come up later in the comment game?
No. I should have tried to find those.
That would be great.
Really funny.
Missed opportunity.
For the original 3 JAG members, when was it that you realized, okay, Cade is our next collaborator, like our long-term guy we have to work with?
I mean, he was just leaving comments in all of our videos.
Well,
So he forced
This guy kept bugging us.
I will say, I think it actually started with the gaming channel. Or we were.
that? No, I don't think so.
Did you start before that?
Because I think Wizard of Oz 3, is that what I meant?
Four.
Or 4?
You're in 4.
I think that happened before.
talk
It's
about- let's not
2012
talk
as
about
well.
Okay.
It's 2012 as well.
I have more memories of doing the live action stuff before any gaming things.
It's pretty close. It's much closer than I think that we give it credit for, because I think that we originally went in. Of course, our channel used to be. We don't need to talk about too much of the gaming channel, but the gaming channel was JAG Gaming ×4,
That's true.
based upon the ×3 for the film.
We already had JAG, which was Jack Andrew Garrett, but
Yeah.
then we added Cade, and we couldn't fit his initial into the
good acronym for
acronym.
Yeah.
So we just changed the number at the end.
Yeah, for the gaming thing. But then the JAGfilms just kind of became the brand. And
But
so,
I would say Cade started making the live action films around the time that we changed from our old channel to the JAG.
it was right around then.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I think we should go ahead and move on to revealing, along with celebrating our 10 years of doing the Jag films, we're going to reveal our top 10 definitive, very thought out lists of
We're all prepared very well in advance.
of the top 10 videos of the Jag films for each of us individually.
So Gart made his like an hour before.
2
we
hours
started.
before. 2 hours ago.
I made mine like truly 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And I don't remember why I chose all of the spots on that list. So we're gonna have 2 very different types of lists. 4 different types of lists, really.
So we're all revealing number 10 this year, and then we're going to do 9
Yeah.
at the...
It's not necessarily from this year,
It's overall.
because that would just be Mastermind.
Right.
Yeah.
Our top 10 2012 videos from this channel.
Mastermind.
Okay, should I start?
Sure.
Okay. My number 10 video from all of the JAG films, what compendium, is Dr. Dorito, the Super Bowl commercial that we attempted to make.
Interesting.
I've always thought it was a fun concept.
Yeah.
So I rewatched that one this morning in preparation for creating my list, and it made my nearly on the list.
Yeah.
It is actually
Honorable mentions.
It was like my number 11 actually.
Okay.
I think it's concise.
It is
Very nice.
concise because we were forced by the Doritos guidelines to cut this down from about... Originally, when we filmed it and edited, it was about a minute long, and we were forced to cut it down to 30 seconds. And because of that, it is much better than it would have been.
Yeah, we would have definitely made it. We would have recorded a minute's worth and somehow made it 3 minutes long.
Jack, do you remember the painstaking hours we spent in the editing room for this video?
No,
I believe it was the
I
two of
probably
us.
blocked it out of my memory.
We every single one of these shots is 1.11 times speed because we had it at 35 seconds for the longest time. And Jack and I sat there like, what shots can we either cut shorter or make a little bit
to
faster?
speed it up.
This is why Jack likes his videos, because he watches all of his videos at 2x speed. This one's already pre-sped up.
So really, it's at like 2.2 times speed.
Did you watch this video on 2x speed when you
Yes,
watched this?
absolutely.
So this lasted 10 seconds long or something?
That's insane.
Right, insane. Okay, my number 10, because it's the 10th. I didn't get to write it for this one. I didn't write out a reason. It's the 10th best video that we made. It's Floundering.
Wow.
Oh my.
That
Okay.
is an incredibly low number for this.
So Floundering is a 48-hour film project. We'll run into a few of those that we made in 2019, starring our very own Andy Cans, Laura Nichols, Peyton Hodges, Melissa Archer.
Some other people too.
So a lot of other people. This is a much bigger production for us.
Yeah.
About 30 people in the production.
Yeah.
And this actually, what did it win at?
So it won runner-up best film, best directing, best editing, best writing, best cinematography.
Yeah, all that, and it's only the 10th best film they ever made.
According
I think it won everything but best film. Yeah,
Yeah,
Well,
they
it
were
was-
trying
was-
to like they
yeah,
were
right.
trying to make the blow a little softer by giving us everything except for the best film.
yes,
Yeah.
because they were drinking with the winners.
Yeah, there's some politics with that.
Yeah,
but
there's a little.
anyway,
We were
floundering. Interesting.
Floundering,
choice.
my number 10.
interesting.
Great.
So, in complete opposite tone to Jack, I, for my number 10 video,
Okay.
have selected the longest video on the JAGfilms.
No.
I have selected Cooking with Andrew Avocado Pudding.
No.
Interesting.
So I watched that this morning.
Download it. Andy.
Isn't it way better than everyone was thinking?
I
it would
agree.
be?
So I mean, part of this is bias down to the right there.
It's just
Part of this is a bias toward. I was told it is by far the worst video that we've ever made.
You go in with low expectations, and then it's okay.
I think
You
if
have
we-
to watch it at 1.5 minutes.
I think if we had cut this into,
you were giving me so much crap for watching it 2 times speed.
I think if we had cut this into 2 parts or something, or given it like maybe even 3 parts.
Or just one very condensed part.
So the thing is, every single one of Andrew's improv bits, I was giggling.
Yeah, I was.
There are a couple, like, he accidentally dumps cocoa powder in, and it is like half of the bowl of cocoa powder, and I nearly lost it because he's trying to cover up what is happening. I thought
So gross.
he misses the cup, but doesn't.
He tries to play it off as
And then
intentional.
he plays it up as intentional, and still pours this cup into the bowl, which is so funny. And then also the bit at the very end where he asked 3 judges for their results, and it is 5 out of 5 stars because all of their stars added up equals 5 stars. I think it's actually a really good bit. Watching. Perhaps this comes from my background of like working at Access for a while where we had so many cooking segments. It actually does a better job at parodying cooking segments than we should have ever done.
Interesting.
It's just way too long.
It's just way too long. I agree.
13 minutes.
13 minutes and 34 seconds.
A good bit, Cade bit in the back over there.
Incredible. Okay. All right, Kate, what's your number 10?
Okay. For my number 10 spot, it's one that I held in high esteem for a long time. I always had a positive opinion of us making it, but then revisiting it, I found it a little more daunting. My number 10 spot is At Lunchtime, Private Eye, The Case of the Poisoned Potatoes.
Case of the Poison Potatoes. Okay, all right, very good.
Um,
We will be watching this later.
We'll be watching this later.
yes. So maybe just find an interesting frame for us.
Hey, that was. I think I originally.
Just
Oh, perfect.
yeah. So this film felt like the culmination of like so much we had done in high school, and it has a really fun sequence at the end. But there's a lot that's just very hard to.
Oh,
sit
absolutely.
through.
The audio is awful.
Oh yeah.
At the beginning.
It's actually not as
There are
bad
parts that
as
are
we've
better
always
than
been
we thought.
saying it
Oh,
was
really?
throughout. It's only bad in choice places.
Partly it's because there's like narration that's happening throughout, which is okay.
We ADR'd
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah. All right,
But
let's.
that rounds out our number 10 spot.
Our number 10s.
Which means we're moving on to 20.
Well, what about Andy's?
Oh yes, of course.
Yes, of course. Andy has also selected a top 10 list, which I'm
Oh
fascinated
yes.
to hear about.
Okay, so my top 10. I also, like Garrett, made this an hour ago in about 5 minutes. So I didn't prepare a long speech, but I thought it was fitting for my 10th place to be a very funny little combination of short films called the 10-second quintuple feature extravaganza,
Yes.
which I believe this was your each of your 10-second films for a class.
For our first
Baylor,
Baylor
right?
class, yes.
Here, I'm gonna set it up so
Yes.
you can see this here.
Oh my
He's in
goodness!
both.
I just realized.
Wow.
He's in both shots.
Do that.
We can just switch off. We can just go here.
You just walked around.
We can.
You're not gonna be able to hear you.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh yeah, I
should
see.
just
I
watch
see.
them do that.
So here, I'm gonna go back to.
For those of you who can't see, there was a very good and funny minute-long combination of 10-second films. Oh, you can see it now. There we go.
Paste it here.
Oh, beautiful.
Paste, please.
Just doing a little bit of
Yeah, on the fly.
on the fly.
This is good. This is good.
Yeah, no, this is.
It's
This
really
is what
good.
everybody tunes in for live.
We are watching the entire film right now.
There we go.
Which one is your? What do you have a favorite, Jack? You're not involved in any of it.
Out of these 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's one
Let me join
definitive
this.
best.
Is before your eyes is on this list, right?
Yes.
There we go.
It is the definitive best.
That would be my favorite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You
Welcome.
can hide it here if you so you can
Then this,
So for those of you who came here for the OBS tutorial, you got a little bit of
That
what
one's
you came
great just
for.
because of the image of Big B. It's very
All
cool.
right.
All right. Well,
Thank you, Andy.
But yeah, there we go. As the video draws to a close. Okay, so yeah, I guess now we're moving on.
Yep. Moving on to
2013.
13.
Yep.
Good intro.
Great.
Awesome.
So 2013, radically different from 2012.
So many more
everything is
videos.
changed.
in what way, kid?
There's more than one video.
That's true. That's true.
Sure.
Otherwise, it's
Nothing's changed.
yep, nope, it's pretty much the exact same.
So this does mark the first appearance of our good friend Cade.
Yeah.
Yes, I enter the scene.
Did we confirm that? This is Cade's first time in front of the camera?
Can I share all of our first appearances?
Oh, yeah.
On film.
That'd be great. Does this include?
The three of us is Mastermind. And Cade's is the Surburban Sensei, which we will watch in a moment.
Great.
Do you want? Okay, let's go ahead and do this right now. Who do you think has the most appearances of the four of us on the
Oh,
channel?
that's an interesting.
Oh.
I have
Out of all the
I've
videos?
counted it up out of all the videos.
Is it me?
I would
Be
say
honest.
Andrew.
I think Andrew is my guess
I think
too.
it's me.
Or Jack.
The person has 7 more videos than the next highest person.
Really?
That's interesting.
I feel like I stopped acting in things closer towards present day, but I was in a lot of the earlier stuff just because we were all wearing a bunch of different hats.
Yeah.
I don't think it's me, but going back to some of these videos, I was surprised how much more I popped up than I remembered ever
Sure.
being.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. It could be Cade.
Cade is in 25 videos.
Wow.
Jack is in 31 videos. Andrew is in 38 videos. Gart is in 45 videos.
Wow.
What are the videos?
I would not have guessed me.
I
always thought I
didn't-
was not as.
I'm trying
Well,
to
now
think of
it
what
is
has
me.
Gart, but not other people.
I mean, a couple of the later ones in
points that-
college, like
A lot of you're in a lot of college videos.
yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah.
0.5, 0.7, because we don't see either of you in Tam Pizza Pizza. Is that right?
That's true. I'm not in that.
Tam Pizza Pizza. I would leave you guys out. Andrew's in that one.
And we started incorporating more of our friends who actually are good at acting, like Peyton Hodges and Andy Cans.
Yes.
And so they would take the place of us poor actors,
Chris
such
Taylor?
as myself.
Henry.
Yes.
Do you have an Andy count on you right now?
Chris Kelly.
Hanson on his head.
Andrew, did you catch that?
Andrew, do you have an Andy count?
I do. Yes.
Oh, yes.
Andy, you have the 5th most appearances
Oh.
with 12.
Oh, wow.
12.
Congratulations.
Nothing to
Cade.
be ashamed of.
Do you want me to reveal others now, or should I wait?
Let's
Later?
Maybe as they
Yeah.
appear on the channel.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Right.
All right.
I'm excited to watch the Surburban Sensei.
I don't know what else to say about 2013. We can just launch into.
Let's watch it and then talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about the era.
Now, something that is very important right off the bat is that on this day I did get my wisdom teeth out, and you can tell the entire time.
You look like more of a bully that way, kid.
Yeah, no, it does just.
You are truly brutish in this video. I would
Okay,
say.
there is a spot later. I don't know. It might be this shot where you're trying to get a rebound, and it is the
it's
funniest.
Is it this one?
No,
it's not
I
really-
think it's at the
it's
end.
not. Yeah.
It's a really hard cut right there. A couple
Yeah.
seconds of black. Too much. Oh, Dav Pilkey, Dragon Tales. Wow.
Are you the tax collector? No. Come on in.
And of course, we had this funny bit where every time it cuts back to Andrew, he has a different book.
I actually like it. I think it's.
It's not the worst bit in the world.
Yeah.
Urban Sensei?
It's just silly for the sake of being silly. Is
Yeah.
the problem / the good thing about it. I guess.
You also have a different accent every
Hoping
time you speak.
could,
Do I? That was not necessarily intentional.
Foo? All right. Let's start your training.
You have a very different accent there.
There's only one rule. You must do everything that I tell you to, no matter how crazy it may sound. Now, first, go watch the piano.
Okay, well, what
I like the crunchiness of the handheld.
The sounds of the camera moving.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was that on a tripod? There was no way that's on a tripod, right? This This one could be copyrighted.
Should we mute for the?
Hopefully we're not.
Got it.
No, this is definitely royalty free. This is royalty free.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Well, it was at the time.
It was at the time, yeah. This was, fun fact, in Ultra Hardcore Season 5.
I think that's how royalty free works,
That's
right?
where you took it from, right?
Once
guess.
royalty
This
free,
music
always
is
royalty free.
so loud.
That is the worst composition for a shot you could possibly do. Is get Jack in front of a
All right,
blinding
that's done.
window.
Alright, Sensei.
It's a funny bit. The training is just cleaning my house.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Do a push-up.
The delivery that line was so hard to get. Oh, it's back. It's back.
Well, push up.
Oh, the color is different because it was in.
The highlight on this makes no sense.
Yeah. I had a problem with making funny faces.
Alright, you're a ninja now.
I think we made this entire video because we wanted to use this song in a training montage. I think that's the reason why this video exists.
There was a second one written, I believe, right?
Is this Kevin McNabb or is this is another guy?
This has got to be another guy.
My great acting on display right there.
Yeah, a lot of the concepts for these early videos, they're not executed well, but they're better than maybe.
Agreed.
Yeah.
This is the shot.
This is what I
This
did.
is it. This is hilarious.
You can see what happened. I was gonna roll out. So funny though.
The concept here that we had was to make it like an old,
One last chance, like anime
dub
battle
video here. Yeah, like an anime kind of.
It's so funny that we're like thinking about that now. It's like I don't know where we got the idea from.
Yeah.
None of us really watched anime,
No.
so I don't know why we thought we could execute this.
We made a kid fall on the ground and get him with some teeth.
And this is just like Western or something.
It's just like a mix of.
I do like that. Actually.
That bit is actually okay.
Yeah.
Everything else.
Good job.
And then some.
And now the outro with
Jack and I, Eric.
Of course. Yeah, please air grievance.
I'd like to air grievance against Jack.
Yes,
Yes. What would?
So, when we originally concepted this video, I was told. Thanks for watching.
I've never seen that before.
Never watched that far.
I mean, when you punch up there at the end, I thought that you were going to freeze frame it and change the color,
Like in Breakfast Club.
yeah, and you didn't.
Well, I can't say that I know why or why not. Oh.
Oh, we're playing a game.
Well, I don't. Maybe we weren't supposed. Andy has queued up a game.
Yeah, we can go into the game. Does anyone have? Did we want to talk more about the?
That was my.
I think we kind of talked about
comments,
it.
I think is Sound of Thunder in there?
We're not watching Sound of Thunder.
No, I know.
But it's
We can go
that-
back
Oh,
to
you-
Suburban
I
Sensei.
I
if
just
we
have a
wanna
comment
talk
about that
it
video.
more
If
specifically.
it's in the next.
We'll come back to it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move on to our first game of the night, which is, of course, the comment game.
Woo!
We're now playing the comment game. This is the game where you guess the comments. So I've gone through all of the JAGfilms comments.
Good.
And pulled comments from videos. And I want to see if you guys can guess what video they are from. So how it's going to work, Andy will go forward. We're going to see a comment. I'll read it. And then if anyone knows what it is right off the bat, you can buzz in with your name. Just say Jack or Gart or whatever.
Yeah.
And you can make an attempt to steal it from everyone else. Otherwise, there will be two options that pop up, and we'll write and see which one.
Who is Jag Lover?
Oh, that's a made up.
You didn't make it a count.
It just gave me like McLovin energy, you know? Reminded
Is
me of
Jag
that.
Lover 2012K, do you think?
So we're only doing multiple choice if we don't get it immediately.
Yeah, if no one gets any.
Okay.
So, all right. Go to the first comment. So this is, of course,
Oh, I do know this one.
my teacher isn't agreeing with cookies at 150.
Well, buzz in.
Buzz.
Okay, great.
This is from Floundering.
It is from Flatter.
I've seen that comment so many times. That is about Melora.
I have no clue what it means.
The only thought I've had about this comment is that it could be one of her students.
Oh, I see.
Because she teaches sixth
She's
grade.
in the movie.
And she's in the movie. And so my only thought is that it is truly one of her real life students who are saying that this teacher is a great.
Okay.
Is she an English teacher by any chance?
She is. Not. Hopefully, it's not one of her students.
Okay, so we can
Move on
go
to
forward. Some.
Oh, these were.
I did not know I faded these. That animation was.
There's answers.
Oh my gosh, this is awful. Okay, so this is. I hate it the longer it went on, but with a twist. Go forward, Andy.
Okay.
JK.
Can I guess who this comment is by? I couldn't tell you the video
Yes,
yet.
you could guess.
This is Tanner Henry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Tanner
Okay.
Henry.
Would this have? Well,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna buzz in.
Okay, unless you know it, I wouldn't recommend buzzing.
Oh, do we want to see the choices this time?
Yeah.
Do we
so go
lose
ahead,
points
so-
if we don't?
If you buzz in and you're wrong, you don't get to guess on the multiple choice.
I see.
So our options are the baseball bamboozle and don't move.
So we're all buzzing, or we're all saying a choice, right?
Yes.
Do we all get points if we get it right?
Yes. Of course, I'm not keeping track of these points.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Ready? Go.
All right.
It's B. I remember that
B
comment
right
now.
Am I the only one that got it wrong?
Yes.
Yep.
Is it A?
It is
said A.
don't move as we dramatically see which one is highlighted by my red box.
That's very funny.
Okay. Go ahead. This was Word, but cool.
Oh, shoot. I saw this one today.
This was word. I mean, they were right.
They were right.
Ooh,
you're
that's a
over.
tough one. Okay.
Sound of Thunder or Jack Conglomeration.
I'm ready.
This. 3, 2, 1.
This is A for sure.
Is it
is
really?
A.
It is A. I remember reading that this morning.
Oh, wait. I circled the wrong one. It is the Sound of Thunder.
Incredible stuff.
Okay. I keep watching the sword scene.
Oh,
and
Buzz.
I just keep crying. IDK. Yep.
Buzz.
See?
Oh shoot, there's more. There's multiple sword videos we've done. I'm gonna go with the most dangerous game.
Yes.
That is correct.
I found it very funny, the idea of anyone crying watching the most dangerous game.
Squires was the other one.
Yeah,
Okay,
Really
so
well.
is
Oh,
that
I was
fair
thinking of
for
0.5.
If we had one more, this is, of course,
Oh,
a
right.
classic comment. Plane crash in 1999. All 38 passengers were killed.
I've never seen this one before.
Ding.
Is this? Oh, I was going to say Shattered Dreams. But I'm going to ding on. I've seen that one on Shattered Dreams, which is an insane comment that was left on Shattered Dreams.
Garrett's buzzing. That is from Shattered Dreams. So go ahead and reveal the two things. But before you go on, Andy, so I have no more comments for us to guess on. But Shattered Dreams is our most popular video on the channel.
Yeah.
By far.
Large margin.
Yes, by an insane margin.
Yeah.
And there's a ton of insane comments on it. So I just pulled some more from Shattered Dreams. Please go back. Andy.
Andy. Oh,
Yeah.
Andy.
It's okay. I didn't see.
Great. Of course, this person believes that cars should not be allowed to go over 35 miles an hour. And that there should be red flag laws for people to drink over 1 beer a year. And then if you go to the next one.
What an insane thing to say.
Yeah, and then this is just a weird exchange. If you drink and drive, the Gwym Weeper comes to get you with his meat wagon. Please go, Andy. This is to which they responded, I know it's not a joke. So that's the end of the comment game.
That was so good. Very
It's just an
good.
opportunity to go through and just pull some of the weirder
The
comments
Gwym
together.
Weeper. All right. If you were the person that left that comment and you are here today,
Please comment on the live stream.
thank you.
Yes.
Just say the same thing you just said.
Great. So moving
Unless you're
on.
the guy who thinks you can't drive over 35 miles per hour. No, also them. Come on. Okay. All right. We need to reveal our films. Yes.
Oh,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
yep,
that's
yeah.
right.
I knew there
Number
was.
9.
Number 9. We need to speed through these a little bit faster, I think. If I were to guess.
Yes. I also think we're making up time other places. But
That's also
Okay, I'll
That's also
go. I guess I'll go.
Yep.
If I could
We're
find my
going this
list.
order.
Someone else start because I have to pull up my list.
Okay. Well, we'll start the other direction.
Great.
So my number 9 spot is a film that narratively I actually am not too big on, but as an experience, I've always associated with like the first really big project that I felt like I pulled off, and it still is. My number 9 is Tonka Pasula.
Pasula.
Which was the first film I really DP'd. There it is. Yeah, in college, and it's all underexposed, but I think I lit it pretty well. It's just too dark. But I like mostly how it looks. And it was the first film where I got to get a really big crew together and keep them up way too late, and I did a very bad job of managing the schedule. But I still look back on it fondly, and am surprised that we were able to pull it at all with the rain machine and like the big 12 buys that we had set up and everything.
4 cast members that we hired from the internet.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. And I would say that on set, the morale was very good, even though the conditions were
The conditions were probably the most brutal we've sat through, or like gone through.
night
rain.
shooting in the cold, raining, and yet we all had a good time. It was fun.
This is all true, and I think everybody who was watching who worked on this film would agree. But if you worked on Takapasula, we do apologize for all this.
We're
Thank you so much.
so sorry.
For my number 9, I'll go next.
Yes.
Another film where it is associated with the experience of it, which I think was a lot of fun, and also really some of our first tastes of a bit of like success, relative success. My number 9 is The Perfect Guy.
Wow.
It was a lot of fun to make. Thank you for all being shocked by my pick.
We're just going to say that every
A
time.
lot of fun to make. Really, one of the most incredible things we did with this film was the reshoots. Are we watching this one later today?
No, I don't believe so.
We're not. Okay, so I can talk a little bit more about it.
Yeah.
We were able to do reshoots. This is another one of the 48-hour films, like Andrew was talking about before.
We are watching this.
We are watching this. Okay, I won't talk about it. But yes, The Perfect Guy is my number 9. This one was one, I will be completely honest, I made my top 10 and was like, and this was not on there, and I
Wow, okay.
wanted to put it on there, so
Fair enough.
I made a room for it.
Good. All right, Andrew.
Oh, yes, mine. Okay. Memorable characters. Most jokes get paid off. We made a film with a strange but awesome cast. The framing device is hilarious. My number 9 is The Ballad of Pancho Villa.
Yes.
Are we watching this one?
No, this is too long.
Yeah.
We made this film for a UIL competition, which is the University Interscholastic League in Texas. So this is we essentially asked our theater cast who wants to be in this film, and we got a great selection of people who wanted to help us out, and we were very thankful for them.
Andy Cans is also in this.
That box is crazy.
You made a bug box.
My grandfather and I built that coffin box thing that is
The best
there.
part of the Ballad of Pancho Villa is the
sequence.
climactic fight sequence is my most, like, if I revisit it, it's the part that I always want to skip to, because a lot of the rest of it is fun, but it's...
You said we're not watching this one?
No, we're not.
We could play this little scene if you
Yeah, you can just play a little bit. The music is fun. That's, of course, when we found... what's it called? The song that we...
What?
I don't know what he's doing right now.
Stomping Grounds.
Stomping Grounds.
By Silent Partner.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh,
That's great.
was it also used in Glaze of Glory?
Yes.
Yeah.
We will be hearing you. We can sing along with it then.
Great.
All right, nice stuff. What's your number 9?
My number 9 is a film that we've sort of talked about a little bit. We mentioned that it had swords in it, and my number 9 is Squires.
I thought it was going to be the most dangerous game I've ever had. It's insane.
Oh, this didn't make my top 10.
It didn't?
No.
This one also, I believe, on my edge.
So this, we're all dressed up as Squires, and that's kind of the gist of Squires.
We will be watching this later. We can talk about this.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about this later. This
I don't want to give too much
is fun
away.
one to talk about.
Yep.
So that's
Nice. Is it time to move on to the year 2014?
Andy, of course, has...
It's my turn again.
He has his.
Right, I always forget
we
about
always
Andy.
forget about
We
him.
will.
We can't see Andy from here. That's the problem.
We will
very
all in
odd.
turn forget to let Andy do his...
Yeah, that's all
I would
right.
never.
It's okay, because my 9th was also Squires.
Oh!
So we'll just wait until later to talk more about it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Lovely.
All right. Are we on 2014 now?
I think we're moving to...
2014.
2014.
Wow.
Time flies.
Yep.
Oh, we have an intro. Oh,
Intro is
started playing. Lovely.
Wow.
Very
I love
nice.
hearing that intro music every time.
Andy, could you go back and just find the videos that are kind of in 2014 so I
So,
can look over?
yeah, 2014 would have been
2012 discussion.
our freshman year in high school, I believe, or the second half. Kind of depends on when you want to break this year up into.
This, by the way, this is when A Sound of Thunder is. So
This
if you
is
wanted to
okay. That's
comment
what.
on that, yeah.
So one thing I will say about the Sound of Thunder, it is. I will reveal now, not on my top 10 list, because I watched it again this morning, and it is so sad how I believe we wasted maybe Andrew's best performance on this channel.
You think?
This first half.
Oh my god!
This first half of A Sound of Thunder, the second half your performance weakens. But you actually, like, for you trying to play a serious character, pull off a relatively serious character. Maybe it is bouncing off of Mac's terrible acting.
The gun is so intense there. Like, it's...
Like, I don't... There's a lot of times where I feel like your deliveries are goofy, and I'm watching that, I was just kind of like... Yeah, he kind of gives off an intimidating... And maybe it's Mac is a little shorter than you, so you kind of have that upper ground on him. But I feel intimidated by your character there at the beginning.
Andy, if you could skip ahead to all of the visual effects scenes, that'd be great.
The insane.
Dude, there's one.
Oh yeah,
but no, it gets better if you do the later ones.
This is based on a Ray Bradbury short story of the same name. This was this was an assignment for English class. So showing off a CGI dinosaur was
does
impressive.
the bottom of the dinosaur go back a couple frames, Andy? Does the bottom of the dinosaur cut off here? It does.
Yeah, it clips.
He has to go behind a tree. So actually, for that shot, it was pretty good.
Yeah.
This shot does
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's supposed to be masked around the tree.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Well,
While I was doing this dinosaur, my dog dragged in a bird, and I had to clean it up. I remember that vividly.
Wow.
Good shot, too.
All right. Well, that's The Sound of Thunder, which we will not be watching.
Yeah. Well, what else is that year?
we got we're gonna watch Surprise Attack in a second.
Yeah.
Football Argument, I believe, is that year, right?
Yeah. Baseball Bamboozle.
And our first BPA video is the hydration race. Go down a little bit, Andy. That's
yeah.
Yeah, on the far
Hydration race, one of those that I never really thought about after we made it, and then rewatching it, way better than I remember it being.
It's kind of
I
funny.
had the
It's kind of
opposite
funny.
effect.
Really? Okay.
I thought it was way worse than I remember.
It looks so bad.
It looks
compress
absolutely
it.
abysmal.
So one thing that's interesting about 2014 is this is the first time we had access to a DSLR, is Surprise Attack. So everything before this, I mean, you see the black bars and everything. Those were shot on these camcorders.
I also
And then-
didn't know how to export things without having black bars around every single.
Yeah.
So funny.
So that's why that is there.
We've wasted a lot of time on those fancy effects up in the corner.
Well, you say wasted. That is, I believe, what got us to the finals at state.
Yeah, we got
with this video.
Yeah.
And I wonder. I mean, I'm not gonna rewind time, but I wonder if we hadn't gone to state the first year we entered, if we would have bothered to try to
go again.
Yeah, because going to state was such a fun experience.
I agree.
So I don't know, maybe we won't have tire safety.
This was at a point where we were trying to put Dr. Pepper in all of our videos. Do you remember that?
I forgot about that bit, but yeah.
We didn't really succeed.
I also think that this is all housing now, which you're
right.
calling out. This is very much this like
People live
forest.
there.
We'll see these woods throughout the first couple years here, and that has all just been developed, which is kind of sad.
We're very good at shooting in indiscriminate woods.
Yeah, which is helpful.
I do want to play it for just 1 second so we can see Cade's appearance.
As the angel.
Hydration angel.
So Andrew, of course, is choking on.
We have improv in the background from Robert and
Oh yeah, that's part of what's the most.
That was what
obnoxious
made it
part.
good.
Divine Intervention.
See, I had the exact opposite.
There it is, divine intervention.
Oh, that's
Wow, Cade chose an angel.
Kevin has given Andrew a water bottle.
All right. Let's.
How many appearances does Robert Mathis?
Robert Mathis has 1 appearance.
Did you count this?
I didn't.
'Cause he's
I didn't
not-
actually count. He's not in anything else, is he?
No, I can't think of anything else.
No. What was? Okay.
He's in the History of Fox and Telling Time, but that's not on this channel.
Right.
Yes.
He doesn't count.
We also filmed your Cade's singing "Angels We Have Heard on High" this very day.
Yes, of course. Let's watch Surprise Attack, shall we?
Yeah.
I think we should.
Let's get into it.
Surprise Attack are we saying this is the first video we watched with filmed with the DSLR?
This is the first video we filmed with
This is
DSLR.
we're in our DSLR era now.
Yes, we have entered DSLR.
As opposed
The
to
HD
camcorder.
era, essentially.
We had a camcorder before.
yeah,
this,
everything
right?
else before this was 720, and this was the first 1080.
720 downscaled to 480.
Right.
Play this video,
box
play this,
and
play this.
window box.
Right. So resolution increased by like 200% with the DSLR.
In a props department, apparently.
The saddest birthday. Oh, this of course was my bracelet era, where I wore a ton of bracelets. So we're waiting for Andrew here.
We still didn't have microphones by this point.
No.
And that never really changed.
Do we stop microphones now?
Audio is something that we disregarded until about
Which I think
very
is
recently.
the plight of the indie filmmaker really is audio. Jack, do you still have that home sweet home thing on the door?
Surprise!
My reaction to see that pitiful party is pretty funny.
I remember my favorite thing about this video was how excited we got when we came up with a name for it.
Andrew? Andrew, you there?
It's like it's funny on a technicality, I guess. The title.
The reaction to killing your friend is just.
Oh, you don't know.
Yeah, we all know he's started.
Well,
Cat bears. Andrew, what do you remember about having a donut shoved in your mouth?
I wish I remembered more.
I know this.
Probably not pleasant.
I think I could have worn this shirt today.
No, I've got a better idea. I've got a neighbor who always parks his car outside. I'm gonna just hide the body in there.
You would just show just as much neck.
I'll get the legs, you get his arms. Alright.
Kate and I both wearing red is also very funny.
I really did just get manhandled in this video.
You absolutely do. I was so excited for this shot.
That comes
completely
off
honest.
between shots.
To where my performance dips.
Sure.
I'm so excited.
We had a pillow down. For him to
Yeah.
A little behind the scenes.
I think it makes a very funny sound.
It does. It sounds like he hits the hard floor.
Jack's famous red Mustang.
Yes.
We'll see a lot of this. A lot of this tonight.
So many of these
Also-
lines just not.
The Tarantino shot that completely.
That was probably as wide as we could get.
Yeah.
Head first or feet first?
Why did you have this car? This is an insane car for you to have it. 14 or whatever you have.
14. And here comes me.
Looking extremely cool.
Awful shoes.
My Garrett and Andrew
Contentious
famously
neon shoes.
hate these shoes, which do not exist anymore.
Thank goodness.
You're welcome.
So I kind of wish we had them here.
That was a very long shot
was
of me
extra,
walking.
Yeah, we had
I
to
had
show
the same
him
thought.
getting from. We could have cut that shot entirely.
And of course,
So when I was watching this, I thought about how good we did with the glasses continuity until I watched that shot.
and if you didn't catch, my reaction to seeing a dead body in my trunk was, I have to do something with this body, as opposed to
I think that
calling
is
the police.
I think that is a very funny bit that this video produces. Because at a certain point, when two
We just have opposite interpretations of things, I guess, because I thought that was very bad.
See, I think it's very funny that everybody in this world just thinks that when you see a dead body, the only thing to do is, well, get rid of it.
Can I put this on my top 10 list? Please.
I hope not.
Poo.
Poo.
I like that shot. It's kind of fun.
That was very dangerous because I was filming and driving.
Don't tell the guy who said you can only drive 30 miles an hour.
This film does belabor the point a little bit, I think. There
You
you
think
go.
there'll be a thanks for watching at the end of this?
Makes sense.
Let's find out. Gee.
Surprise attack.
There it is. No, we have the zoom in. I forgot about the zoom in.
The zoom in that I did not figure out how to do it correctly as you get really close on the A.
Incredible stuff. Do we have more to say about Surprise Attack? I feel like we.
I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, really, it really is.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe Andy, it may be time for the quotes game.
I think it is.
For better or for worse. Okay, Cade's was really nicely like a good length for a game. I don't.
Is this one gonna be longer?
It may be longer.
That's okay. That's okay. So should I blow out my whiteboard again?
No, I think we can let's just play this buzzing in with your name if you know the quote.
Okay.
If we don't know the quote, we'll just reveal the
All
quote.
right.
Okay?
So I guess we're just guessing quotes.
All right. Andy, go ahead and move. This is of course quotes. A game about quotes.
Yes.
Jeb like cod.
Okay.
Buzz, Garrett, Marks.
Not bad.
Who got in?
So you can eat you. How should this work? I have both the actor and the character. So if you can guess both the actor and the character, you have really done a good job. But if you can only guess one of them, you do slightly less good of a job.
So we're not even guessing the film. We're
Film doesn't
guessing
matter. Film
who
doesn't
said
matter.
it.
Except for two. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Jeb like cod, but that's not bad. Gart was first.
Jeb from Floundering, played by Peyton Hunt. Okay.
Incredible work.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir. Let me get that for you.
Oh, this is much harder.
Buzz.
Yes, Cade.
This is from The Perfect Guy. It's Joey Hogan's. No.
The perfect.
Can I buzz?
Yes,
Can I buzz?
yes.
Oh, it's Braxton who plays Wally.
This is Braxton Williams as Wally.
You did get the film correct.
You got the film for me.
But that doesn't matter at all in the quiz.
I just flipped to. Well, I didn't think about Braxton at all.
All right, the next one. Charles, it's Marvin. Your teammate Marvin Perry. You knew that that team captain you're looking for, or he's in detention.
All
Gart,
right.
you did buzz first.
It is Marvin Berry, played by Andy Cans in The Battle of Ponte Villa.
I was going to answer. It's me.
Andy, didn't you tell me you were very stressed about saying that line?
I was incredibly stressed.
Andy, can you give us another rendition of that line?
Oh, right now.
It's right there for you.
Charles, it's Marvin. Your teammate Marvin Barrett. Is that good? I'm not
You wanna
doing
give
an
it a little
actual
bit of
Marvin.
emotion?
I'm gonna do like a Marvin Berry. That kind of thing?
Yes, please.
No.
Okay, we're not doing that.
We got it. We got a little hint.
You got a little, yeah, a little teaser.
Next, we have
Oh yes.
LSU.
Buzz.
Is that similar to LSD? What kind of pothead game is this? I don't know who buzzed first.
Jack did.
I think so. I'm gonna say that this is, of course, the film Football Argument,
Doesn't matter.
which doesn't matter at all. And the line is from, oh shoot.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I'm gonna say Andrew, played by Andrew.
Yes.
Yes, that is Andrew Diven as himself.
Okay.
All right. I knew you wouldn't make it.
Oh, Buzz.
Oh.
Yes, Jack.
This is Cade's 10-second film. Dinosaur.
Wow,
I don't
yeah.
know. Well, that doesn't matter. It's voiced by Cade as the dinosaur stuffed animal.
That's correct. I didn't make the right slide for the. But that is correct. Yes. This is going to end well.
Well, I know this quote. Buzz.
Yes.
This is Terry Gamble as is this from Guardians or Star Wars?
Unfortunately,
it's
you
Star
are
Wars.
incorrect. It's not Terry Gamble.
It's
It is Jeff Hume.
Oh
as
my
himself.
gosh, it's Jeff Hume in Magnificent Seven.
So Jeff Hume was the high school
The
football
high school
coach?
football coach,
Yes.
yeah.
It's maybe the funniest.
Delivery.
This is going to end well. All right, and now we get to a new.
Oh, that's
All right, next. Oh my God, I've got to do something with
Okay,
this body.
Buzz.
Jack, yes.
that is.
Jack Saxon is himself, yes. Oh, by the way, would you mind checking the mail for me when you get a chance?
Buzz. Okay, got it.
Okay, got it.
That is me from Envelope playing. I don't think I gave it a character name. It's myself.
Yes, you're a kid to as himself. Nice job.
In what? What was that?
Envelope.
Oh, okay.
But that doesn't matter in the course.
Buzz.
It really wasn't a great. I just like this air horn.
In the thing that doesn't matter at all, this is from The Bank.
This is from the
It is Tanya Lacey as herself.
No.
Or as-
Incorrect.
no. Oh, shoot.
I
Would
know.
somebody else like to buzz?
Tanya Lacey as Mrs. APR.
Yes, that's correct.
yes.
This is APR.
Mrs. Lacey was our high school audio video teacher.
If she's tuned in, hello, Mrs. Lacey.
We love you very much.
All right, next. There's been an accident, Janice, and Riley did not make it. Okay. Yes.
Cade's
Cade.
buzzing.
Is this from
Doesn't matter.
Sorry. Oh gosh, I didn't think of that. I forgot. I didn't think about how I have no clue.
Is this the mom of...
It's Shattered Dreams, which is
Yeah.
the film.
What kind of person would say this?
Oh, is this the dispatcher?
This is
police
Officer
officer?
Chris White as himself. I think this is the police officer that we credited in the film, so I assume that this is the guy who said that.
Such a good quote.
And
Buzz,
don't tell me it's the newspaper boy. Come on.
this is Andy Cans as
Yeah.
Drac.
I said that?
Yep.
I knew this was an
Yes.
Andy Cans.
Okay.
I knew it was Andy. I have no idea what film it was from.
I'm pretty sure you say Drake.
Is it Drake? Or, I think it's Drake. It's not Drake.
Drake makes more sense, but I believe it's Drake.
And that is from, it doesn't matter, but Morning
Morning
Routine.
routine.
Morning
Yeah.
routine.
Yes, of course.
I've got an extra ticket. Andy's, I've got an extra ticket to hell.
Buzz.
Yes.
This is.
It's from
This is. Oh, I know what it's from. Shoot. It's said by
I can tell you who it said
Henry
by Buzz.
Beard?
Yep.
Yes, Henry Beard.
as
Yeah, you're not gonna get this one.
BBC agent.
No,
it's, of
no,
course,
no.
You're not gonna get it.
Okay.
It's the Brute.
The Brute.
He plays.
Is
the
that
Brute.
what his? Is that who he is in the credits?
Yes.
What?
I don't know why
That's
we call him
insane.
the Brute, but he is the Brute. Yeah. Okay.
I almost said BJ Williams.
Yeah, but
But he was
that's
on the
not his
receiving
line.
end.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Next, buckle your seatbelts because it's about to get juicy. This is cited in one of our videos.
Buzz.
Yes.
It's Jonah. What's his last name?
Incorrect.
No, is not? Oh, wait.
Unless he said it somewhere else. This is definitely one. There's another video.
I don't think we know. So
This is.
Kate
You can reveal. This is Cade Tyndall as Rodney in Back to the Juicer.
Ah.
Of course, in the juicing video.
we
I
should
thought
know.
it was from our car, like,
Safety video.
PSA,
Yeah. Andrew.
Oh, that is a good one. I don't think it's in that.
Safe driving
It's not
tips.
in that.
Is Jonah the narrator of that?
Yes.
Yeah, Jonah's the narrator.
All right, next. So Twitter's main purpose is to keep people informed about what's happening in the moment. It's the easiest to get hits by buying ad space on everyone's feeds, but it's smarter and cheaper to just create an account for our conference and interact with our customer base
Buzz,
throughout.
Do you know
Yes.
who said it?
It's Twitter says this,
Yes.
played by Hannah Wong.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. Your the BPA thing.
She plays, of course,
That's
Twitter.
Twitter.
Great.
Topical.
Look, none of us want to miss between a rock and a good place.
Buzz.
Oh, is that? Oh, wait. Can I buzz this one?
Yeah, you can.
Is this me as? Oh goodness.
It's not you, Andy. You're
Wait.
in this video. It's
Oh
not
no,
you.
no, no! I said the one before this. This is I forgot her name.
Oh no.
Alyssa.
Yes.
Alyssa
From Circuit Breakers.
as Julie.
Oh, this is
Yes, that's correct. Yes, it's
Julie or
Julie.
Julia?
Julie, because she
Julie
played
in that
Julia.
one, Julia and Circuit Breakers. That's correct.
Oh,
yes.
perfect.
This is from
Nice job.
Disconnected.
Yes.
Alyssa Somerset, a brilliant performance. Okay, all right, next. Yes, I am actually.
Oh, what is this from? What is this from?
You do have to know the film for this one.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
All right, the answer is
Oh wait. I say it,
you.
and
you are
it's
correct.
me as me in Jack Conglomeration. That's what it is, right?
No, no, but it is you.
I was so confident.
Reveal, Andy. This is, of course, Jack Saxon as Genie in Jack Saxon 10 Seconds Films.
Are you?
Oh,
All right, next. Are you a Genie?
Is this Buzz? Is
Yes.
this Jack Saxon as himself, but in looking good?
Yes, that's correct. Perfect. Spot on. All right, next. You look like you're about to melt.
I can hear
the
it.
Buzz.
Oh,
This is from the 3-hour video for BPA.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Braxton Williams as Swan?
Incorrect. The other
no,
one.
it is Garrett Williams. Or no.
Couldn't be me.
Who voices?
Must be Andrew Dittman.
It is Cade Tyndall as the orca.
I was about to say, it played in my head, and I was like, I could do a pretty good impression of that.
I'm surprised I got the correct Swan and Orca.
That was good. Yes. Okay. Next is forceps.
oh, Buzz.
Yes.
That is okay. So
This is kind of an evil game.
this is
It's required you
from
to
Don't
remember people's
Move,
names.
and it is both Noah who play and also,
And also me.
Garrett who plays the nurse.
I don't think you repeat it back.
Yes, he
Maybe,
does.
maybe I did.
Definitely do.
Yes, he
It's both of us.
So both of you say forceps
Yes, this is Noah Patton as Stanley. I forgot about Carter. Yes, I just
Forceps?
stopped the video before.
because he would say forceps, and then Garrett would say forceps.
Yeah.
All right. Next. Holy cow.
This is Buzz.
Yes.
Jack as Cowboy in Squires.
Incorrect. This is Garrett Williams as Morkshire in Squires. Because of that.
Is this when I steal it from him and he gets mad at me?
You should have found any other film where we said "Holy cow" and then
I don't think there is another one.
Well, yeah, I come through.
surely
so
we
I
say
didn't have it.
"Holy cow."
Oh,
Okay,
maybe. Anyway, that is the quotes game. Thank you very much.
thank
everybody.
you.
All right.
Terrible stuff.
Very fun.
Are we on our number 8 spot now?
Oh my god, yes we are.
Wow. Okay, I have it ready this time, so we can start.
Great.
I'll start. My number 8, we talked about this. Garrett and I have very different opinions on this film. I said that I liked it much more than I originally remembered. Garrett liked it much less. So my number 8 is Hydration Race.
Wow.
Great.
And yeah, it's mainly
Number
because
8.
of I think Gart and Robert's improv voiceover in this video.
For doing it in one take, it's not that bad.
Also, it switches aspect ratios halfway through. It was their second take, I think. But I think that is also...
Do we have the NESN thing over... I think any shot where we had to put an effect on it, for whatever reason...
No, so this was shot with a different camera.
Oh, I see.
This was shot with my camcorder later. Because we were reminded we needed an interview.
Right.
And they definitely meant with a professional. Yes.
Which thing is, I interviewed my aunt's mom, who's not blood related to me, who was a nurse, about
Oh, we
hydration.
did that. That's right.
But as was our tradition, doing interviews for videos, we did not include the interview in the video. Which we did earlier.
I
in
don't
history
remember
first
seeing the footage for that. Did the footage exist?
I don't know if it did. I think it did because I remember going over to her house.
Interesting.
I do like the credits for these, but
I did not remember this at all. That's fun.
yeah,
Yeah,
credits are good.
there's a lot of rediscovery here. But anyway, that's my number 8.
Motivator at the end. Okay, all right. My number 8 is the best line delivery in any video. And Andy's "Indeed I Am" won a hit, I thought. Fascinating portrait of our views on gender dynamics, with the final message being but the real men of the world having just absurdly high expectations for women. This is, of course, the perfect guy.
Very nice.
We'll watch this later.
We will watch that
Yeah.
later.
Oh, we will. Okay.
Very happy about watching that later.
My number 8, I don't think we've talked at all about, but it's certainly been passed, and that is one of Cade's least favorite performances of his own of all time.
Oh, yes.
And this, of course, is the baseball bamboozle,
Oh, yeah.
which I think was I loved when I went back and watched this. This Shaq Fu bit is actually very funny.
I like this a lot more than Surprise Attack, to be
interesting.
honest.
Was that just editing the screen with F12 or something?
Yes, we edited the screen with F12. There's a lot of good bits where, I mean...
What was that computer? Is that
That's
in my
your
house?
computer. Yeah, that's
Really?
your computer. I mean, we made that card for it, which is kind
still
of an
have.
iconic
Is that
card.
in your wallet right now?
It is
We
in my
all
wallet
still
right now, I think.
mine is actually in LA, but
I don't think I have mine anymore.
oh, interesting. I think we all have them except for you then. But that was a fun prop. We hadn't really dealt with making our own props before, so I thought that was fun. Cade, your acting really not as bad as you remember it being. That story is kind of short.
No, it is. I watched it the other day. It's pretty bad.
I watched it this morning. I didn't find it that intrusive at all. And I like the story at the end where basically he takes the card from us with counterfeit money and then sells it on his own to buy Shaq Fu, which is what we wanted to buy in the first place.
The storyline in this is convoluted enough
Very
to
ridiculous.
be fun. Yes,
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. Okay.
So that's my number 8.
Nice. Cade, what you got?
For my number 8 spot, it is one that I think was mentioned. I think Andrew did it earlier. It's just another one from high school that it felt like a big achievement getting everyone together. It is again the Ballad of Pancho Villa.
Very nice. That's
Yay.
a good spot for number 8.
It was
Yeah.
big. It was a big production for us in high school. A lot of I say a lot of shooting days. I bet we still knocked it out in like 3 days.
A lot for back then.
I threw a computer. I broke a computer for this
That's
film.
true.
Yeah, at the end of the film, I threw a computer out the door.
But it was a really fun time. I
Great
have fond
performance
memories
by
of
Malcolm.
it, and it holds up okay.
Yeah.
There's the computer.
There we go.
It smashes.
I didn't use it anymore. To be clear, it was
Already done.
It was broken.
It was already.
You had one shake, one
It
shot.
definitely still worked. It just I had gotten a better one.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Well, that wraps up 2014.
Yeah.
Okay. So now 2015.
Moving on to 2015.
Could I say my number 8 pick?
There's Jack's turn.
It's just be a recurring
It's
bit.
invisible over there, Jess. Yes.
I
Andy.
like this. Okay, so this one, Andrew, is this my first appearance, Electrons and Exorcisms?
I believe you
Yes,
are correct.
that is.
Yeah.
Wow.
This one is close to my heart because this is the first time I believe I was asked to be in one of these videos. And what was it for, Andrew? Remind me.
Ooh.
This was for
This one was very weird.
the broadcast, the National Student Broadcast or something Some
We were
organization
submitting
like
to some
that.
weird competition that we probably shouldn't
well,
have done time submitting
What's
to.
interesting is I think it is the size of BPA. It's just not something that our school focused on. So we had, I mean, not that they didn't support us, but we kind of were just flying blind on this submission.
Go to the end of this video, Andy, because the Van de Graaff generator is very fun in this.
That's true.
There we go. Yeah, we had Kate Hodges' hair like stand up on edge with fancy physics stuff.
Oh, is that who the actress is?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's Kate Hodge. I believe it's Hodge, right? No S.
Yes, correct.
Well, you said Hodges as in plural.
Yes.
Oh,
We do have a Hodges, but not Kate.
yeah. This is what I was, the ending is so abrupt.
Oh yeah, the ending.
Yeah, I remember watching this thinking the effects are much better than I remembered them being. And also, why was there not more film left? Why did it end
It
there?
had to be a 3-minute competition.
Wow,
Which
okay.
is
The most anticlimactic film that you can possibly have. Yeah, but
It seems like a lot of times these time limits have hindered us or very much helped us.
yeah, it depends. All right, let's move on to 2015.
heck yeah.
Great.
That's the intro with none of the videos
Oh,
available.
yes.
Yeah, those are
Most of the
that
videos
we have
in
made.
that.
Does anybody want to claim editing that one?
That's me.
So we're watching Squires for this year. But what else did we make this year?
Yeah, can you scroll down?
Scroll down just a smidge.
All right,
Is this
Squires.
the bank?
Squires. Our next BPA video, the Lunchtime Private Eye, the case of the poisoned potatoes. Mm-hmm. Is this the bank?
This is the bank, A Fool's Errand.
Our first 48-hour film project.
Yeah,
Oh,
this is when we started those.
Yes.
That was a very ragtag crew. Where my dad also wrote his own 48-hour script and sent it to us and said, you should do this one. Do you not remember that?
I remember that.
Yeah, the premise and the thing we drew was a holiday film.
Yeah.
And we made it about April Fool's Day.
I desperately wanted to include Horatio the Christmas trickster in the video.
And you did.
Did I? Yes, I guess I did.
well, you're wearing the costume. You're wearing the orange hats.
Good year. This is when we were starting to really become people in our AV class.
Yeah.
Right. So we felt like we had extra resources, I guess.
We had a couple more resources.
We actually started writing scripts.
Yeah,
too.
this is definitely around the era when I feel like things started to solidify a little bit more of like, sure, we still aren't producing them all that well, but we had more concrete ideas of what we were going to film and would plan them out more beforehand rather than the day of.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we started doing a lot more. This is kind of the end-ish, but probably the most intense part of our competition phase. I feel like we were doing a lot of competitions. I mean, obviously, we still did some with Electrons and Exorcisms, which wouldn't be until like our senior year.
And I think Ballad of Pancho Villa is technically our last competition video because that was
Unless you count 48s, but yes.
Yeah, but that's a little different.
But like if you even notice
Competitions
here,
for school.
yeah,
Competitions for school and random just stuff you would look like we would look up film competitions.
We had like 2 Doritos once here. We did car. Is this when we did the car? I believe this is when we did car safety tips.
Yeah.
We did the cave today, save tomorrow.
Yep,
which
which
is
is in
not
the
even
intro.
available. But we were doing a lot of those.
Very true. Okay, should we watch Squires?
Let's watch Squires.
Hop right into it.
Squires is a film
About all four of us.
A film about Squires. Yep. This is one of those that I have since tried to make into something a little bit bigger
Squires
or
2.
better. So I made a script for Squires 2. I made a longer version of this same premise or similar premise.
I watched this one earlier today, and I was thinking, I wouldn't mind just straight up remaking it. Like, you know.
I would like to change the script a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. But there's a lot of, like, it delivered a little bit better. There's a lot of funny stuff in here.
Oh, absolutely.
Humankind.
It definitely does feel like it was written by me in this era,
Yes.
which I would hope to change a little bit.
Another thing.
But there's some charm there.
I'm training with
Another thing I was going to say is that this is the first. Is this the first where we actually put a lot of thought into costume design?
Holy cow.
A lot of thought is
Is it? I think it may have gone the opposite direction. Did we know we had the costumes and wanted to make something in this world?
I mean, we knew we had the costume. I think that there's
With
probably
similar costumes. I had to make that shirt. I
Your
remember.
dad provided most of these, right?
Yeah. I mean, I could still get access to the. I could have worn these shirts today too.
Really makes you think.
I remember making these backgrounds in Photoshop.
They're kind of fun backgrounds.
They're much
in this-
higher quality than the actual video.
We're talking kind of over the narration. We're four squires with different personalities, but I'm just defined as being the emo squire.
What are you? So Gart's narration. I'm the Squire of Thought, and you're the Squire of the phrase "Holy cow."
Being
Yes.
in good spirit.
This is good food, and I'm in good spirit.
Holy cow, you're right. I'm not in good spirits. That's a good point.
This may be the first film that we really focused on our characters rather than our our plot,
Suddenly heard a
which
scream.
maybe is what makes it.
It's very important that
Holy
they
cow.
hear the
meet.
scream.
Yes.
Whoever is screaming probably needs help.
Screaming boy.
Yes.
Screaming Boy is about to make his appearance.
Is this Paul's first?
This is
I guess not.
not Paul's first appearance. Maybe on
On
the
this
channel.
channel?
Yeah.
Do you have how many times Paul's made
I don't
appearances?
think I did Paul. I think he's only in this.
Paul is Andrew's younger brother.
Yes. In an a truly inspired performance right now.
on the road.
Holy cow.
No, it's chill. Except for the fact that I'll eat your children.
Holy cow. Oh no.
A random fourth wall break for no reason.
Just occurred to me.
Oh, another thought. How exciting.
If we made this today, Paul's character would be so different.
Hold on. Screaming boy.
This line took me so
We'll
long.
eat your children. Mutually exclusive.
There's a lot of bloopers of this
Or
line.
does it apply to our parents as well?
I guess it applies to everyone.
In that case, everyone is a child of someone else. Therefore, the roaming beast is out to eat everyone.
I do think that's a funny like
Concept, logic
It was at
concept.
this point we ran and hid in the forest. We could hear the screams of the townsfolk, but in the heat of the
Gart's
moment,
running is so funny.
We also
our well-being.
most of us decided to be barefoot for this
Yeah,
because
this is
we
We
didn't
didn't
have.
have the right shoes.
We didn't have enough boots.
I was happy to have boots for my costume. Which is probably why I was the one like walking around.
Very
in
funny that
zombies.
Cade got to the Gulch Prize project.
I just had an epiphany.
Holy cow, Bordeaux. This isn't the time for one of your
Just framed me in the
They normally just consist of you complaining about how much the world
This is
hates
probably
you
as wise
anyway.
we could get.
No. It's different this time. We need to save the townsfolk by
Does this
killing the
couch
beast.
feel like the
I mean,
back of this thing?
how else are we gonna become
We recreated the scene right now.
Guys, another thought just occurred to me. I think Bordeaux may have a point.
Holy cow. I think you're right.
A lot of unnecessary lines of dialogue.
I smiled at Bordeaux. He smiled back at me. Weirdly touching.
Are we queer baiting with this video?
Think like a beast. And that means finding the beast in ourselves.
I think you insisted on standing, and that was the worst to have to do camera movement.
Actually, that's a valid
I'm
point.
glad that there was some like
Let's
camera
just
movement. I guess.
I remember the sun was setting very rapidly on this day.
Yeah.
It was it this day, or was it a previous?
As you can see.
Oh yeah.
We followed the screams.
I
We
think it was
reached the
both
beast.
days that we filmed.
It was super scary.
Holy cow. Come on, dude. Oh, sorry.
It's a very funny bit.
Holy guacamole.
The beast was at least a yard or two tall. We
Yes, the beast!
breathed fire, but we never actually saw either of those things happen. It
We
sounds
couldn't find a way
less
to
scary when I talk,
show the beast again.
but it was terrifying in the moment. Believe me.
Squires, it's time we left our comfort zone. Charge!
And Timothon acted without thinking. The beast struck him to the ground.
Timothon! No!
Cowboy 2 attacked, but to no avail.
These falls are pitiful.
Oh, just wait.
That's bravery. And attacked with full force. Only outwitted by the beast.
It's hopeless. It's too powerful. We will never be knights.
No. We will be knights!
Wow.
Holy cow.
Is this the first? I'm checking my statistics. Is this the first appearance of a character arc in
I was saying characters.
Guys, I thought
characters just in general? Yes,
Bordeaux
guess so.
really is the Squire of Courage. This is good food, and I'm in good spirit.
This is when the light was
The
already
light
gone.
was so dead. So gone.
Do we have some gags in the credits here? Is this when we introduced? Well, maybe it's not when we introduced our
And so there we were
credit
again,
inside jokes. I
eating
wonder when
good
those
food and
first
being
appeared.
I mean,
Oh, maybe.
Sully and Tum Tum are from Pirate Adventure 2012.
Yeah. I feel like I remembered something in the credits. Maybe I'm making it up.
You might be right.
This is, of course, the Incompetech age.
Oh, yeah.
That has never really ended. I guess it kind of has.
Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm just remembering. I thought it was fun that we were eating behind the credits the whole time.
A good video.
I think we had a joke there that we cut for time for UIL.
Maybe.
Very nice.
All right.
Very nice.
Wow.
Now, before we talk about anything else, Squires, of course, was... Oh, there goes Blanket. Squires, of course, was submitted for UIL.
Yeah, UIL.
Yes.
Right.
And for whatever reason, we were forwarded the notes that the judges gave on Squires, and I found them.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
So we have two. I kept their names out of it for. So this is one of them, and they loved the film. So S being the highest ranking, they gave us an S on. Oh, I may have cut out. Oh, did I cut out the? Here, I'll find the email so I can say what each of these categories are. But
Vision was very clear, and the
So
student
what's
did a great
the
job.
so
Superior, excellent, good,
good?
fair.
Fair is probably the bottom.
F is, yeah.
Yeah. So SEGF is the scale.
SEGF. Yeah. Of course, this spells out eggs.
Why did you bring it up here?
I didn't notice it until I said it out loud.
Of course, he was the one.
okay, maybe it doesn't have the
categories.
Yeah.
All right. Vision was very clear, and the student did a great job at tackling a stylistic comedy, clear character development, a cohesive narrative and story arc. Fun characters, they were a bit two-dimensional, but excusable given the genre. The film was very washed out, great costumes and use of location and green screen. Music aided the story well. I loved the beast. Thank you. Very entertaining. Would like to see more from the student. Kudos on the screaming kid breaking the fourth wall. Yes.
I hope they're watching.
Yeah, I hope they're watching.
I hope they're watching today and seeing more from this student. Now, this was the other one who did not have as good of a opinion about this film.
Oh boy.
Of course, they said, this film is certainly original and maintains a consistency of vision throughout the film. Each character role is clearly defined and the story is overly simplified. At some point, the story must hook the audience and allow me to care about the characters. Unfortunately, I did not find the story engaging.
Brutal.
Well, they get cutesy with the next one and say, holy cow! The actors stick with their characters but are fairly unconvincing. I sort of get that the entire film is a joke to an extent, but the delivery of dialogue and character motivation should make more sense.
This guy definitely was like prepping to be in the Academy and judge like Oscar-nominated films.
I have a feeling both of these people got no briefing about what they were going to watch and had very different expectations. Overuse of green screen and focus problems. The climactic action scene was bland cinematically. It seems that the dialogue was heavily rehearsed and little time was spent planning the production. The costumes and props were effective. Hey, there you go.
Take it.
The edit was acceptable, but since the production value was fairly low, hurt the final edit. And then comment to the filmmakers, despite the low production value, the film does have a robust script and some entertainment value.
All right, I'll take a robust script. Thank you.
And of course, this one spells...
Incredible. Okay.
So, a small story about this film. I won't go into all the details. But the day that this was being shot was like December 1st or something like that. And it was about 2 weeks after Jack's birthday. And so Jack's mother had essentially assigned the three of us the roles of getting Jack back to his house at a very specific time.
Yes.
For a surprise party.
For a surprise birthday
While they were
party.
getting the surprise party ready, we had to be taking Jack somewhere to film Squires.
Yes, so we took him to film Squires. We filmed that opening scene and the screaming voice. Actually, I don't even think we got anything done that day. I think we had to go back and shoot that later because Paul wasn't there.
But they had told Jack that he needed to be back for dinner or something to that effect.
At like 5:30. But then they started running behind. And so I was getting texts from Jack's mom that was like, hey, could you back Jack up? Like, don't let him come home. Stall. Like, don't let Jack come home so early.
Meanwhile,
And Jack,
I thought I had to be home by a certain time, and so I was saying, hurry up, I need to get home.
She also then texted Andrew and said, could you come take the pictures for when Jack is surprised? So Andrew goes up to Jack and says, I have a church thing. And he runs. We drove to this location in a car. He just starts running. And Jack was like, I can drive you back.
It's probably
no, it's too late. And he just keeps running.
It's probably like a half mile.
Yeah.
And I was very confused as to why, because it's going to take him longer to get there than it would be for me to drive.
We are doing like a comedy routine at this point. trying to keep Jack from leaving. We're pretending like they can't get our belts on, and we're like, wait, why are we wearing a belt? And we scramble to try to take it off.
You lost your belt.
Yes. We're pretending like we can't find things, and Jack is fuming because to him he needs to get home, and we were bumbling idiots.
We were bumbling idiots. I think Kate and I switched belts at one point, and we're like, "Oh, we have the wrong belts on." Jack's just like, "Get in the car. You can switch belts in the car." Like, no. We gotta get them switched right now. But finally, got there.
And then the trunk on the car was broken, like it wouldn't close or wouldn't open or something.
I put something in there. So it wouldn't close.
But it worked out.
It was my favorite surprise party I've ever been to. Like surprise party.
I was very surprised
had no idea.
when I got home and a bunch of people surprised me and I was in full Squire attire.
All right, we need to get to the frame game.
Yes.
Is that crazy?
So I have a little intro for the frame game. Let me pull that up really quickly. So this is the frame game. There are basically it's a frame from a film. You're guessing the film. And there are 5 levels to each one. It'll go from like most like liquefied to least liquefied.
Okay, great.
So you're gonna and if you can get it, try to get it as early in the process as possible. I was gonna score this, but I don't think who cares?
We're having fun.
And then just buzz in by saying your name like we've been doing.
Yep.
And
we've been doing that very consistently.
Yeah. Let's jump right on in. So of course this is okay. So most of hold on. So most of these are going to be essentially impossible on tier 1, and hopefully you'll get them around 3.
Tough. Buzz.
Yes.
A sound of thunder. Is this a shot of Mac?
Nope, you are incorrect.
Okay. Am I out for good?
Just for the rest of the game.
No, you're not out at least until we move to the next picture.
All right, what's next? Ooh. This is hydration race. This is
correct.
This is Cade.
Very, very good. Correct.
Nice.
Okay. So this was obviously progressively. This was less and less overexposed.
Yes.
For this level. Okay, next level. This is
very brown film.
Ooh, I have an idea.
This is Cooking with Andrew whipped cream.
No.
This is
no. You're done.
I'm done.
I know. I can go one more, and I'll buzz. This is way worse.
But you can see a face there. Is that Garrett?
It does look a little bit like Garrett.
Oh, is this 0.7 Lost Friend?
Nope.
Okay, I'm going on the left. Let's keep going.
Oh, I know what it is now. Are we allowed to guess again?
No, I thought you were out.
We were out for the tier.
Yeah.
Oh,
just for that tier.
Do you know what it is? I'll let you guess if you know what it is.
This is Glaze of Glory.
Yes. Correct.
That's why it's so brown.
There are 12 levels.
12 levels. Okay, all right, let's go this a little faster. Ooh. All right, next.
This is pixelated.
This is zoomed in?
Yeah, this is less and less zoomed.
Okay, next.
You'll get it on this one.
Oh, this is Sound of Thunder.
That is correct.
Incredible.
All right.
Next.
This is underexposed. Less and less underexposed.
Wait, can I try this one? Is this
Sure.
Circuit Breakers?
This is definitely.
This is not Circuit Breakers.
No.
Okay.
I kind of think the most dangerous game.
You are correct.
Good.
Yep. That one didn't quite work as well as at some point I just moved to only liquefied.
Okay.
Because that one was way more fun.
Great.
Oh, this one is blurry. This one is less and less blurry.
Okay.
All right, well, I have no idea.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh.
You might be able
Is this a Fool's Errand?
Nope.
Is this Ballad of Pancho Villa?
Nope.
Is this Unstein?
Nope.
Oh, it's a briefcase. All right, keep going.
You'll get it.
Oh, it's the salesman.
Yeah. Yep.
I thought it was
alternate ending.
I thought it was
or original ending. Okay.
Ooh, this is good. Very green. Oh, this is invisible orangutan.
Correct.
Very
good.
specific.
So that was a 2. You got that on tier 2.
Thank you.
Very good.
Yeah, that's a very specific shade of green.
Yeah.
I like this just as I would have this framed.
The very, very liquefied. I don't think
next.
anybody's gonna.
I got something.
Oh, that's Squires. That's the beast.
Yeah. Wow.
Yes.
Another tier. Okay. I should have made these harder.
Andrew's getting them quick recently. It's a very funny tier 4.
Andrew has a good visual memory, I feel like.
Oh, hold on.
I want this to be Hotel Heist.
That's what I was going to
It is not Hotel Heist.
that was going to be my first guess.
Oh shoot! This is JAG Conglomeration.
Nope. But it is
It's
the
JAG,
room.
it's JAG.
It's the room that you're thinking of. I think.
All right, next.
Is this? Oh yeah, this is Jag
is
Trailer, otherwise known
this
as
is-
the Bamboozle. Baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is it, Jag Trailer.
I like tier 4 because we would definitely get it in tier 4.
There's no world in which you wouldn't get it.
But we would get it on tier 5.
Does look a lot different though. Okay. Ooh.
This is a very specific shade of pink that I was pretty certain did not show up in any other film.
Yeah, this is very specific.
You might get it on 2. We'll see.
Oh, okay. Next.
Could be that pink. Ooh, I see. Okay, well that's definitely Andrew and Jack. Oh,
Yeah.
and Garrett at the top. I think that's Garrett.
Is this the Heart of Texas Fair?
Oh,
Yes, it is.
With the
That's the ticket.
there it is.
Very interesting.
I like these new tier 4s.
Okay.
This one might be very, very obscure.
Ooh.
But I always think that, and then you randomly get it on tier 2.
Next. Ooh. Oh, this is Before Your Eyes.
It is.
Yes.
I'm shocked.
That's crazy.
But Andrew did make that film, so
Yeah.
Wow.
that is Big B and Ian.
Our good friends.
Right.
And easily the best 10-second film that we made.
Yeah.
All right, you're gonna have to
Keep going.
Yeah.
Do I know that one? I'm gonna guess Tunnel Vision.
Nope. That's a good guess. It has the same color scheme
Yeah.
as this. It's not Tunnel Vision.
I don't know.
Yeah. Keep it going.
Oh.
At lunchtime.
Yeah. Which one?
This is gonna be the second one.
Yeah.
Poison Potatoes. I just saw the jacket over here. And I did not know me at all. I just completely got the jacket.
This is the last one.
The last one. It's a very
A
specific
very
color.
famous frame from on this channel.
Famous frame.
Look at those colors at the bottom right are weird.
They are.
Is this in the AV room?
No. Oh, I can see the ceiling.
Yeah, that's why I was.
You're on the right track.
Okay.
Next.
This is Andy in Punch Me Out.
Yeah. Very nice.
Terrifying.
Incredible.
Great.
A great game. A great game.
Thank you.
Wow. Nice.
So much fun.
Very nice. Very nice.
Are we on another reveal here?
We're in our...
Oh man, was that 2015 that we've been talking about?
Yes. So
Okay.
we are on number
7.
Oh, we're revealing now. We start on Cade's End this time.
Yep. Just a second.
My little.
Number 7. Okay. Number 7. It's a short one. It's a snappy one. I've always enjoyed it, and I enjoy it still. It is the original Hearty Breakfast.
Okay.
So, might take a second to get here. It
Also
was-
on my short list. But
Yes. I don't know. I remembered enjoying filming it. I remembered, it's so funny to me now that I had such a hard time figuring out how to put a silhouette on the wall when that would be the easiest thing for me to do now. But I think the concept was humorous. Yeah. I don't think it overstays its welcome.
except for the advertisements at the end of the video.
I think videos where we have no dialogue sometimes work really well, unless Andrew has written the dialogue. Then they're good.
Yeah, I think the bit's fun. It was executed well, especially for the time, and I've always just enjoyed it. I think it's a pretty solid scale one video.
My number 7, I actually did not have a ton to do with, but it is a very good film. It is probably the most successful released video we have. It was directed by, it is a Jack Saxon cinematic experience. It is Step by Step.
Oh.
I mean, it's good. It just has, it has a story to it.
I will say, I must give Garrett the credit for coming up with the concept of this film.
Well, as soon as it's funny with our PM2 films, I kind of gave you this is your PM2, is that right?
Well, you at one point had come to me and said it would be super cool if we made a film that was a story told only with shots of feet.
Which is not to say anything. Weird.
But I wouldn't have thought of that. And then I said, hey, can I steal that idea from you and make a short film out of it?
Yeah, I think that you did a very good. It's very different than what I would have done, actually. Although I don't think fully how I would have done that yet. I just kind of had literally the thesis sentence was a film where you try to convey emotion without any like features that usually convey emotion.
Very nice.
This was a solid drama. Like it wasn't a comedy at all.
It does step out of the realm of what we usually do. Pun intended.
Drama is even taking it a bit too far. I think it's just like a concept film, which is just as good. I think. Okay. My number 7 is a 3-part odyssey to achieve a silly goal. It's the gimmick of the gimmick of getting free stuff from free stuff tables is so funny. Glaze of Glory is my pick.
Glaze of Glory.
So this was my freshman year chase film. I scroll back up in the video. And I don't remember how I got the idea, but it's just about a guy who really wants some donuts, and he got there just too late. Someone just took the last donut from this free donut stand. And it just ensues into a wild chase. And I still enjoy it a lot. I think it goes on a little too long.
It's kind of it's a little bit of a weird structure. What did I just say? I just said it's a 3-act structure that was good, but but it's kind of a weird structure. But I think it works.
My costuming is awful. I hate my costuming.
Maybe it's not even that it's too long. It's that I use the entirety of songs. So when the song comes to an end, you're expecting the video to end, and it keeps going. So I think it just surprises people that there's more of it.
Very fun shot.
Yeah.
All right.
I think I had to get my leading line.
Yeah, those are leading line.
Jack.
And of course, the most famous use of frame within a frame is when I shoot
the donut.
Donut hole from the frame game. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you got? What's your number 7?
I'll wait if Andy can find this really quickly.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Oh yeah.
So good. Okay, so my number 7, like Gart, was a film I didn't have much to do with, but I wish I did, and that is Tire Safety.
Yeah.
Which was a BPA film, which was a competition for high school, but this was the year that
you had already graduated.
I had graduated.
Can I apologize to you that we didn't make this while you were there?
Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, but
You're welcome,
I remember they made it all the way to nationals, which means you got to go to a free trip to Disney World in California.
No, Florida.
What?
Florida.
Oh, I'm thinking of a different year.
Yeah, that was 2 years before that.
Yep. Kate unfortunately threw away the fish shirt that his costume is based on.
I know.
Also, first animated film, film with animated elements.
Absolutely.
We learned how to use Adobe Character Animator, and then dove headfirst into figuring out how to use it.
I mean, the process of making this film, we can talk about later.
I helped with this segment.
I don't believe you.
No, you helped. I can point out the shot. You weren't there for this.
I helped, but made it worse, right?
You were in. We'll get a little bit later. This stuff we shot the first day, and then the second day, there's another thing where Cade pulls a penny out, and that's the shot that you shot.
Yeah.
And it was really foggy, and you had to reshoot it, right?
No,
I guess maybe because we.
Oh yeah, we had to reshoot it here.
Yeah. Very nice.
Very good, very good.
Are we moving on?
I'm
to
going
the
to jump in right now
before we forget about Andy.
Before I'm forgotten again. So mine is not technically on this channel, but there is a longer version of my number 7 that is on this channel, and that is Andrew's. Oh goodness. Is this your directing film? Is this for directing?
This was my director.
Okay.
This is the long version.
Yes.
On the channel.
He's saying that this is not his favorite.
Oh,
the
yes,
short version.
My favorite, my number 7 is the 4-minute version of this film,
which
we will be watching later.
We'll be watching the 4-minute version later.
Okay, then I won't talk about it much, but I think it's a successful feat of editing and cutting down everything that you possibly can. That is,
it was originally 12 minutes.
This is a 12-minute film, yes.
And it was edited down to 4 minutes.
Cut 8 minutes, and it's probably a more succinct film for it, which is just.
And really, I didn't really cut any story beats out of it.
Yeah.
Which is kind of
and you added a story beat.
Yes,
you added a major story beat.
So how can people find it if
it's in the description of this? And it's also just it's public on the JAG extras.
Okay,
but we'll talk about that later too, because we will be actually watching that film.
Yeah. All right.
Very funny.
Are we on to 2016?
2016?
Heck yeah.
Wow.
Famously good year.
Famously.
Are we rolling? Oh.
Wait, 2016, a famously good year?
It was fun.
All right, so what all was this year?
So, Jack, this was your... Technically, if we're just talking about 2016, Jack was only in high school for half of this year and college for half of this year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great.
What
else we got?
You gotta scroll a little lower.
Yeah, this is too high. So you've been working. You made The Salesman this year?
No. Oh, well, technically, yes, that happened that year.
Oh, okay.
This would be
Am I
Tunnel
wrong?
Vision, for sure.
Might be wrong.
No, wait. Keep scrolling down, Andy. Scroll down. Something's not right.
There's a couple mixed. This is At Lunchtime.
So we got At Lunchtime. We got Break the Cycle. We've got
Right. So anything 6 years ago. Okay.
Jack Conglomeration.
Yes.
Conglomeration.
Just Wing It.
Electrons. And
So this is
Tunnel Vision.
You know, you said we were in the heat of like competition stuff. It's still going strong.
It is.
Like a lot of
Reflections.
These are,
yeah.
Shadow Dreams, Rockdale High School, 2016.
That is this year.
That was we were commissioned by a separate school.
Yeah, by a separate school sent our AV department to do this.
Yes, Shadow Dreams is a weird tradition in the United States in this era of the world, where students are required. I guess not required, but it's a specific company that goes around, or maybe just advocacy group that goes around and commissions schools to essentially stage fake car crashes and then film them and edit them into a video that tries to prevent drinking and driving.
I mean,
or underage drinking.
We associate it more with the videos. I mean, it is supposed to be just a live simulation of that happening in your own high school.
I was about to point out, it's very funny that Break the Cycle and Shattered Dreams are up on our channel back to back.
Yeah.
We really were anti-drinking there for about 2 months. That is my birthday, 2015.
Anti-drinking there.
Well, this is about him being bad and me.
So this is not Shattered Dreams. This is the BPA competition that year. That the prompt was make a video discouraging underage drinking.
I was wearing Jack's Summit Ice jacket, which is
Nathan Fielder.
Nathan
for you.
Mm-hmm.
Little Easter egg.
Yeah.
Wow.
I remember this was the first like BPA video, or really first video I can remember where afterward I was like, I want to be better at making videos, mainly because this one turned out not great. And to compare it to, we have a very talented person in our AV class, Nathan McBride, who made so much better of a video.
His video has 60,000 views now and is used probably nationwide.
We're probably
as
close. Andy,
anti-drinking.
can you just unfull screen this so we can compare real quick? Yeah, we're rocking a solid. Scroll down just a bit. 204.
Yeah,
I mean, not too bad.
This is the only one we did not get out of our regional competition because of how bad it was.
And we knew that because it was more of a dramatic subject instead of something we could be funny with, that was going to be not our strong suit.
My parents are played by Jack's mother and Picard's father. All right, I don't want to watch any more of this stuff.
I think for this year we're supposed to watch At Lunchtime. Is that correct?
I think we are. Yes.
Second one.
So At Lunchtime was a tradition that we had in high school about a character named Leonard Unchtime, and he is a private eye.
Which is also a BPA concept originally.
BPA concept.
And then we liked the character, and so we pulled him and decided to make just a narrative short.
Andy, go into the comments of this and click on the color version, so we don't have to watch it in sepia the entire time.
It's not. It's in the description.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Is that
show more?
Is that available to watch?
I made it. Yeah, it was.
Okay. You switched it.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice. Yeah, I hated the sepia.
For some reason, I really advocated for the sepia version.
I also did, but I agree with you. No.
That was a dumb decision on my part.
Yeah.
A high school cafeteria is nothing short of a war zone.
So we always.
Clicks battle clicks.
Yeah, we always rag on this video for bad audio.
Enemies. People need friends.
And this sounds okay because it's just like narration later.
Yeah.
Private eye.
But you will find some audio that is not good.
This intro I remembered being so hyped about when we made it. And it's still very fun.
It is fun, but it's just a little messy, you know.
Yeah.
I think I just noticed the Basie Longo card.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I forgot about that.
But yeah, this is definitely the coolest like CG that Gart made this entire thing.
Yeah, Gart was very big at this era into doing 3D sort of stuff.
This was a good group of people that we were working with. So we were working with...
Yeah, that's a little funky there.
That's insane, yeah. We were working with our good friend Madeline Johnson, who
I am now dating.
Yes. We were working with Jordan Turner, a very talented guy in our AV class. We were working with, of course, the incomparable Max Osborne. I remember really playing a lot of... This is like the era that we would slack off in class a little bit and like play games like Spot It, Guillotine.
Sporkle.
We would play a lot of Sporkle.
Sporkle quizzes were great. Yeah, so this is the bad audio that we were talking about. But it only lasts for like, at max a minute, I think.
Yeah. And it's bad.
It's better.
This is why we don't like to show this video.
It's better than the first one though, where we ADR'd most of it, and the ADR still doesn't sound good, and it doesn't match any our lips.
Yeah.
What if we just ADR'd this now with our own voices now? And Madeline shaking her head. She doesn't like that.
Scott Wagner. Otherwise known.
So Jack was, of course, the incomparable Scott Wagner. I was Leonard Unchtime. Swagmeister for sure.
Is this the only time I'm playing a character that is not just exactly me?
Is it really? No, it's Squires.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Never heard of it. Unless you say "holy cow" all the time.
I am so mad how good this is actually looking because of the camera we shot on, and I feel like we inched away from it later.
Which camera was this on?
Was this on
your Blackmagic Pocket?
Probably. It's funny because I got so tired of this camera, and now that I'm more into cameras, I'm like, I wish I just invested more money into
building it.
Yes.
I wish we'd invest more money in the audio for the scene.
Yes.
I like this video because we weren't doing it for any particular reason. We just felt like we needed to make a video to kind of end an era more than anything. We didn't have a competition that we were entering this into.
Yeah.
We didn't.
Which is why I do love Bamboozle's Surprise Attack, because it feels that same... It just feels like a narrative that we wanted to tell. Not necessarily.
And we're capturing
for what the video are.
Right, it's true. But we're also capturing just a very specific era in our lives that I don't think we would have captured otherwise if we hadn't made this. Start looking like a real weirdo.
Really went all in on this part. And I used to walk around school playing this part. Like extracurricular, like...
You have like something in your shirt.
I have a little M&M blanket. It's like a little Santa belly kind of thing.
Pocket babies.
We did make a lot of jokes about that.
I remember I changed costumes in the school library for this. And one of the librarians came around the corner right as I was taking my shirt off. So it was...
This wasn't unprecedented.
Not the best. Not the best
had a
moment.
reputation of being a boy who cried wolf.
I need $50 to join the National Honor Society. No drugs, I promise. Listen, I need your help getting into the Russian mafia. Leonard,
this is a cool little... Okay, did you concept this?
Maybe.
I need your help getting out of the Russian mafia. Wolf!
The separation for when he said the boy who cried wolf and that joke, I think, always goes over people's heads because of how... long it takes before he says it.
That is the most terrifying stare you've ever given it.
Be in the biggest pig.
Oh, is it?
But that was awful.
Well, I hate Scott Wagner, the Swagmeister for short.
Yes.
I wasn't worried though. If anything went wrong at the chess club.
But of course, you're kind of a character that I'm forced to reckon with because in the end, you're a good guy in this video.
You know, compositionally, we're using over the shoulders. This wide actually has both of the people framed in it. Like
this is growth. I mean, 2016 was a really good year, as Andrew pointed out.
Yes. Like we do a rack focus right here. What are we doing?
And this is a fun action sequence that's about to happen as well.
Well, and that was the first thing we ever got shot by, or that we ever used a DP. Keaton Lowney shot this action scene coming
out.
Very active. It
was the first thing that he would have done for us.
Because we would have been making Shattered Dreams at the same time.
This is the night of.
This is like 2 a.m.
Midway Shattered
right?
Dreams. Yes, this is.
He came down with his glide cam and shot. A shot of this for us.
Because we were helping them edit some of their stuff, just the basic footage stuff.
Today on a whim, I grabbed the mixed vegetables. Is it not a coincidence that when I don't get the mashed potatoes,
Jordan kind of rocks this part.
It absolutely is. It most certainly is not.
Jordan, if you're watching,
You've got contacts
You
with
rock.
the law. I need
You
you
rock
to
this
find
part.
evidence to extradite Wagner.
Another really
What
good
was that?
shot for.
That was a castle, Dabney.
Andrew's favorite chess move, a castle.
Dabney, how can you be the president of the chess club without knowing what a castle is?
We do have the symbol of communism up in this room too, which is very funny.
In chess, Dabney, in chess.
Look at this.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
This isn't a chess club, is it?
Get him.
So that's revealed the entire chess
Get
club
him,
is a front.
This is Keaton's shot.
This is Keaton's shot.
It must have been on a different camera.
It was.
This entirely.
It was on his own camera.
Yeah.
But this was by far the coolest thing we'd ever shot up to this point.
Yeah.
Is this a one-take wonder?
This is a one take.
We made too much of a mess.
We
to
did
do
it
again.
like a couple of times too.
I love how he picks up
Yep.
the desk. Yeah.
We have the boom pole right there.
Our boom pole, which was a PVC pipe
Yep.
that we'd wrap the cable around.
This is of course
It's weird how
featuring,
different the
featuring
school
random
looks
students
now.
in the background.
Maybe we should have been more embarrassed doing this in school.
I don't
Rather than
think
trench
so.
coat. Maybe. I'm glad that we did
It
it.
was when I
It's
ran
good
down
music.
the corridor that I realized
Good
I
music
heard
for this
Gavin
film.
Brooks' name before.
Where did we get this
He
music?
was the captain.
I'm sure some royalty free. Now this shot is the worst shot in this film.
This is the longest shot.
So long.
But in a way, I don't know, it's like a Spielberg winner in a way. You know?
No, because
If you thought that was long, just wait.
There's a bird that flies over in 3, 2, 1. Where is he? He's gonna fly over. I watched this shot so many times trying to line that music up.
it's kind of unclear what happened in that shot.
It was a stapler, I believe.
Yes. He's bashed on the head with a stapler. Also, this song has been looping.
Yes, this is what I told you. This is why I watched this shot so many times.
Oh, it finally stopped looping.
Now, once we get kind of moving in here, I do like this sequence quite a bit.
Yeah.
There's no dialogue. There's no audio to listen to.
I say as we watch the most.
I remember arguing about that shot at the
Okay,
end.
here we go. This sequence is pretty fun.
And of course, his hands are tied with the wire for the boom mic.
That probably should have been like done over under, but we totally didn't do that.
I love that shot. That's always been a favorite shot of mine. Thinking back on this is an extremely reckless thing to do. We have the driver of the car head down on the steering wheel while Andrew is driving from the
we
back seat.
we were on a side road here.
Yes, I mean,
We
we
were going
were
slow.
in a fine place to do that reckless thing, but it was still...
Looks up to see when the car is coming.
I was always proud of this run here.
I'm excited for this run now. Let's see.
It's not that great. Don't get.
I think it is fun. This is the part that I want you to play more often, Gart. Not necessarily like this specific neurotic guy, but it's just such a character. That
I love character acting.
Yeah,
it's very fun.
And you always get cast as the straight man.
I do.
Saying about a pickle. Speaking of pickles, I remembered something that Ickles said that might get me out of this pickle.
Those darn shifty lunch ladies. They always seem to have a leg up.
A long argument about whether that was what was going to make it into the film.
I think it's really.
I mean, I'm glad it's
my
in
favorite
now
part of
because
the
it's very bizarre and I appreciate it now.
It's kind of the predecessor to My Name is Dallas and I have a burlap. This is a burlap.
Yeah.
Detective.
So we never show any of the other henchmen.
No, because that was me and you and Jordan.
Only in the
No, John Lee
So
was
there's a
there.
little speck on the left side of the frame
Dabney
there,
for a while.
because I had dirt on the lens.
So I didn't believe
Oh, really?
in you.
That makes a cameo in
You
Martha.
wouldn't hurt a fly.
That little speck, because I shot a shot
Or
for
termite.
Martha at this time with
Oh,
that
I see the
camera.
speck.
Oh wow,
Oh.
There it is. So there you go. The Martha speck.
it's a really fun fact. I'm very glad I
Yeah,
learned
that's
that.
good
I would never have figured that out
Yeah,
otherwise. Cade's truck. You still drive that,
I
right?
do still drive that truck.
Yeah,
I
that's-
desperately do not want to. I do still have that truck.
I do like that we added this ending to it because it does add some That is the worst hug in cinema history.
Now, I do remember for these next shots, because like for the car stuff, I was inside the car as wide as we could go. But for this, I couldn't fit in the truck and get them.
I have a picture of you on the side of the truck.
So I am holding on to the side of the truck to film inside for these shots.
You're gonna have to keep the food puns.
Kate, I didn't notice the speck until you pointed it out, and now I can only see the speck.
There's another on the right side.
I've seen that shot before.
I do like the framing on the knife here on this next shot.
She's evil.
I also like your delivery there. I think you're good.
Thank you. It's my finest acting.
That wasn't very nice.
The amount of noises that I make in this film.
We got leading lines.
Am I right? Is that your son?
Terrible line deliveries.
I think we all deserve it.
This was a really sentimental scene to film for me, knowing that we would not all film at the high school again. 'Cause this was the last thing that I knew Jack would be able to film with us. Because this was like May of 20. Like we showed this at our party for AV, like with you and Jordan and Madeline graduating.
So I graduated like a month after this.
Yeah.
Pepper turned out to be on our side.
I look so gross.
Grossest man.
I realized what's most
None of us are like in our
prime. But I took it to another level with this character.
Some guys I could count on.
At least yours like fit the character.
Now,
yeah.
Everything was at peas.
This is a bad visual joke that took way too long to get to.
Lunchtime. It's been a
How many Max appearances?
Max, I believe, is that?
Surely
Let me check. One.
Do we have fun credits for
Yay!
this? No, it's just scrolling credits.
The fun credits were at the beginning.
Yes.
What if we just did the entire corkboard sequence again at the end? Kind of funny.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, let's recut this.
Do we do the explosion still?
No.
I don't think
No,
so.
no,
At this point,
certainly
definitely
not. We did switch to the whoop, whoop, whoop.
That was literally for one video, I think.
Yeah.
That's pretty much just in the salesman.
See, we got a special thanks for Keaton Loudamy there.
Do we have joke ones here?
Here's the joke ones. Yeah.
Tom, and Sully make constant appearances in later films.
Sissy and Cody,
I don't know.
No idea who those people are.
I don't know either.
They were, I believe, judges for the BPA at one point.
Oh, yes, they were.
Alrighty. Woo! I believe it is time for reveal number 6.
Do we want to talk about that film at all?
I think
we keep talking about these within the video.
Okay.
Unless you have something else.
Nope.
Okay, great. All right, number 6. Who's going first? Who's got it ready?
The Jack. I can go.
I got it.
Jack's got it.
So my number 6. We have already talked about this. I think it was on Kate's list already, and it is Hearty Breakfast, the original.
I think you guys are being too nice to Hearty Breakfast, but
don't worry. It did make my short list, but
so we actually did remake this like a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's the dumbest part.
Well, no, because that one was. I know we've been kind of bashing on our competition phase, but that was for a pandemic competition, which this is kind of the perfect.
Right,
film
it was for a Film Riot.
Yeah,
pandemic competition, and we tried to remake it exactly.
Like shot for shot, except you did more effects on the blood and stuff, which make it look much better.
Yeah, the blood is much better.
My hair is abysmal.
I was
similar to today.
No, I like it actually.
It is COVID.
What?
I mean, it was pandemic, so that's fine.
Quarantine.
I didn't have the little treasure chest prop anymore, but I was very proud of this. It's a very simple effect, but I was proud of it.
Yeah, that did come out.
Wait, is the original on your list or is the remake on your list?
The original, but maybe I change it to this.
Okay.
I think it's fair just to show
Say
the
Hearty
comparison.
Breakfast.
So we have something else to look at while we talk about it.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay.
Anyway,
all right.
I was happy with I got the tracking right on the wall.
I didn't smile as much on this one.
And it was a blank wall, so it was hard to track.
But we did add a lot of ketchup to that shirt, and I really did not get that out for like a year.
Yeah, we permanently stained your wall too. With
That's right. We were hoping that they wouldn't notice. We moved out. It's okay. They never gave us any deposit back at all. So I wish we had stayed.
I actually got that deposit, Garrett.
No, you didn't.
I swear to you, I did. I apologize. We'll talk about this later.
Garth's about to get a lot more money.
You were not even on that lease.
Was I not? Oh, that was the next house.
That was the next one you did, and I got some for that. I got some for that. Not for that house.
Wow.
Great. Does he still owe you it?
No, I think so. All right. Andy and I will square away later.
Yes. My number 6, an anti-authoritarian manifesto. The pace is unnerving. The ever-present looming threat of the police is completely forgotten about as the protagonist goes on an extreme tangent to perform an operation before being brought back at the end as a chilling reminder that we live in a police state that is involved in everything that we do.
I know what
This is, of course, Don't Move.
I promise I did not put that much thought into making this film.
That's the thing about art, though, is that sometimes you just get a message that you don't intend. It works.
This whole film is just a series of gags strung together in a loose story.
Here's the thing, though, is that it's not really that. You were intending to make the gags, and then the gags aren't funny, so you end up getting a pretty like chilling.
I'll pretend like you.
I remember this was one of the first things I lit at Baylor, and we put a light panel really high up on a C-stand, and it fell off.
Yes. We don't talk about that.
No,
I didn't know about that.
I didn't know about that either.
Yeah, well, you must have been there. But it was mostly
It was
fine.
secured by one tiny screw, which is why
we did not have the proper hardware to put it on the stand. But I think only one of the little things. The panel still.
The end of the film isn't as strong, I think, because it does get a little bit more like Naked Gun slapsticky.
It changes tones very
the tone just is different from the rest of it, which I think is pretty good. Anyway, what's your number 6, Gary?
My number 6 is a film that's been talked about by one person so far. It is another pandemic film. It is a film about your favorite pies, the pizza pies. It is Tam Pizza Pizza.
Wow.
I'm not going to distinguish between. I didn't think about the distinguish between both of them. Personal connection with this one obviously is. I think that this is the best performance I've given on this channel in this film, and so I enjoy watching it back for that, and because it's one of the ones that I can go back and be like, oh, I don't feel uncomfortable watching myself on the screen for this film. I think that it is a fun, pretty succinct story. I hadn't watched Tampopo before this, so it was kind of an exposure to that, I guess, plot. However, even after watching Tampopo, I did not fully get the connection.
Yeah, this film is based on the Juso Itami, that's how you say it, film Tampopo, which I watched over quarantine. I feel like this kind of harkens back to an era when I started watching way more films than I used, and just a different variety of films than I used to, and I'm glad that I made this to kind of represent that shift.
Absolutely, and I mean, I learned how to make pizza. Also, but I think it's overall a good film. I think most performances are pretty solid, and it is really fun, which is something that I'm not saying the rest of our films aren't necessarily fun, but this one has an element to it that just kind of gives it a little bit of joy that some of the other ones don't.
A bit more consistently fun.
Yeah.
Do we want to do how many films have Henry and Peyton?
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good
idea.
Henry
right now.
So I believe they are the next two. Nope, that's not right. Okay, so Peyton is has the 6th most appearances in our show. Peyton is, of course, playing Dom.
Right here.
Oh, no, Hut Boy, of course. Hut Boy, not Dom.
Perfect time,
You're Dom. Wow, look at him. I think Peyton's giving a good performance.
I think he does, too. Yeah. I think he gives a really good performance.
This is not Peyton's first appearance, which is The Perfect Guy, which we'll watch in a bit. Peyton has been in the... this is out of order, actually. Okay, he's below your father, BJ Williams.
Oh.
Yeah, BJ has 12, Peyton has 10 appearances on the channel.
So BJ and Andy are tied for appearances.
Yes, that's great.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I've got work to do.
Well, I don't think I was counting Marfa or Billy. So you may beat him there.
Great.
Yes, I think so. Okay. Kate,
yes,
what you got?
Yes. We're on number 6, right? Okay. My number 6 spot. It's another one, just like my last one. I just like it because I revisited it. It was way snappier than I realized. The story, very anticlimactic, but I really enjoyed watching Electrons and Exorcisms.
Really? Interesting.
Yes. I don't know. Maybe it's just that it's a tight 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But I really like the energy. I think there's some fun gags. The sound effects we used were insane. I like the laugh whenever we pan away and whip back, and Kate is gone. And I like, if you skip closer to the end, Andy, there's one shot in particular that I've always liked in this film. It's when there it is. It's this little like cut back to them talking. I've always thought that feels so snappy, and I don't know. I like the sequence. It was better. It held up better than I remembered. Maybe it's just I went back thinking that it was awful, and it was a lot more watchable than I remember.
Also, I think not to focus on the things that I worked on in this, but the eyes actually look pretty good there.
I remember thinking the eyes were way better than I remembered.
I think this film also benefits from being in a unique location, which we didn't film in otherwise.
Yes.
The Baylor Science Building.
How did you do her hair again?
That's a Van de Graaff machine. That's a practical effect right there.
Yeah,
that is a machine where if you touch it's a classic machine. That classic physics machine.
So as long as
you're
touching it,
your hair stands up.
So you just had her put her hand on it.
Yep.
And then take it off.
We hit it out of frame. Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
All right, Andy, would you like to reveal your number 6?
I was asked. I was waiting to be asked.
You almost forgot again.
All right, so my sixth choice goes a little bit further back than all of y'all's, and it's I think when y'all started to finally hit your stride in terms of bits, a little bit of story.
I'm so afraid that he's going to click on Sound of Thunder right now.
No. I thought about it because I think the effects work is great, but I'm talking about the baseball bamboozle.
Wow.
I thought it was fun. It was a little more put together than the things that came before, and it has 3 characters played by Cade, which let's run through. We already talked about this performance, which despite what Cade says, I think is a very funny.
I agree.
What was your character? Was it just a guy
we discovered
he was beat by his mother with a baseball bat.
Well, yes, I know that. Okay.
And I come and I buy everything at the garage sale, except I won't buy the baseball card because I have a traumatic backstory.
That's a funny bit, even if your performance is a little weird. It's a good bit.
But yeah, I think we discovered yesterday, Cade, that your voice perhaps was based on a Julian Smith character.
Yes.
From around that time.
Yeah, we nailed it. That might be reminiscent of Mr. Tim, who I definitely would have been watching around this time.
So wait, who are the other Cade characters? It's Newsy McNewserson.
Yes, Newsy McReporterson, and then the cop. The cop. But I think this.
That's a very good cop.
I think for me, this was like the first time that y'all.
Well, doesn't he play?
I think it's very fun that it cuts from Cade.
He does play 4. He plays 4 characters because he plays Newsy McNewserson, and then he cuts to the field agent, which is technically a different.
He plays
character.
any character that is not the 3 of us.
I like. We tried to do like a camera cutting gag.
It's a bad gag, but it almost becomes funnier than it is bad.
But I think for me, when I was watching through an order, this was like the first time y'all started doing the hat on hat stuff, where it was like it was zany to begin with because you're trying to buy the $1 million video game, but the bits at the end I thought piled on nicely. So I wanted to have a little shout out to the olden days.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
I play 2 characters, I guess, right?
Yeah, you play. Well, we never see the cousin.
That's true.
Or the brother.
Which one is that? Is that Basie? Or is
that...
I think
Basie Longo is the one on the
Basie
card,
is
so it's
long,
Bali
so
who we see the whole time.
Okay, right. All right. Never mind.
Unimportant.
Next, we have the year of 2017.
2017. Wow.
Great. So 2017, a big year for us. Mainly because I associate it with one large project.
One huge project.
Yes.
That, of course, is Perfect Guy.
No.
So
go ahead.
We're going to be showing The Perfect Guy, which is the 48-hour film that we worked on this year. In a moment, we also worked on, because it was our last year of high school, we wanted to do a big thing to cap it all off, right? For better or for worse, we made a feature film that's called Circuit Breakers. Right?
Yeah,
we'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. And besides that, this year,
was that not also Tire Safety?
Tire Safety was also
we also
that
did
year.
Tire Safety. Yeah.
It's a big year for Perfect Guy, Circuit Breakers, Tire Safety. Technically, this is also Step by Step. Although Step by Step didn't release until later.
And since we were starting college, we would have also been doing
Blaze of Glory,
and Back to the
Juicer. Would have been your chase film, so that would.
Although Blaze of Glory, we're watching in 2018. Did we screw this up?
I think Step by Step is 2018.
It probably came out on the channel.
It came out on the channel in 2018.
Right. Yeah.
But there's a lot of production in 2017 because we also have Pancho Villa is also 2017. That's
right.
the beginning of 2017.
That's it.
That was our last project before Circuit
salesman.
Breaker
The
started.
salesman is the one I did this year.
Right.
Yes.
So step by step would
Which
have been.
the salesman is fun. I like the salesman.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course the beta Xi, whatever.
Yep.
Pledge
Your
class.
pledge class video.
That's.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's watch The Perfect Guy. This is starring a very similar cast to Circuit Breakers because we were filming.
It was the same group.
Yeah.
It was kind of fun to take a break from the big project and do a tiny one.
Yeah, I think that was probably a healthy thing to do there.
This was shot by Keaton Loudme, who we mentioned earlier.
Hi.
And which is why it looks way better than
How's it
anything else
going?
we were doing at this time.
Well, he also had a really nice camera. He already had his Sony
what you drawing?
A7S.
Yeah.
Just an art project. for class.
This is of course the first time that Peyton has run
No,
into our
nothing
hearts,
if it's
running into this
for an
right
art
here.
class.
That's true.
This is Peyton's first appearance.
Peyton's first appearance.
Hey, have I seen you before at the library?
This is of course Bethany
Yeah,
Newbert,
maybe
who
I think
also
I've seen
starred in our film
Pancho
Circuit
Villa.
Breakers and Pancho Villa. Yes, she is the titular Pancho Villa.
Hey, are you doing anything exciting this weekend at all?
I have a date tonight, actually.
How did this got second at the film festival?
sounds good.
Second,
That's fun.
he got second at the.
I should
48.
get going.
It didn't win any other
Okay.
supplementary awards. It just won second best film. So I went into the best film award at the award show rather depressed because I was like, I think that we made a really good film, especially coming out of the screening. And then out of nowhere, it was like, you got runner-up best film, and wow, that's very
I think you got cheated.
That
both.
whiteboard is the
I agree.
most distracting thing in this shot.
I've never noticed it before.
Oh, we thought it'd be a fun Easter egg, but it's just like
I've literally never noticed.
This is where we did all of the production for the 48 that year, which is also where you lived at the time. Is this little room right
yeah,
here?
my parents had remodeled their garage to make it more of like a living space because they didn't use it. And so I was
supposed to be
staying up
me.
there, and
Your body was like that at that time. I don't know if you remember.
What are your hobbies?
I typically like to start out my mornings
farmer's
with
tan?
25 minutes of pumping iron, and then running a few miles and swimming.
How do you think? What is your interpretation of your look in this film?
Is this Landry
I think
Luker's
it's
first
definitely
appearance
what
on
you were
Square?
going for.
Here comes Squid Man.
I also remember being very tired when we filmed this.
Oh yeah.
At like
This was shot all Friday night.
it was like 5 a.m.
Yeah.
And you and Madeline had
So,
just come
I
back
also
up
saved my baby the
from
other day. She was
the Alamo?
drowning.
San
Or is
Antonio.
this a different?
No,
No,
you're
this is
thinking
Dallas.
of tunnel vision.
Yeah, that was television.
Yeah, okay.
This is Dallas.
You. Okay. All right.
I had been sleeping in a back room, and you woke me up to film this.
A lot of people were.
You were doing something else during this weekend, I
That
believe.
little detail.
You weren't totally there the whole time.
Yeah, I was only there for the acting portion of this.
Okay. Indian Kate, I'll let you tell your funny story.
I think I had a swim kit or something.
My parents are the leading exporters of packing peanuts in the region.
This is Joey Hogan's, his first appearance on our channel, probably.
Yes, I don't think I
One
counted
of
him,
two.
but he's it's just the two.
Wine.
This is also Landry Luker's first appearance.
That's Kate brought that up.
I
Kate
drove
said it.
here
I need to. Can't hear very well.
with my mom, but
Yeah, pretty convincing little drop.
Yeah.
Like
So this one is
Joey did
completely
it.
altered. The first night we shot a whole different sequence with him, and we didn't like it. And so this is the second night we came back here and reshot a whole new scripted sequence for him.
I didn't remember that at all.
Yeah, so this is actually a reshoot, which is crazy that you could do it at 48. Like we edited the whole film, we're like, we don't like this, let's shoot it again.
Yeah,
I mean, well, we didn't. I guess we didn't shoot anything else, but we kind of did that for
Where were we?
Floundering.
oh right, my
We-
cars.
Re-edited.
My dad
Yeah.
just got me a new
We
Ferrari
filmed some
last
more
week. Take it for a spin.
voiceover.
Yeah.
The drawings were done by both me and Joey himself.
These drawings in the
Those
little,
drawings
in the
in the
little book. Yeah.
Yeah. There's one particularly egregious one that I unfortunately do have to take credit for. We'll see a bit later.
Are you talking about the credits or?
Yeah.
So what do you like
The
to
ones
do?
that are in the video, okay.
A
Here we
rock.
go.
Hard.
I think this is when I realized that Andy was a good actor.
I can see him shaking his head in the booth.
What sort of music do you
Nick Marquez is in the background of this, right?
Yes.
Why didn't we use Nick?
I don't know. It's only three perfect guys.
I guess.
Have you seen any?
What did we do, Jack? What were we thinking?
Please talk over this.
Race.
sorry.
with the rock.
I remember thinking, yeah.
Andrew looked over.
Are you high?
Yeah, I think we thought this was like the funniest thing when we came up with it. It's still.
I think it's funny.
Yeah.
The costuming is really some of the best we've ever done.
That's true.
The "with the rock" line is great. Gets me every time.
I just like that Andy was playing a character there.
Yeah, it is fun to have. I don't remember who. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
It's like I don't remember who she draws next.
The fourth one?
That would have been Nick Marquez.
Yes, of course.
This is a nice restaurant.
Andy is, of course, seen in the background again.
I know. It's the same like set of extras just shuffled around wearing slightly
This,
different
of course,
stuff.
is my high school diploma that Peyton is using as a menu. That I had just received a month before or something like that.
It's a convincing menu.
So, what are your hobbies?
Oh, yeah. I go kayaking, I go running, and I hang out with my dog.
That's awesome. What's your dog's name?
His name's Screwdriver.
Screwdriver.
This is a ridiculous bit that spanned too many movies.
So essentially, this was written by Peyton and me thinking this ending isn't good. Let's go over into the corner and have our own private conversation. And we came up with this ridiculous thing with the screwdriver bit, and it just
The
stuck.
end of the film, I think, is just much stronger. Because
what was it originally supposed to be?
It was originally. Do you not remember?
Oh, it's the incest thing.
Originally, she was going to find out that was her brother. And then she'd go on a date with her brother.
Yeah, anytime you can opt for not an incest ending, probably.
It was that drawing of Bethany that was pretty bad.
Oh, we missed it.
We missed
Oh, that Peyton crosses out? I think you intentionally drew it bad.
Yeah.
Because
That
it was
was-
supposed to be that he drew it. And so we did a completely different
Because she's
style.
an illustrator, technically.
Well, still, Bethany has always looked at that and said, "This is a terrible drawing of me." So it's not exactly like a flattering thing.
Kate, your face is so funny in that.
I know.
These are good credits, though. I'm
Yeah.
very glad
Yeah.
that these is.
Credits make a movie.
I agree. Thank you.
Josh looks nothing like that. Is Christopher? Is that somebody we knew for the music there, or is this something we got? Okay.
I'm pretty sure we got that last piece there.
Incredible.
But yeah, Kate, you had a wild experience. Or Andy really had the wild experience.
Yes.
Andy, do you want to elaborate on that? I'd love to hear your side of that story.
Yeah, so I'm going to go back into the video and start with a frame that explains a little bit. So when they decided I was going to play the goth person, where in the world there's my mouse. They said I wouldn't be seen, my legs would not be seen in the shot. And so I wore like cargo shorts or something, like little khaki. Yeah, you can see them in the background there. Little shorts like that. And then they got there and said, no, it's definitely wide. We need you to wear jeans. And so Cade was kind enough to swap his jeans out for my shorts. And I did the scene. What was this, like 3 a.m. or something?
It was so early.
This was really early. And I made the mistake of doing the scene and then taking a nap afterwards. And I fell asleep and woke up, I guess, maybe like 30, 40 minutes later. And decided to just leave inexplicably without telling anyone. And it wasn't until I got home that I realized I was still wearing Cade's pants with his wallet and keys, and I had no shoes on. So I guess you can tell your side of the story, Cade.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember too. I just remember you just left unceremoniously because you were so groggy. You got up and were just.
You were essentially
walked out.
slept drove.
Yeah, which is awful.
Scary.
Yeah.
So we, the next day, were editing the film with the news up, waiting to see if there was any crash reports. Because we texted and called you all day, and you gave us, because you slept for 12 straight hours after that when you got home. So we were constantly texting and calling you and checking the news and seeing if there was some way that we could get a hold of you. And finally you were like, "Oh, hey, are you guys still working?" At 3 p.m. the next day.
I did not know. I did not know this happened.
My phone had died on the way home, and so I was like, I could do the smart thing and pull over and just go to sleep. But then no one would know that I was okay. So I was like, it's better for, I guess, my parents. And so I risked my life trying to get home and left y'all in the dark for a good
12 hours.
12 hours.
It's terrifying.
That's
and then he came back over and helped us finish editing the film, which
that's nice.
Everything else about that experience was the best experience I've ever had on a 48.
Really? Yeah, that's
I think so. I mean, Floundering was really, really good, but I think that this one, because of what we had come from,
Maybe.
This was the first one. This is the biggest jump we had in a 48 ever.
Well, see, maybe I felt so bad after the next year because we had made something good.
Yeah,
and we made. I remember when you put so much energy into the next year, and we got so many people, and then to make everyone feel that awful, making the next year's film.
The next year might be the worst.
I think floundering did make me feel way
the best.
better.
Okay.
Also, kid, our floundering editing experience was the craziest I've ever felt in my life.
See, I had that on this film. That like weird experience of editing because that was the one.
I don't remember the editing on this.
I stayed up a long time to rough cut this, and then I tapped out. I don't remember who I tapped out. One of you two probably.
Maybe.
48-hour films are always so much more stressful for us because we would do the Dallas or somewhere else 48-hour film, and you have to be there in person to turn it in. So we had the added element of having to get it onto a flash drive and drive it to...
It's now entirely virtual.
Really?
My brother did it this year for Dallas, and it's all online.
So you essentially were doing like a 44-hour
We were really doing a 44 or, depending on the place, 42-hour film.
Yeah.
Insane. Okay, we do need to retrospect about a larger film.
Yes. So 2017 was, for the three of us here on the end, our senior year of high school. So we talked about making Circuit Breakers. Circuit Breakers was a massive undertaking for...
We had no idea. I mean, we really, I believe said goal to be done by the end of May.
Yeah, that's insane.
Which we started this February 8th, 2017.
Absolutely crazy.
And we thought we'd have it written, shot, and edited by the end of... I mean, yeah, there's the first day right there that is up. I think that... Or is that just for us?
He was just getting it ready. But yeah, we documented... I think it's awesome. I don't
It's
know why
incredible. You did it. You started it. The very first day you said, I'm going to write a journal about this. And I was like, okay.
So we have every day of production and editing documented in a journal, which is such an awesome thing to have.
We knew exactly who was involved on that day. We knew exactly what we did on that day. A lot of this stuff is not so detailed because we were kind of writing it.
A lot of days are very small. I'm looking at this one, day 11 right here. Andrew edits beginning scene, changes name of robot
and team.
Word through Quincy finding the bus.
Yeah, there you go.
That
would be me writing the script.
That's just you writing the script. Day 11.
Kind of crazy that I wrote a script that fast.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't think I can do that these days. That's crazy. Okay.
There's a couple days that are interesting. While Andy's loading those up, I went through some old stuff today and found some very
Guard has some surprises.
Guard has some surprises?
Surprise.
Materials that I just think are very fun and kind of surmise some of this time.
Oh my gosh.
He's bringing out a binder.
I've got a binder here. All of this is obviously not very interesting to look at visually, but I have all of our release forms and everything like that for everybody, just in case we ever need those. So that was very fun.
All right.
In case Andy decides
the thing that I found the most interesting was I have all of my notes from auditions. So if you'd like me to, I can read my notes about some of our cast members.
Yes, read the people who we did.
Please read mine, Garrett. Please.
Well, I will read yours, Andy.
Yes, please.
I will read Chris Taylor, who ended up being Mitch in the film. He was auditioning for the role of Silas. And my notes were, did well first time, some unnatural pausing, but mostly paced back and forth, took direction well. Gave him pretty good notes. Peyton Hodges auditioned for Silas. I wrote this for Peyton, which Peyton at the time, now you'll notice he is in a ton of the work that we do and nearly a member of this channel at this point.
Yeah.
But at this time, literally, I had met him. I knew him from being a child. We had met for one brief flag football season. And then...
I don't know if I knew that. Okay.
That's the first time we ever met. Our dads were flag football coaches together, which is very funny. But we really didn't know each other, and so this is completely cold. Acting rather than just reading, very expressive in first read, more timid when directed to be sarcastic, which is a very funny note for Peyton.
It is.
Wait, so did Peyton have an acting background at this point?
He was in theater classes.
Oh, okay.
So we advertised this to theater, and he came in because
he wasn't really in our theater classes though.
He was in mine, and I had become friends with him, and then he moved. We were in a play together, and then he moved away, and then he came back. So I was kind of friends with him in theater a little bit, but that would be like his freshman, sophomore year, did not care about anything.
And he was very specific about going to the scenes where he does not have a terrible haircut.
Which we will make him show later. I have Avi Patel, good with lines and good natural instinct with lines, took direction well, even with poor direction. I don't know. I have this little diagram that I really don't know what this means.
We must have been
We can't go through every single paper they have.
I know, and then I have day 2.
Yes, okay.
Which has Joey Hogan's as Calvin. Andy, did you... I don't see your audition here.
I think what happened was I couldn't make it to the first round, and so y'all said just come to the callback.
Okay, that makes sense.
You might not have the notes from that first one.
I don't have the notes for that first one. Like Bethany Newberg got good emotion, acted through other characters' lines, which is a big deal. She actually kept a performance on when she wasn't delivering her line.
Did Bethany have an acting background, or was she in theater?
Most of these people are theater as well.
Did you mention she auditioned for Julia there?
She auditioned for Julia.
That's interesting.
She ended up playing Madeline. Joey Hogan's auditioned for Calvin. Very good emotion, acted well, took direction well. More range and emotion between lines, which is good.
Did anybody audition? I guess Avi was for Ramesh. Did anybody else audition for the character they got?
Garrett Butler did.
Garrett Butler did, right. Garrett Butler was cast as the character of Mitch and had to drop out early in production,
Yeah,
so we
which,
replaced him.
I mean, I still have all of their forms, and it's very funny. Garrett Butler says completely free. And we have, I mean, we won't go through all these. We have all of our combinations with checks and X's and like some just really interesting like note-taking type stuff. And then my last thing I'll kind of show here is a couple years. There's our hog.
You're missing the shot. Yeah.
That's what we should have worried about casting, really.
A couple years later, Andrew surprised me on my birthday with a version of Circuit Breakers 2, and this is another full feature script that he wrote.
Yeah. This was not made with the intention of making it into a film.
This was as a joke, essentially.
Essentially as a joke.
Yeah,
it's just a full-length film with a plot and story. It's not just lines over and over. Like there is probably better than Circuit Breaker. Well,
should we do a table read of this entire?
Absolutely.
Andrew, how much time did you put into writing this?
I mean, it was over the course of like 4 months, probably leading up to the.
And of course, this is the song that appears in the film.
How does the song go?
I don't remember. I don't care to remember.
It was a dark and stormy night. I thought I was gonna die, gonna go into the light because a man in a red car was following me. I drove into the water and I could no longer say.
Singing this, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so those are the things I found today that I just thought were a lot of fun.
That is great. I'm glad that you still have the copy of Money Martin too.
Absolutely, yeah. But yeah, those are my surprises.
And this film, we shot it, a lot of it,
So we shot from, our first shooting day was April 24th, 2017. We shot like April 24th, 25th, and then we shot Memorial Day weekend, one day, the robotic scene. That's when we lost Garrett Butler after that. So everything before that was kind of null, except we managed to cut around him for some parts of scenes, and then went back and reshot a couple bits here and there. And then really, like, full-blown production started when we graduated. So, like, June 3rd. Most of June, the film was shot. July had about 3 shooting days. And then we had 1 in August, 1 in September, 1 in October, I think.
Mm-hmm. So we didn't shoot any in the following years, but we'd spent 2 years editing that movie.
Yeah, and the actual last day we spent shooting it was supposed to be October 3rd, but then we went on a walk at AF. We went to a couple panels because we went to AFF that year in college.
Austin Film Festival, and it's we learned just general principles about writing and realized this film was not going to stand with what we had shot. So we wanted to add some supplemental flashback scenes. We shot that in December of 2017, and that was the last thing.
Okay. When was the actual screening that you had?
That
the community screening.
That ended up being March of 2019.
May 12th, 2019.
There you go.
Okay.
Do we want to look into some highlights from the journal?
Absolutely. I think we should.
A couple of highlights.
There's about 3 that I kind of found earlier that I thought were telling. I think 2 of them are production days and 1 is an editing day.
It's worth mentioning that today, Andy Kans is wearing his iconic shirt from Circuit Breakers.
Oh, yes, I am.
Oh yeah, he's wearing his costume.
There we go. There it is.
And of course, Gart is wearing
the
Team Meteors.
Team Meteors, which is what Jack and others, Madeline and
Cole
Malachi
and Malachi Key.
They were wearing these shirts that we got the day of, and had Corey Kubos spray paint a little design that they had cut
like a
into
stencil?
the cardboard. No, completely drawn and then cut.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it is like essentially it was a stencil, but they were just so artistically talented that they drew this design.
Yeah.
That kind of looks like a meter. I mean, it's been how many, 5 years, almost 6 years.
Still there?
It's fading, but.
All right, so we have one pulled here. Can you unhighlight it? That makes it harder to read for here. Great. So this is day 73, which was June 3rd.
July.
Oh, yes, July 3rd.
This is the day before July 4th.
Okay.
Important.
Oh, yes.
Important.
Oh, yes. So this is the 14th day of production. Big shoot day for final scene. We start with kidnapping of Madeline, then move into the roadside with Gallagher and Vernatter. Paige, Bethany, and Lindsay went to grab lunch and XLR cable while Andrew grabs blood from his home and started final scene. Avi had to leave early, so we'll have to come back to shoot the final conversation. Wrapped on James and Bruce for good. We had an encounter with Waco Police Cruiser number 19, and strangely, they had no problems with James' very bloody face, and they asked us about how we had heard of Barrett Road. Interesting note about cop encounter, an earlier crazy scene, we actually heard gunshot in the forest. We think that someone reported us after driving past, but it's possible that they were reporting that gunshot. When the police came to the location, they were no longer worried, so it may have been accidental accomplices and murder. It was really hot, and most everyone got sunburned. Andrew did it. Major water shortage problems. BJ was nice enough to grab a great deal more water from the store.
That's really, really problematic to not provide food for people.
Oh, absolutely. This is a good example of how that was the most unprofessional thing we've ever shot.
Absolutely.
Not having water.
It's funny. Yeah. It's like it almost reminds me, if you listen to any behind the scenes of Eraserhead, that was shot over a super long time, and they didn't get paid for a lot of it. Hearing them talk about it, I'm not saying we made Eraserhead, but the vibe felt very much the same as that. Everyone was just so on board to do it because it was just we all enjoyed film. Yeah, we all enjoyed being around each other and making it.
Even the wonderful Bruce Penton, who is here for this day, is just a guy who we found on I don't know what
Texas Short Film,
some casting website, who was really kind enough to do this for no pay and just was willing to come and drive up
from Tyler or something like that.
Something like that, and came and acted in our film along with I don't think he was here this day as well. James Drake Coleman, who I think he just goes by James Coleman these days. Another
actor from Austin,
another very talented, very intense actor who we did enjoy working with. They were both lovely, and we appreciate their. Was
that the first time that we brought in actors that we really didn't know?
Yeah, it really was. Yeah, we knew that we didn't have the right cast for the characters of Quincy and Vernatter.
Yeah,
and because they were just adults that we didn't know.
Yeah,
right. We were using your dad for another character, and he did play that part.
He was the only adult actor we'd ever
really worked with. I mean,
before that,
we needed more, so we brought them in. I think they did.
Yeah, it was really fun, and we have all the time, so we added up. I think it was like. How many hours did we put into it? It was like 1,000 something. Some ridiculous number. I think it was like 100 days, like actual 24-hour days.
You should have had that note at the end that most features have where it says, like, this film provided 15,000 jobs for this many hours.
Great. So we have day 99 here.
I think I did the two cop encounters.
Nice. Great.
So this is October 7th, 2017. So production day 17. This is the last day of production, supposedly. Andrew and Garrett meet at 11:30 a.m. to get things ready. Pick up donuts, audio equipment, Sparky's box, that was the robot that we had, and fake blood. They go to the school where there are hundreds of buses for marching band concert to get a van that should have been a bus. They meet BJ there and give him the van keys so he can drive the van out to Barrett Road. They also craft Andrew's composition project at the time they were there. So this was for Baylor. So
this is why Baylor, yeah.
Yes. They arrive at Barrett around 2:15 p.m., where Keaton and the actors are sitting around doing nothing. At around 2:30 p.m., the cast goes into the forest to take promotional photos, singles, and groups. The van shows up with BJ, and they drive around, getting some B-roll of the actors in the van during the day. The actors are released around 4:45 p.m., and then Keaton, Garrett, Andrew, and BJ drive around Spiegelville to get some exterior van shots. They scare some Dollar General employees with a big camera in their parking lot. Light soon fades on them, and they head into bushes. Actors meet them back at bushes, and they all head back to Barrett Road for the final shots. When there, they light everything until Alyssa arrives. Upon her arrival at 9:45 p.m., they shoot until 12:30 a.m. when the generator dies. Cade goes to get gas, and the rest block the scene. When Cade gets back, the shots outside the bus leading to scene 4 are shot. The final shot of the van by itself at 2:25 a.m. The cast and crew then go to IHOP, where they meet Kirk McComas, who teaches them his 3 rules and pays for all of their meals.
What?
They finally leave IHOP and head home around 4:45
Jack, have you not heard about this story?
No.
You know about Kirk McComas?
No. It's Kirk McComas.
So it's the IHOP. It's very close to where we're filming this right now.
Yeah.
Right? And we went there, and this guy who was just kind of walking. So I'll say creepily. He was creepily creeping around our table, flirting with the waitress who was helping us out, and
seemingly a drunk man.
Yeah. He was carrying a cup of coffee that was probably not coffee.
But he actually paid for
so
all of your meals.
he kind of just like was joking. We all, at least myself,
he would be joking.
That he was joking or like overly intoxicated, where he's just making these assertions that he was going to do it. And he teaches us a couple rules about life. And then at the end, the waitress walks over and is like, "All of your meals are paid," and we're like, "That's crazy."
How many of you were there?
There was 12 to 14 of us.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The bill was at least $150.
Yeah, that's insane. That is.
The waitress was just like rolling her eyes and chuckling to herself because it was clear that this guy did it a lot to a lot of people.
Okay.
But
just pays for people's IHOP meals at 4 a.m.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry, it's very bizarre. Yeah.
Okay, so this jumps way down.
Is he in is he in the credits? Before we move on,
I think he's
probably
special things.
I think we should
paid
also
for more
add,
meals than the production did.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't want to add a bunch of these journal days. I think the last day would be worth reading as well.
Yeah, let's do the last one.
Just to talk about
this one was about just the two of you going after it because for about a year, Andrew and Cade really chopped at the audio for a long time.
Yeah, the audio was
a little
awful.
long. Sure.
And what? So we would just sit and work on this awful outdoor audio, and it was like we knew it had to be done, so we'd go into that same garage that we talked about and like lock the doors and just
12 hours,
drill
right?
at it,
Like 10
drill
to 12
at
hours.
it. And then there'd be points where we would jump up and exclaim, "I can't do this anymore!" And the other person would come and swap in for a while. It was like
all that time is a fever dream for me. I barely remember any of it.
I mean, I appreciate it. I was working at camp at the time, so I was not even involved in any of that sound stuff.
Yeah,
this is 2 years after we were filming.
Yeah, so this is day 175 of actually. These days are days of actual things getting done on Circuit Breaker. So there's big breaks, like 6-month-long breaks in this journal.
Yeah. So this is the day of the screening. So we are wrapping up some things. I'll just read.
It kind of goes into the one before, I will say. Andrew and I read these a second ago.
I think this is fine.
Okay.
So this is day 175, May 12th, 2019. It's crunch time, baby. Andrew wakes up to find that the render he had left to run overnight has failed. A little concerned, he begins it again, because at this point, we had told everyone there's a screening.
There's a screening. We'd advertised it. There was a screening that night.
Locked into a time.
This time it partially succeeds, but one scene is missing audio, and the end of the film is seemingly corrupt. Declaring DEFCON 4, Andrew enlists the help of Garth to see if they can stitch together different renders. Different renders together to make one functional Franken render. Meanwhile, Cade runs to HEB to gather supplies for the final screening. He meets the two at Andrew's apartment, and they play Smash to pass the time, anxiously biting their nails about whether the film will export properly. But alas, it is successful. They celebrate briefly before all traveling on the campus to get things set up. Arriving at Mars McLean, they have little trouble getting everything in place, and people slowly begin to trickle in, including friends, family, and one random strange man that no one knew. Cast and crew, although glad to be able to all see each other again, grow increasingly nervous as the looming screening comes closer and closer. Finally, Gart calls the crowd's attention, gives a brief introduction, and encourages them all to join in having a good, goofy time watching the film. He sits down, and the lights go dark. And thus, it begins. Wow. People applaud the opening credits, and it becomes a tad awkward because they didn't realize how many there would be. However, as the film progresses, people really seem to enjoy it. They gasp at Silas's cruelty, they roar in laughter as the hog makes its dramatic entrance, and, for some reason, they cheer for literally everything Bennett does. He truly struck a chord in the heart of the people. Overall, it is an hour packed with good, quality fun, and, as the credits roll, the audience cheers and thunderous applause.
Okay, yeah, I guess, yeah.
There is an impromptu Q&A afterward where a lot of silly questions are asked, and Braxton unnecessarily joins in on far too many of them from the back of the room. Jack and Madeline enter around this time, seemingly unfazed that they had missed the entire film. The evening then draws to a close with people conversing at length about their favorite moments from the film before heading out.
Wow.
And that's it. It's finished. Cade sits down to write the last two feature film journal entries and is filled with a tinge of sadness as he realizes he's coming to the final lines. He glances up at the day count, 175, and realizes just how much work has gone into making this night happen. How many days and nights have gone to this film, and how crazy it was that they were able to pull it off at all. And not only the work, but he also recognizes all of the memories he's gained. The inside jokes, the late night trips to IHOP, the Satanism, which we did not mention, all in the culmination of this night. And thus, he is content, knowing that a chapter has come to an end, but mainly just relieved that he never has to open that Premiere file again.
Truly a maddening Premiere file. Truly.
I don't think there's anything else I can say about Circuit Breakers. Other than that. And we can scroll down to that picture.
Oh yeah, let's see that picture.
That is
that's at the beginning of production. Yeah.
Yep.
This feels like the end of the stream.
does.
It feels like it should be the end of the stream.
No, but that just gives an idea. I mean, I wrote those two very dramatically because of how much of ourselves we had poured into making this film. So it felt like the closing.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely is. I still think back on that as such a large part of my life is making circuit breakers, and obviously Andy and Peyton, I only know really well because of circuit breakers.
Yeah.
Obviously, things happened later down the line where I got to know them better, but I would not have. Peyton probably would not have approached me to live with him in college had we not made circuit breakers together.
Well, I think that was what solidified, during, I guess, your high school career making films, you had people cycling in and out for actors, and I think that's what kind of crystallized this group that we still have. For me, at least, that was definitely the biggest thing that I guess we all worked on at that point. So that certainly made the group a lot more special.
I agree. I think that experience bonded that specific group that was involved in a way that is hard to replicate because of having no water, working 15 hours, and all being in on it, kind of what Cade was talking about, where we were just let's do it.
And we've kept up with a lot of these people, but a lot of those people have then gone on to do completely different things with their life. They were so kind to devote essentially a summer to us.
Absolutely.
And making this strange product. And Avi is I don't think he's a dentist yet, but he's in dental school, I think.
You look at that picture, and I would say that 60% of them have nothing to do with film production at all, maybe more.
Although Joey, who I think goes by Joseph now, is also still doing film production. We haven't worked with him in a while.
And this was his first ever film project, I believe.
I mean, I don't want to claim credit for it, but it's certainly one of the first things he worked on. That's crazy.
So this was before Perfect Guy?
This was during. So we shot 13 days of it, then Perfect Guy, and the last.
I think Perfect Guy is actually in the journal somewhere.
It is. There is a special entry.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
All right, let's move it along.
We're going 2018.
Enough about Surburban.
Into college.
Well,
full college.
Are we doing
number 5?
We have to do a reveal. Yeah.
Oh my god, number 5. We're halfway through. That's insane.
Okay, let's do it really fast. My number 5, Lunchtime 1.
Lunchtime 1. My number 5, Morning Routine. Jam-packed bits and good performance work. Classic bit that goes on long enough to become unfunny and then funny again.
Did you do your number 5 first?
Chef parts. So funny. Okay. What's your number 5?
My number 5 is Tire Safety.
Tire Safety. Good one.
Also 2017.
My number 5 is a more recent one, but it was one that I had fun shooting, and it was just a fun time in college. I did 0.7 Lost Friends. That was a fun project.
It was a very fun one.
Great.
And my number 5 is The Perfect Guy.
Oh, nice.
Shall we move on?
Let's do it.
Jack, what was yours?
The original Lunchtime.
Original one, first one?
Yeah.
That's fine.
2018?
2018.
Great.
What do we got? What's this year? Can you scroll up a little bit, Andy?
This year, we're watching Glaze of Glory. That's the one we'll be watching.
Yeah. For me, it feels like first proper year of Baylor for us three at least.
So we have a bunch of projects there. Back to the Juicer, Glaze of Glory, and what was yours for that project? Did we not upload that?
I made it disappear.
It's gone.
It was called Voiceless.
I don't know if I've ever even watched that.
It has disappeared. Okay,
you filmed it.
So that's all the same project. Spilled Milk was a directing project of Jack's. starring
Yes.
a member of the Egg Party House these days, and I don't know where Christine Austin is, but she's doing something.
She is, I believe, like an
bigger.
influencer.
Yeah. Gart shows up as a cat in that one.
Yes.
I guess Don't Move is that year too, right? Don't Move. We already talked about a little bit with the Strange.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, breaking news.
This would be breaking news.
Disconnected. Invisible orangutan.
Invisible orangutan. Invisible orangutan, I think, is one of maybe the worst things I've produced.
No, it was better than
You think?
rewatching it. It was better than I remembered.
No, I had the same idea. Disconnected, I enjoy it. It's the first time I directed Andy in a lead, and I think working on this film is probably why I brought him onto Marfa. It was just this
one.
crazy.
Okay, interesting.
I really like your composition here, Kate.
That shot is insane because there's windows in the background, and it was supposed
took
to be
them out.
nighttime, so I painted out the windows.
Forget about that.
Oh my god.
There's a lot of just
what is
cinematic
what is this
bits
actor's
here.
name?
Chandler Corden.
Chandler. Okay.
Yes. He also shows up in Papa.
Right.
Which was shot at the same
And
time
Point
but
Seven.
released later.
Is he in anything else?
Papa and Point 7.
Oh, Point 7. Okay.
That's it, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
If he had auditioned, I don't think he auditioned for Circuit Breaker.
He did not. I think he would have gotten.
He probably would have gotten something.
I don't even remember how I got him for Disconnected because I don't think I knew him.
I think it's from Papa. You basically took. I mean, this is the Papa cast.
I guess so.
With the swap of Bethany and Alyssa, two of our Circuit Breakers actresses.
I see.
Swapped.
Okay, let's go ahead and watch. I think we should watch Blaze of Glory.
Let's do it.
So this was my freshman chase film, as I mentioned earlier.
That was on a string, right, kid?
Yeah, you can still kind of see it. I tried to pin it out, but it's still kind of sitting there.
I was kind of scruffy for this one in a way that I usually wasn't around this time.
Is this entirely dialogue-less?
It
Yes. I think
It had to be, right?
they implied that, and I don't think everyone did. But
I don't remember this music being there.
Well, it is. I have a lot of
Good use of
intense
sound
facial
effects.
expressions in this movie.
yeah,
I mean, you give it a cartoony feel, even though because of the concept.
Did you have fun foleying all these footstep sounds?
yeah, it was my favorite thing. I'm always lazy with footstep sounds. I wish I wasn't.
I feel like one of our weaknesses is we're sometimes a little afraid to like film in public places. For whatever reason, we were willing to do it on this day, and therefore the locations are more interesting than they usually are. Although it is just college.
I like how this says free fish rod because I couldn't put the word fishing on there. I do remember filming this and doing it where Gar was just playing tug of war.
It's like very convincing.
Yeah,
as if you're actually being tugged.
Thank you.
And I wanted a take where he flopped like a fish because it was in the script. And I remember you being a little uncomfortable with the idea because there are people just walking by while he's doing this. But I think it's
great.
It's good, yeah. Good committal.
That donut. What are you talking about later, though? So gross.
Absolutely grossest donut.
Well, it was several donuts.
It was only like 3.
How many donuts did you
like
go through?
3. It was not a lot. Free ball is hilarious. This free bit.
It's the same folding table every year.
People always ask me how I did these shots, and we just rolled them.
Yeah,
just roll it on.
They're luckily wheel shaped.
Yes.
I thought it was goofy at the time, and still maybe a little bit, that he made me put the donut back in the thing, because you knew you needed the shot.
Yes.
It's nice of you to acknowledge that I also have a claim to this donut. This way. Like,
we have to fight
We have
for
to
the
fight
right.
for this donut, yes.
It's like in a movie where a character has a gun on a hero, but they put the gun down so they can
This
fight
shot of
fist
Andrew
hand
I've
to
always
hand.
really loved.
This one, yeah.
Yes.
It's a very subtle joke. Because that is, of course, sweeping the leg.
Ah.
So, yeah.
I don't think I intended that. I just thought it was funny to look like he was going to like smack you and then instead he
I thought
sweeps
that
over.
I pushed for that because I thought it was a funny bit.
Gart and I
that's
kind of
that's
did the choreography here.
Yes, you guys are credited as fight choreographers.
Yes, absolutely.
I forgot about that.
And this is where the iconic,
Stomping grounds.
Act 3.
All together.
We loved this song. We used it in.
I do love the added props too. I mean, it is cartoonish.
Yeah.
And really plays to what it is.
I love how for all of these it's so windy, so we had to tape a cup to the back of the side, and you can sometimes see it.
Staplers are insane. I've used this image on dating profiles before.
The concept is I just got stapled into the neck. It's terrifying.
Is this the end? Like, this is the end of the bit? You vanquished him with a staple?
Yes.
And then
Yeah, maybe it's not the most satisfying ending, but I get the note. Yeah.
No. I mean, it's... Yeah, and then the amazing...
gross sounds.
The amazing
And I just
sound.
have the sounds playing through the entire credits.
Yeah.
Don't enthusiast.
Yes.
That's
Shall we
good.
listen?
I'm listening.
I'm hearing them.
Intently.
Hello, baby. Okay.
Very nice.
Very nice. Are we revealing now? Because we're skipping. We don't have anything else here.
No game.
Right. I think we should. I think let's
So
move
we're
it on.
just Number 4.
Number 4.
I can give a little more talk about it though.
I would love to give a little bit more talk about number 4 because I have so much to say. On
Looking
this
at
one.
my list now and hearing some of the things you guys said, I definitely have some glaring omissions in this.
I mean, it's hard not to with.
We have a lot of films.
I have some honorable mentions that we can, yeah.
All right. What you got, Jack?
Okay, am I going? My number 4 is another film with no dialogue in it that I rewatched thinking it wasn't going to be as good as I remembered it being, and I was pleasantly surprised. And that is The Salesman, alternate ending version.
The alternate ending is the only way to watch it. It should be the true ending.
Yeah. But
With
for
this
whatever
is
reason,
with you showing up at the end.
Yeah.
The ending we decided we filmed on a separate day.
Yeah, because I think that we realized that the original thing just doesn't work.
Yeah, I
very
think we
well.
also
we were taking
I may have
notes from
gotten
your professor,
critiqued.
yeah.
I got critiqued on it. It was like it needs another end. Like I think that's all
Better
I said.
ending.
Yep. And it is good.
I was fascinated at the time, and still now. I think it looks. I just really liked near the end when he has all of the stuff piled around him.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a slow push in, and then it really punches in.
A little before that, yeah.
This is, of course,
It's not really at the end, I guess.
starring Katherine Johnson,
Yeah,
Madeline's younger
yeah.
sister.
A fun bit. This, slow zoom in, and then the punch in, then it hits here. I always just thought that was very nice. And I think it's because you shot it in 4K, is that right?
Yes.
Because this was one of your first...
This is filmed on my camera that we have nicknamed Spookberg for some reason. It was an Ursa Mini.
Classic.
Yeah. So we had like one light for this. This is... so we really didn't light this film other than natural lighting for most of it. That's probably the main area that it suffers in.
It's a really good bit concept of him spending all his money on. I mean, it's a good commentary on commercialism.
Yeah,
consumerism.
One of my subtler performances as well, which is pretty rare.
Yeah,
and he even had a door opening scene, which Andrew's famously not good at opening doors.
All right, my number. We're doing 5.
4.
No, 4. My number 4 is. It follows a more recent trend of playing one song over engaging visuals instead of quotes and plot and trailer noises in your face. This is the Circuit Breakers movie trailer.
The trailer?
Can we just watch this one?
Is Circuit Breakers on your list?
No.
Can I argue against your rating?
No, thank you.
Well, I remember just talking about the trailer at the time of just like, we were very happy that it tells you nothing about the plot.
Yeah.
It just gives you a vibe.
It sells a better movie than it actually is, of course, but which is good for a trailer, I guess.
Where's the music from?
Actually from your...
Soundstripe?
Soundstripe, yeah. One of the reasons I will fight, I believe, against this trailer
yes,
is we were cutting this trailer together right before the screening, and we didn't read the article or the journal entry before, but Cade was absolutely dead the day before the screening. He had eaten some bad Taco Bell and just was very, very sick.
He was the sickest I've ever seen him.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it was just a migraine. I do remember that.
It was a migraine.
It was a migraine.
So he ran home, but he had not colored the whole film, nor did we have a colored copy of the stuff that we wanted to cut into the trailer. So I colored all of that. And if you look at the film footage versus this footage, the film looks so much better than the trailer.
Well, fine, but you don't really notice it in the trailer.
I mean, I guess not, but I just remember watching it and being like, this footage looks terrible that I colored.
All right, what's your number 4, Greg?
My number 4 I came up with on the fly because I realized I wanted to put it in here, and 4 felt like a good spot for it.
Yes, absolutely.
And I really wanted to watch it right before, but I didn't have a chance to. And he's almost there. It is The Ballad of Pancho Villa.
Very good.
I remember it being very good. I think that both the 10-minute and the 7-minute tell different stories, but still both pretty good stories. A performance that I'm not proud of in this film.
You fall into what we were discussing before.
The straight man.
You're playing the straight man.
I am
It's
the
not- it's not
absolute
the right-
straight
not
man,
the
and
right role for you.
there's not enough for me to work with. However, I think that everybody else in this film is a character and does a very good job playing that character. There's a lot of sequences that are super fun. I mean, we talked about that we were going to play it earlier, is that little section of like the fight there. I mean, Miss Gist did a wonderful job.
Very kind of her to do that for us.
Yes, it was very nice of her to do that. This one, I think we have a funny Princess Bride bit at the beginning and the end.
I love the framing device. I think it's so funny.
That is good. Who's the kid actor?
Weston Shaw.
He's very good.
Andy and I went to a theater recently to see a showing, and when we were leaving, there was someone that Andy was talking to, and then he turned to me and he said, "Hey, Cade, do you remember the kid from Pancho Villa?" And the kid was standing there, much older, and it caught me so off guard. So I saw the kid just recently. He's no longer a kid.
I saw him on Friday,
Yes.
yeah. That's my grandfather, who is very fun to work with when I get to work with him.
You can see the copy of The Princess Bride in the background of that shot, which we were definitely
trying to
very clearly playing.
And then at the beginning, there's also a little sequence I really love with Chris Coley and Dylan Duncan that ends up getting cut from the 7-minute cut. But I think it is very, like, if I remember correctly, very like succinct cutting where like Chris is, I mean, I can't hear it, but he is like, I think that the entrances in this little bit are just very funny.
Would you like to hear it?
That's okay.
That's okay.
We did a good job of a better job than Circuit Breakers of scheduling it so not everybody had to be on at the set at the same time for the most part.
I think we talked about in Circuit Breakers, we wanted to make sure we had 7 actors, which is a ridiculous thing to
insane. Okay.
But yeah, that's my number 4.
What you got, Cade?
All right. My number 4 is arguably maybe should not be this high, but it is a film that, again, I just have a lot of fond memories of. I remember it being one of the first sort of stylistic things. It's Squires, a film about Squires.
Squires, a film about Squires?
Yes.
Great.
I just have a lot of good memories with it. And I think the script is very fun and it's just delivered by non-actors.
Andy, if you look at the chapters, look at the chapters.
Where did these chapters
I didn't do this, I don't think.
I didn't do it either.
Yeah, no, I saw this earlier today.
Did you do it, Jack?
No.
Maybe it was me then, I don't know.
You can auto-add chapters based off of, like...
But this doesn't make any sense.
No.
So the first section is intro, the next section is introduction, and then the entirety of the film is the beast. And then it ends with, I guess, conclusion or something.
Very funny.
Maybe it's maybe it somehow it automatically did that.
I don't think so.
It's very
How
strange.
does it get the beast?
It's very strange. I don't know.
All right. What are we? We're going to another year.
Andy.
Well,
we're going
it's
to
me.
Andy
It's
first.
me first. Is this a bit? Are you really?
I really don't think that it's
He's actually forgetting. He's completely forgetting.
I keep trying to move it along, and then I don't.
We're definitely pressed for time, but I'm going to go quick. I'm going to try to go quick. What is mine? Oh yes, mine is a more recent film. It was really fun because it was in the middle of college, but we had, I think, an entirely midway crew. And it's a lot of things. It's a sequel, it's a prequel, it's a proof of concept. It is, here it is. 0.07, Lost Friend. And I think this, to me, so far has been the pinnacle of Garrett and Peyton's absurd comedy universe that they're trying to write. And it has been very fun being a part of it, and the look of it is great. Cade, you shot this one, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I really like this opening scene. And I brought a bunch of stuff to light it with, and it's something about the color of the background with the wardrobe. It just looks really nice for some reason.
I think everything, I think that it all looks very good, Cade. I think that the locations we had for everything until my grandparents' house.
I do like this scene a lot, too. I think it
I also think the park is great.
Yeah.
I really think it's just my grandparents' house that it's just, we didn't do any art design on it.
Yeah, and it's just kind of inconsistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I would.
Now you were already living in Los Angeles for this time, Garden.
Yes, so this was
you had
the
to fly
first.
back
This is the first time I came back, and the first 2 days of production on this, like I flew in at 9 a.m. that morning and shot that field scene that Cade was talking about at 10 a.m. or whatever. Like I drove straight to that shoot. We shot this over 2 days, a Saturday and a Sunday, and it was due for Peyton's directing class on Monday. So we finished shooting Sunday night late, and then we went to your house to edit. And it was me, you, Peyton, and Alex Hoffman who sat there and edited this entire film in about 24 hours. It was a very fun experience.
So what is his... He plays Hindenburg in Pancho Villa, right?
Yeah, so Garrett plays Hindenburg in Pancho Villa. There's Chandler, who you were asking about earlier, with much longer hair right there.
Bethany Johnson is another actress. I think this is the only film that she's in.
On the JAG films?
Yeah. But, yeah.
Is this who was
very talented.
supposed to be in Circuit Breakers?
No.
Different Garrett?
Oh, no, this is
Garrett
this
Butler,
is
yes.
this is the one.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yep. And then here's Andy.
Let's move on to the year 2019.
2019.
Wow.
All right. All right.
What all do we have?
This
for
is where we kind of
2019?
blend in uploading. We started kind of getting in college. They told us about film festivals, and so I think that there's a couple films that have been held on to until we were done with festival runs or attempted festival runs, and so there's a little bit of blending here on when they were shot and when they were released. So films like Step by Step and Papa, I believe, were released this year in 2019, but were shot in 2018.
It just gets confusing.
It starts to get confusing.
Yeah,
but
so
I really
the only 4 videos on the channel that are uploaded that year are Floundering, Papa, Step by Step, and
the Circuit Breakers trailer.
The Floundering, I think, was even uploaded later.
It was.
Oh, yeah, it was, yeah.
But Floundering is what we're watching.
It's very much 2018. It was made in a weekend.
Yep.
This is a 48-hour film.
I think we should watch this. Let's watch this.
Yep.
This is a great film to work on because we had a lot of fun people working on it.
Yes.
Lots of very talented people.
And this was shot by Keaton again, who was working in Austin at this point and came back to...
And he brought all his equipment for free.
Yes.
Very nice of him.
I really like your tie.
This is, of course, Lauren Nichols as the character Mackenzie.
You've only seen me at work.
She acted in a lot of things, but she didn't call herself an actress.
She was a business student and a film minor, but just worked with enough of us and was a good actress. And so
Really nice. The material is...
Andy is wearing a VeggieTales tie.
I do own it still.
Thanks.
In Los Angeles.
You said there's going to be live music?
Yeah. And entertainment.
Oh, what's the theme? Paris, Hollywood?
Under the sea, I think.
Should I have brought my seahorse
This is,
costume?
of course, filmed in a stationary car, moving lights in the background.
Seahorse costume? Weird.
I like the space we give it to breathe.
I was kidding.
Something we don't often do.
Yeah.
No.
And I think I kind of wish the dialogue here was a little
punchier.
But you're right.
For 48 hours, I mean, this was shot that Friday night at 10 p.m. or something like that. This is the first thing we shot.
We're at a house.
Yeah, homeschool.
Bryce celebrates his 15 frames of being in I think, any of our films in that moment.
Oh, he's in funsies.
Yeah, that's true. He's in funsies now.
So this was where
that red carpet.
Garrett and Peyton and other roommates.
At one point, Jack. At one point, Andy.
Yeah. There's a house that everybody was living in. Donovan. Yeah.
Just a madhouse of people in and out.
It's crazy. It was awesome.
That's our tutor, Ivan.
So this is a homeschool prom that we're filming, and we came up with that idea partly because we did have one person on the production, Daniel Houser, who was homeschooled, and we came up with the idea separately from him, and that we consulted him on it.
Yeah.
And he thought it was very funny
So what co-op are we from?
and pretty accurate at the end of the day.
We nearly shot this whole stage production, behind the scenes stage production of a Jurassic Park musical. Yep. We were like gearing up, getting the stuff to go, and then we were like, this is just going to be too much. And so then they came up with this awesome homeschool prom thing. This is literally our home base, which doesn't often happen, but we got to use our home base as a shooting location.
So Melissa Archer is in 2 of our videos because she's also an invisible orangutan.
Yes.
I think she's great. She does a great job here.
This is, of course, Peyton Hodges again.
Yes.
Deleted.
As maybe his favorite role of Jeb.
So I did write a sequel to this kind of called Jeb. Just Jeb.
Yeah.
Where he tries to become the Pope. Didn't get filmed.
It was supposed to.
It was supposed to, but then
COVID happened.
Are you asking me or telling me?
Dance.
Would we agree that this coming up shot is maybe the finest shot?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it definitely has just a lot of energy. Yeah, it's fun. There's one Sophie's appearances.
Kate's wife.
Andy Riccati? And Daniel Hazel.
I really love watching them in a later scene when the music changes.
They're very awkward.
It's very funny.
We should just have more dancing in films. It's fun to watch people dance.
Nice head spin, Andy.
Yep, and the jet.
Chin jet.
Kate and I, that's the hardest I've ever laughed, is watching that jet late at night.
Yeah, Andrew and I edited this film.
It's the hardest I've ever laughed. It's the coldest I've ever been. Because it was so cold.
This is the longest I've ever
upstairs.
stayed up straight for this film.
Yeah.
It was 46 hours for me on this one.
I think it shows.
Jesus.
Yeah.
It turned out great.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant because I got tired at the end.
No.
It kind of dies at the end of the film.
This is nice.
Yeah.
Do you want to switch partners?
Jordan, this is so funny. Jordan Hill in the background is somebody we collaborated a lot in college with. Wearing the hat there.
Dan Ising, who's another person who lived there, is just sitting on the bench playing with a
and
balloon.
now
the
Daniel
entire
Housel is just dancing with himself. It's so good in the background of this.
Each extra took on their own character and really just played with their character, which is really fun.
went with it.
Speaks heavily of Joshua.
He's so Surburban. It's crazy.
I'm gonna go get some punch.
Tried to do a match cut there.
It's fine.
What's behind your ear?
I think Zach killed this.
Zach is my favorite character.
But not real magic, because that would be evil.
He has really turned into a very good actor. I don't know if he's still watching. He was watching earlier today. But
Hold on.
We used to be adorable like that.
I remember that shot being so controversial. I still defend it. I think it's so
it gets
funny.
the hardest laugh in Flounder.
Well, raisins do look a lot like chocolate chips.
It's not what I expected, but it's not.
Shout out to that student if he's watching.
Yeah. Show me another.
So, what are you into?
Maybe we can talk about it after, but I don't remember exactly what the original ending was supposed to be, and it had to be reworked.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was either.
I do.
Yeah.
So we cut
Sure.
at the beginning. We can talk about it afterward. I guess we can just talk about what's happening here.
This is a sweet ending. The ending is a little
tame.
It's a little tame. I wish it had more of a punch to really end.
I think it is better than what we originally.
I agree.
Had,
I agree.
Hey, yes.
Yeah.
Jeb like COD, but
So this was all added in voiceover. This monologue essentially where he's reconciling with the fact that she.
Which all of these work until we actually cut back to Andy, which does not work. Clownfish is being funny. That's great.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, we didn't film this stuff.
Well, I know we
for-
just used what we had.
Yeah, that was just extra footage we had.
That's not.
But I'm glad that we weren't framing Andy as like the ultimate evil charter because he's just being a
we just
mean
specifically
guy.
said he was loving.
Right, but he was loving
to Bosa.
To someone else. Yeah.
So this shot, you might know she's looking at very lovingly.
She did a good job.
Yes, but in the original edit, they end up together, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't film any of that really. Did we?
I think so.
I remember.
Or at least it was implied there.
The first cut of it I watched.
More
at that point, I was saying, please do not cut to a reaction shot of
Donovan.
Because
Donovan was supposed to also look at her and kind of give her like a
maybe.
And I was like, please end with this shot, and it did, and I was so happy. That was like the best decision that could have been made, I think.
So in the opening car scene, there was in the original script we had Andy whistle. Or no, it was Laura whistle.
Some love song, right?
Yes.
Some song about love.
Yes. And then he ends up playing it on the bass, and we like imply a connection between them because he's playing the song that was established that she likes earlier. Now, there were a few issues with this. It was a bad ending, and it didn't work well. But also, we realized that it might be an issue that we were playing a copyrighted song.
Yeah.
And so I remember it was so early in the morning. Andrew and I had stayed up all night editing the film, and this idea just occurred to us that it might be an issue that's a copyrighted song. So we took her whistling into Audition and tried to change it into a different original song. we spent probably an hour messing on this. And
Thank goodness we had extra time.
Yes. And then looked at each other and just were like, what are we doing?
And that was one of those films where we were really coming down to the wire and fitting into the edit because we had to get that film right down to San Antonio.
To drive 3.5 hours to San Antonio. We had, I believe you, Jack, re-export the film and put it on box for us, and we tried to download it onto Andrew's laptop while we were driving.
Yeah, like a hotspot or something.
Via hotspot, put it on a flash drive.
And that just did not end up
didn't
working.
work.
Yeah.
We just ended up turning in the one that we had. So
But that was okay because we had left, and then within 5 minutes of driving, you guys had called back and said, "Oh, we have another export. Come back and get this new export."
Yeah. Which was a much better one.
Yes, it was way better.
But there's still, this is not actually the technical one that screened for 48. There are a couple more errors, and it is...
Fix some audio stuff.
I believe it's 20 seconds longer. I think we cut out one bit in the car at the beginning for the YouTube version. But you can watch that. I believe there's a link on Floundering here that will take you to the original version.
To the actual original.
But yeah, 2019.
2019.
Good year.
That was, I guess, that was a really... I mean, I think there's a couple...
We were filming Tonka Pasula.
Tonka Pasula was also... That one... well, that was technically filmed fall 2018, but would have released in 2019. Because right after Breaking News was not a good experience, and then we had a much better experience from Tunk.
Yeah.
In that fall.
Did we even speak about Breaking News?
We kind of ignored it.
Yeah,
I brought it up. Or was that the previous year?
Yeah, I brought it up as being a bad experience. It just... We don't have to get into all of it, but it really... We just got a bunch of people, and it fizzled out, so...
Perfect Guy was so good, people watched it, they wanted to be involved. We were not prepared to organize a crew of 30. But we didn't say no to anyone. So we brought in 30 people with no jobs, essentially.
And the script was a lot weaker, and so it was like we were up at 3 a.m. No one was motivated about the story we were making. There were a bunch of people who didn't have anything to do, and it was just...
Yeah, I would say that 2018 fall and 2019 spring, we learned probably... At least in my case, the most I did about the actual production of a larger scale film. Yeah. So that for Floundering, we were prepared to organize a crew that large and be able to essentially pull off what we just watched.
Yeah. And I went to, of course, I mean, the story ended up really well. So much of the visual, both lighting and camera work goes to Keaton because he
absolutely. And I remember you telling me the day of, and I brought this up because I showed this to the high schoolers when I went and talked to them in the AV class, and you brought up how somehow Keaton managed to make it to where at every point in the room that you stood in the room, there was somehow a key and a fill on you. At any, like, you would hold your hand up and be like, "Here's the key, here's the fill." I don't know how he does it. You'd walk to a different part of the room, key, fill. It was crazy lighting setup that we were blessed to have. So
I think. Oh, Peyton Hodges is watching.
Hello, Peyton.
Hi, Peyton. Hello, Peyton. We've been talking about you a lot. You maybe have already seen.
That's all I have about 2019.
I was going to say that I think Tunk also was technically 2019, but it probably didn't get released until much later.
We were just saying that it was filmed 2018.
Tunk was?
Yeah.
Oh, so we talked
right
about
after
Tunk?
Breaking News. Just now.
Yeah, get with the times, man.
Okay, well, I missed that.
Because that was right after Breaking News.
Tonka Pasula was another...
But did we talk about this at all?
Not deeply.
Yeah.
But
I brought it up because it was on my list.
Yeah.
It was a really big production. And it was another one where we were keeping people up way too late. But it's like a completely different thing because with Breaking News, no one was excited about it. And if people are at least on board and interested in making it, you can at least keep morale a little bit. Yeah. Also, we were not managing these professionally at all, and just...
Well, I would argue this is what grew us into a more professional set.
That's true. That shot. You keep cutting to the shot both times I've talked about it. That is the darkest shot in the entire film. It's just two glints of light.
That's funny.
But yeah, no, it looks really good, kid. I think.
But this was like the first well-run large set that we did.
Yeah. It's a shame. I just
well run again. Not true, but yeah, we had.
Relatively, we had all the roles filled.
We had water for people.
That's true. Yeah.
It's funny. I come back to this and I'm like, I lit things worse after this. The big mistake I made was I didn't know too much. I knew the lighting concepts. I just wasn't great at exposure, and so I wanted to use Jack's camera because I was like, oh, it's a cinema camera we have access to, and the highest ISO on it is 800, and it's noisy then. So I had to shoot at like 400 for the entire film, and it was all nighttime exterior.
Yeah.
So it was just the worst choice of camera I could have made.
Besides all that, I think I do think of that film as one of our bigger failures, just because it doesn't. It does. Sorry.
A bold statement.
I just think. I mean, there are parts of it that work okay, but we had a lot of story troubles going in.
A lot of story troubles, which is what I remember.
Which led to editing problems later. Yeah. And I remember just sitting in class watching a cut of the film and just reeling in maybe the worst anxiety and feeling I've ever seen because it was really not working.
I like Tonkapasula for me just because of the experience of making it and it feeling like such a big production, but the actual final product maybe doesn't show it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Big shout out to Micaiah and Donna and Brenna and Adam. Who were happy to,
and they fought through a lot of crazy
stuff
with us, so we appreciate that a lot. Yeah. I think we're ready to roll into reveal number 3, right?
Third reveal,
number
3.
We're into the top 3 now.
Cade, would you like to start?
Sure. Let me grab it real quick.
Or should we have Andy start? Because Andy hasn't started a single one.
Andy, what you got?
Okay, I would like to go last.
Let me find it real quick. We're on number 3. Mm-hmm. Oh yes. So my number 3. We've talked about it previously for a little bit. It's very simple, effective, tight, and it is step by step. Hold on.
I'm going to say right now, Step by Step was also my number 3.
Wow. Perfect. So we can bounce off of each other. Andrew, why don't you begin with telling us why this is your number 3?
Why is it my number 3? Yeah. It's just a simple concept that's executed well, I think, which is something we don't do very often, to be honest.
Also, no dialogue. I'm okay when there's no dialogue involved. I'm okay at directing.
But it is also it's a little weird. It's a little weird as a film because it's just we're watching people's feet, right? And it becomes. I mean, I always like to think about the joke where Madeline, who is playing the girl's feet in this, is convincing Jack's feet to become a nudist because he goes for all these clothes too. Just essentially, I mean, at the end of the film, he was just legs. Raw leg.
Raw leg.
And that's why it's gotta be number 3 for me. Did you have more, Andy? Where else do you think?
No, I mean, just more of what you said. I think it's hard to describe why it's number 3 because it is so simple. And that's it for me.
Okay. Who's doing number 3 here?
My number 3 is L. Unstein, The Case of the Poisoned Potatoes.
Wow.
Okay. It hits for you.
It does hit for me.
This is why okay. Crazy.
The corkboard, obviously, no explanation needed. Very cool.
Thank you.
I just felt like this was the best high school production we ever did, and we definitely incorporated everyone that we possibly could have.
So glad we watched it in color.
The sepia sucks.
Yeah.
I just want to claim. This is a brag on me right now. I was always against the sepia version. I hated it.
Yep. Well-written characters and concept. And yeah.
Well-written characters to the stretch. I don't think they have an arc in this film, but
well, at that time, it was the best writing.
And I think it's a fun cast of characters for this sort of setting.
Yeah. I guess Swagmeister kind of has a thing.
It was fun. It was
at least between the first movie and this.
Said before, it was our last high school thing. We all watched it as a class. Very fun memories with friends and everyone who's in it.
So. I agree.
Yep.
My number 3 felt like a very monumental film when we made it. And I have such fond memories of. I think that I really like the concept and the story behind it. And it may come as a surprise to you guys.
No.
But it is. My number 3 is Surprise Attack.
That's insane.
Are you kidding me?
I think that the bit, and I was trying to not reveal.
We just watched this video. What are you talking about?
I am trying not to reveal my bias while we watched it. I think that the concept of throwing this dead body between 2 different parties that both just want to throw it back to each other is very funny.
Okay. Right.
I think that our reactions, Jack, we obviously disagree on this as early in the stream. I think our reactions to a dead body are very funny.
You're just kind of mildly
we just kind of don't react to the fact that you are dead, or even if you are not dead, we're trying to dispose of you. Which I think is
like Jack forgot to bring groceries in.
Hysterical. And I also think the last beat, I really like the shots at the very, very end, like the us wheeling the wheelbarrow. across the road and Jack slowly driving by, and we were kind of making that eye contact. I think this is a really funny bit. You're also very heavy in that wheelbarrow. I remember very distinctly.
Thanks.
We didn't know how to hit focus.
No, not quite. No. But it was really big for me that we were in HD, which I thought was crazy. And we also did it in the tone of there's no reason we made that film, which I really liked.
That's true. Yeah. That's true.
We just kind of made a story because we wanted to make just something that we thought was funny. So that was why it jumped into my number 3. I really had good memories with it.
Okay, my number 3 is a bit of a sleeper pick. I don't know that's going to be on anyone else's list.
Okay.
My number 3 made me laugh so hard. And I think, humor-wise, it was a little ahead of its time. My number 3 is the Concrete Nouns music. Okay.
Can we just watch it?
Wait, I don't know if this is. I don't know if
it might be copyrighted.
Oh yeah, turn the music off, baby.
That's gonna get so bad.
Okay, so
let's just talk about
this. This video exists in this ethereal space with we're a captive audience for this narrator who stares at the camera the entire time. I love the timing on that. I think it's hilarious. I think it is truly I watch it. All the bits.
I don't look like me in this video at all. It's a projection.
Why did you wear my shirt for this?
I think we like the stripes. I think it's.
I don't know what it is. It might be the haircut. You were just we are in a liminal space. I don't know why. I really connected
number
to
3.
it. Yes, I think I considered putting it.
Wild one.
I had a feeling it was going to come out of nowhere.
No,
but
it works. It works.
It's perfect.
I think it's. I love time because right now you're talking about clocks. That's a concrete now. Time. That's an abstract now. I think it's just beautiful. Yeah.
This is for a competition, and we did not win the competition.
Perhaps we should have.
I love the video.
This was a random competition we found online for. It was just make a music video for this song, and that's what we did. And
also the frame breaks there. Very, I don't know. It's just I don't know why I really.
And we know what the difference between a concrete noun and an abstract noun.
If nothing else.
Sure. All right, enough of this. All right.
Oh my god!
You also go from torturing me to Jack with that video. Are we on to 2020?
2020?
Wow.
Because we let Andy go this time.
Yes, Andy definitely got this one. All right. Let's roll an intro.
Let's roll it. 2020. Not to make a big, get on it too much, but something happened in 2020, as we all know.
Yeah.
Which severely limited what kinds of films we were able to make. The 3 of us were in directing that year and had shot 2 films. Or no, we shot 1 film.
Just to talk.
Yes. And then I remember being so excited about the class, about I had ideas for a directing final, which honestly now I'm glad I didn't do.
I wrote Jeb for that directing final, and
really?
We never got to.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm glad that, in some ways I'm glad that we didn't get to do it because I had the idea, the film I wanted to do, I still want to do, but I think I could do much better now than if I had done it for that class.
Can I ask a question on what I think it is?
Yes.
Is it a pug film?
It is a pug film.
Okay. Okay, that's what I thought.
I knew it was a pug film.
I don't know if I know about pug film.
It did save me, actually, because Chris's living room was my directing final for that semester. However, my original plan was to make that my second film, which all of our assignments was to do a one-shot film. And I planned on doing this film in one shot, which would have been absolutely awful to try to pull off.
We did have very long sequences, though.
We had long sequences, partially based on the fact I had thought out some of the one-shot elements of it. But it was very nice to be able to cut, especially because line-wise, I know we screwed up lines quite a bit. It was fun. It was a very guerrilla year because, lighting for this was entirely just 2 large windows behind us.
But I kind of appreciate this harkening I've said this story too many times tonight, but harkening back to what we used to do, where we just showed up and filmed the film, and we had scripts for this stuff, but it was a little bit more run and gun, which I think we had missed after doing a bunch of big productions in 2019.
And I'm pretty happy with the film I have up on the channel from this year, which is Envelope. That was my one-take film. I remember just being like, I can't move the camera in any particularly good way. I don't have a dolly or anything. So I set up a tripod in the middle of the house and saw what I could get with that tripod. And so I was able to frame different scenes while keeping it centered, which I think ended up working pretty well for a one take.
I love Envelope,
I think it turned out really well.
One of my, I guess I did the Portrait of a Gentleman with Some Bananas, which is a film we don't really talk about.
I did film that.
You did, yes.
This was the first time I had seen anybody outside of living in a house. I had come over to see you and Henry here.
Featuring Henry Beard. Yes. One of the patient zeros for COVID. And
he was one of the first people.
Have we said how many the stats for Henry yet?
Let's see that. Let's see Henry's stats. He's not in too many, but he's definitely in more than a lot. He is in 7 films.
Okay.
Starting with Midway Panthers 2014 as the Panther, of course. Henry was my roommate at the time. Still good friends. And he's dressed as a monkey. Not wearing any pants.
Henry stars in Tam Pizza Pizza, which is what we are going to be watching.
We're watching that in a second. So you'll see a lot of this particular apartment. I'm glad that we have at least some kind of snapshot of this apartment because I just wanted to be
You can kind of see our two settings were your apartment and the house that we were living in.
Yeah, where's morning routine? Morning routines. I love morning routines.
So that was my one take that was completely, because my original plan was to do 0.5 for this, just kind of had to improv something. And at the time it was me, Andy, and Peyton living in this house. At that point alone, you were not living there yet.
No, I hadn't.
And we had some crazy behind the scenes because this is obviously has to be one take, and we wanted to put as many characters in as we possibly could. So we set up a tripod in the middle of the room and just kind of panned around, and you got to where 2 people were in it, and then you ran, changed clothes, and got to the next spot.
So all 3 of you were camera operators?
Yes, we all 3. It was just the 3 of us who did this entire thing. It was more of a challenge for us. Andy, do you have anything you want to add to that experience?
No, except for I was very sad that we didn't get the full behind the scenes that we wanted because we had, I think, some of our phones taped on the wall. 3
phones taped on the wall.
And we had a BTS camera, like a DSLR. And I don't know. I don't know if we just didn't have enough space somehow. I don't know what happened.
This was like take 13 or
somewhere
between 13 and 15.
This is, of course, Garrett played Thomas Jefferson. Can you just give a head to my favorite character in any video, which is Chef. I love Chef so much.
Rewatching this, I liked it so much more because of the background voices.
The background voices are hysterical.
Which that was just recorded later. I sat and said, Andy, record
yourself.
Sleeping on the kitchen island, of course.
He goes up to, I think it's Drake the Vampire who just says, "Dub Chef."
For some reason, in this film, I really like Andy as the newsboy when he does this. For some reason, I've always really enjoyed that.
That's funny. Oh, Chef, look at him. And you were, of course, using the monkey costume in this film as well.
And the Cooking with Andrew apron.
Yeah, that little emotion. Oh, yeah.
And he's a classically trained physical actor.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we've talked about Tam Pizza a little bit. I think let's give that 4-minute cut a watch.
All right.
So the version that's directly on our channel is a little over, 11 minutes?
Nearly 12.
Yeah. And so you made multiple cuts of this film, right?
I did. There was a bunch of cuts for this.
Was there also
I ended up doing something else that I submitted to Black Glasses but didn't get in.
I haven't watched the 4-minute cut in a long time, so I'm very excited.
You're about to have a great time.
Credits get at the beginning of the movie instead of the end.
You still want to do it, so don't come in.
Got a small barbecue chicken.
Yeah, here you go.
Thanks. Can I watch you eat the first slice? I made that pizza. I just want to see if you like it or not.
Lighting in this film is non-existent.
Pizza delivery.
That's fine.
It's good. Stay here and teach me how to be a better chef.
I gotta get back to work.
Wait, your tires have already been slashed by the bandit. Hey!
This is a recipe. Follow my directions and you won't need it. Never forget to watch your ingredients and make sure they're good. This tomato, an atrocity. What do you think?
It's okay.
Wrong. It's too perfect. Save it for a special occasion. The first step to mastering delivery is to eat delivery.
You want me to try a bunch of different pizzas? I think I have one in the freezer. We could pop it into the oven.
This is not delivery. This is DiGiorno.
Accidental.
The audio on that.
The audio on this film was not perfect. Hey, let's do the mood.
It moves so fast.
Heavy now that I got this hot and red.
Insane line.
I asked if he had any input on the pizza. And
I'm your delivery man.
calm down. Yeah, you don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know much, but I know when a moon hits your eye like a damn pizza pie. That's amore.
This is the opening to my acting reel currently.
I gotta do
This scene is just shortened a lot.
this location.
Yeah.
Is the iris change still in?
Oh yes. No, not in this one. The iris change is the best.
Oh, you like to make a pizza pie. Flavor simple.
So this is a song that was cut from the original version, but I put it back into the format I cut.
You get a little callback to your other film.
Now it's time to add all the kit and caboodle.
The professor just gave me notes and essentially said, you have to cut this
Fresh
off.
mozzarella with my grater.
And so in the shortest cut of the film, you added it back in.
Slices I will strew. Now add an ingredient.
The whole song is in there. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah. To be fair, it surmises a plot point that you try to tell without using it.
I'm done.
Right, yeah.
Maybe I was wrong.
Whenever the 4-minute cut is done, can we
Love
go
is
back
a
to the full length and watch the
but
iris change?
Pizza is love.
This film, you know, it's like I've seen the whole thing, so I can fill in the gaps. This is insanity.
Is it? I think maybe. I guess I just can never not know everything about this film.
I mean, it is kind of crazy how much of it is the same.
That cut is hilarious.
This is your pizza.
There's a lot of like layering up into the very second. Andy is of course making his brief appearance.
Yes.
As the character Tony from Marfa. I didn't use that shot in the original one. It's just with this one.
Can I watch you eat that pizza?
Sure.
The music comes in so fast.
It's good. The bandit.
It's very funny. And the highlight.
Wow.
Wow. There you go.
Good job.
That's funny. Yeah, Andy is at the start of 2020, before all the COVID stuff, I filmed the biggest project I did at Baylor, which was not a thesis film, but essentially it felt like my thesis film.
Yeah.
And Andy is reprising his role as a cameo in this film.
I didn't tell Kate about that. I knew
really
that Tony had to be in there somehow. Okay.
That era, yeah. I mean, we kind of talked about COVID era. That really surmises, I think, kind of the group that we had there that we were working with. Kate, you weren't involved in that one as much, right?
I don't think he was involved at all.
No, I wasn't.
Okay, because you were pretty locked up.
Yeah.
You were pretty... The first time I saw you was when we screened the directing films.
Yes. I remember being very nervous about that.
Okay. Are we...
we are going to attempt an AI art activity.
Oh, I forgot we're doing that right now. Okay. This isn't a game, per se.
Oh, you just added it to my bookmarks.
I did not mean to.
Oh, I can see what it is, too.
Wait, where?
It's in the bookmark.
What?
Okay, all right.
So the premise here is that we are,
yes, I see it now.
you know, a very contentious, very contentious talking point this year is the emergence of AI art. And so we were going to do a game where I got a bunch of frames where I tried to generate AI art of our film. So we were going to try to guess I did not have time to make this game, so we are going to do a live AI art activity hosted by Andy, who is going to feed the title of a film or a description or something into DALL-E 2, and we are going to see if we can figure out what film it is, or if it's really obvious, we'll just appreciate the essence of what the AI has.
It's important to know that we are anti-AI art.
Kate, I have a question. So when I type in the title, it comes up in the tab. It's the first thing in the tab.
I see.
So I don't know if this is going to work.
We just won't look at the tab.
Well, we can also just make this an experiment, and we can all know what it is together, and just see.
I'm just curious about seeing some of these pieces of
How
it.
about I just throw it on there, and then we see what...
Let's do it. So,
why not?
Great.
It takes too long to load anyway.
Yes, it does take
missing piece.
This was the missing piece. The extra piece.
The extra piece, of course, yes. We didn't talk about the extra piece because it did not make any top 10 lists for some reason.
We didn't speak about that at all. Like not a single second.
I like how it's two things I want to focus on. Is either pizza or puzzle, and the second one is both. It's like,
Do we want to do Shattered Dreams?
Let's try Shattered Dreams.
Oh man. Oh, I thought that. Yeah, that's a rendering.
After this, you should do a sound of thunder and see.
That's a good one. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
That last girl is kind of like the girl who died in the
plane crash. Yeah. This makes me feel Plane Crash 1999. All 38 passengers died.
Andy, is your mic going to be on for this if the camera is on us?
If
it is not, but I will turn the camera to myself.
It's fair.
I mean,
too much.
Great. How about?
Here we go.
Maybe. What are we trying?
JAG
conglomeration. That's a good one.
No clue. It's
Electrons and exorcisms. We should definitely try.
That would be a good one.
I mean, we didn't expect a bunch of Jack's axes to show up there, but
we have 9 credits.
It kind of got conglomeration out of that, maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, guys, we only have 9 credits left.
Yeah.
Just so you
it's okay.
know.
Well, that's good. This needs a hard stop.
Electrons and exorcisms.
I'd also like to try the Ballad of Pancho Villa.
That's good. Yes. We're really just giving it the title. Ooh, weird.
The left one's like a science diagram.
The far right one is kind of spooky.
Wow.
That's the one that has the exorcism.
This is the coolest one so far. Probably.
That's cool. Okay. Ballad of Pancho Villa. By the way, that's a song by, I forget who it's by, but maybe even the Vince Guaraldi trio.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that before I wrote the title of Ballad of Pancho Villa. Ooh.
Oh wow,
that's fun.
I like the second one a lot, just visually, but.
Can we do one more? I really want to know what happens when you type in invisible orangutan. I want to know what it's gonna.
All right, we'll close on that. This only has so much.
Yeah.
Also, I will say, I think I just realized I was not showing the screen for like 2 of them.
Oh.
So I'm gonna go at least back to JAG conglomeration because I think that one deserved it.
Oh, okay, so it's just completely not invisible.
Yeah, on the right there, you can see the recent ones, and you can click on.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, easy.
Oh, here we go. This is JAG conglomeration.
Yep. Right. Very good.
That was boring.
Can we see Just Wing It again? Because I know you had that one at one point.
Oh, that was Just Wing It.
Nice.
Nice.
That's very funny. Well, great.
Very cool. That was a fun experiment.
Cool.
Oh my god.
This is gonna be deranged.
It's just gonna be a bunch of Star Wars stuff.
I don't know. There's some Panthers in there.
Yeah.
No, the Podar
Please save that photo.
Podar.
Don't worry, Mom.
That's great.
Oh, that's too good.
All right. And that has been an AI art activity.
Now we need to reveal our number 2s.
I think number 2 is in the bank. Wow. Who's going first? Cade.
I'm going first. Okay. My number 2 spot, if I remember correctly, is it's a film that's been mentioned before. I put it higher. I think it's just super solid. Came out very early in college, but I step by step. I really enjoy step by step.
Maybe this is a sign that we should just be simpler in the
Mine, I will say, I have heard people speak too soon because I have slipped this shocker into my top 2.
Oh no!
This, of course, is the extra piece.
What? Oh,
no! So I really think that
I haven't rewatched this one.
That this concept is one of the most succinct concepts we have. It is essentially this game that is reflecting real life. There's a couple things if we had done a little bit better, we would have been able to pull off, I think, a very good film. If we had a little bit better quality, but I mean, we hide our...
Kate's looking.
We hide essentially our people who are killed pretty well, and then we use the clue elements to kill them, like candlesticks and knives and rope. Cade's death is a bit goofy, but I mean,
my being strangled.
Yeah, yours being strangled is a bit goofy, but I like the idea. You figure out, oh, this is the mechanic behind why we're being killed, and then you are dead, and then it's me just kind of giving up.
Very dramatically dead. In this next shot here, where I've been hung to death.
But I really felt like this one, if given a budget of $500,000, could be turned into a film that people would go watch in theaters.
You should call it JAG Manji.
And I really like that. I mean, that is one of our first focus pools that is used pretty effectively.
Mr. Gibbs fighting Professor
Yeah,
Plum.
it was very funny to watch Mr. Gibbs go around too. That really made me laugh.
Color correction was not good, though.
The production value of it is not as good, but I was really looking at story because I was taking into account our production levels were not going to be as high early on, which is why Surprise and Attack and Extra Piece were my most recent two.
It was our one attempt at sort of a horror film. I think we wanted to make something for Halloween.
It was for Halloween. It was after we filmed that all after working a football game.
Yes,
I believe.
Oh,
like we went over to my house and we started filming at 10:30 p.m.
I'm currently cosplaying as a Midway V student who just went to film a football game.
Okay, my number 2 is, I think you have to see it through a very specific light to really enjoy this, but you have to think of it as like it's funny to think about it as a collection of these characters doing this together, and it is, of course, the bank.
The bank.
I considered the bank highly.
It's this crazy guy who is truly trying to dress up for a high school class.
I definitely like this a lot more when I watched it recently.
I've always loved this one. And I watched it again this morning. And
the part in this that made me laugh the hardest was when Andrew starts talking about interest loans or something.
Andrew is one of the funniest characters. This is one of his best performances, except for the last monologue. I think he became too normal. Because I really liked your very, very, Brad is a nut job.
You have this insane Star Wars
and Darth Vader.
I think that the whole concept is fine. Watching when I revisited it, I found it really slow.
Oh, I'm sure that's true.
Yeah, but it is.
I cannot stand my.
And we did this all in partnership with one of Waco's local banks, the Central National Bank. I mean, maybe it's not local. Is it local?
It is local. Yeah.
The Central National Bank.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
A lot of Star Wars puns. A reference to our other film, The Extra Piece.
We went to a bank and filmed part of this. Anyway,
I love that. That's my favorite part of the entire film.
We were essentially promoting this software called Everfi that shouldn't exist, probably, or didn't do a very good job of existing. But
it may still exist. There's Clark.
Oh yes.
Okay. All right. What's your number 2? You're so entranced by the bank right now.
My number 2, probably not. These are not controversial, I don't think. The Perfect Guy.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Which I think we've already said everything we could say about Perfect Guy.
We watched The Perfect Guy.
All right. Do not forget about Andy.
Yes. Andy, yes. What you got?
All right. My number 2, we've also already talked about. But it is, I think, my favorite 48-hour film. I think it's the funniest. I think it looks the best out of the ones we've done. I did this coming off of the year that I didn't do breaking news. And so it was like a little reunion. And I think I go back to this often whenever I need a little pick-me-up, because we did make this in only 48 hours.
Yep.
That's truly the most amazing fact about this.
Yeah, I think that's why I love it so much, is that I don't think you can tell.
You don't have to spend 2 years making a film to make it good.
Yep.
Yeah. It was also cool, like Laura, we talked about her earlier. She came into this night as the costume designer and walked out as the lead actress and won Best Actress for all of Dallas.
And then also did a good job with costume design.
And yeah, I mean, they're all
I think Emma Ruth also did a lot of work there.
The two of them were working pretty in tandem on makeup and costume. But yeah, I forgot to mention the acting awards of earlier, where Laura won Best Actress and Melissa won Best Supporting Actress.
Yep, right.
And Andy and Peyton were confusingly not nominated.
Yeah, do you want to take like a few seconds to mention the insanity of that award ceremony?
It was just very bizarre. I don't have any like specific instances without going way into detail.
Yeah, we go into way.
Right. Well, I just mean like they confused who was nominated and who won. Even I think.
Yeah, there was some
with like two different.
There was some drinking involved with the higher ups. I'll just say that.
Cool.
It is a change of guard now.
Oh, really?
At San Antonio. Yeah.
As of how recently?
I saw as of last year.
Oh, okay, that's good. That's good.
It had been the same people for a decent amount of time.
Okay, it's time for the final year.
All right, so this year, I guess let's watch an intro, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
So this one kind of encapsulates 2 years, is that right?
Yeah.
Like roughly, we're doing.
It's kind of just from this point to now.
We graduated college, kind of, or I believe Cade in August of 2021 or 2020.
Yes.
And the three of us in December of 2020. So everything that spans after that, I quickly moved to Los Angeles. Jack pretty much stayed in New York after his last semester in college. Cade is here in Waco, and then Andrew spent about 6 months here, and then moved to Los Angeles as well.
Yeah.
And so this era is more so the what have we done that we've come back together for, but also what have we kind of done separately and been working on individually.
So there's a bunch of films that we've worked on this time that aren't uploaded yet because we're still trying to do stuff with them.
Absolutely.
Right.
So
stay tuned.
That's Billy, which is coming soon, about a hippo. That's Marfa about Andy. going to Marfa, Texas, where Donald Judd is from, and Love Dad, which
is coming out tonight. And then, I mean, we've got a couple other things that would fall into that era. Andy actually directed a film that will be popping up here, .72, which is following .5 and .7. Andy just directed that, and we are currently in post on that.
When is 1 coming out?
Would love to make it. That is
the feature?
That's the feature.
If anyone watching this has a lot of money and a good sense of humor, help us out.
We did say we would if we won $25,000 or we raised that. What were we gonna do?
You'd be allowed to look in my bedroom.
Kate is hiding his bedroom from us.
For how long? For how long? How long can we just say?
Because that was more of an inside joke.
But yeah, so there's still a lot in production, but there's also a couple that have come out here.
Lost Friend, we've talked about a bit already.
Yeah. So what is left that we hadn't talked about? Funsies, Lost Friend, Carpe Diem, Carpe Diem. Sorry,
it's our second fish related 48 hours.
Yeah. And then of course the trailer for the event that you're currently watching.
Yes.
Can I make that my number one?
Yes.
So Funsies, what we should mention real quick is
production or production post production woes.
There were a lot. There were certainly woes on that film. I think we lost. This is a film that you were making with Jordan Hill largely. I think from the get-go, I think a lot of us were skeptical about the premise and the script, and then that turned into a lack of confidence leading into the production of the film. But the production of the film actually, I think, went okay.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that there ended up being just a lot of holes going into production. It wasn't necessarily lack of confidence. There just was a couple. This was not our original. Like, we wrote it for a location, and then that location became unavailable, yeah. And so we had to adapt a very, very specific script for a location into. Jack was kind enough to open his college home for us to shoot in. So this was his fraternity house, I believe.
I remember Keaton.
Or a bunch of people in your fraternity were. It wasn't the official house, but a lot of the people in the fraternity were living in this house. We got Keaton back, but Keaton was very busy with his own work, and so I kind of shot listed the whole thing and was like, "Here, Keaton, we got to make this." And he kind of like looked at it the night before, just because that's really all he had time for, and really I probably gave it to him or finished it a couple nights before at best. So there was just a lot of pre-production, like we were a bit hazy on it, and then post-production I edited the whole film. My hard drive completely corrupted, lost everything except for the footage that I happened to have backed up, but I had nothing Premiere-wise or anything like that. So I had to re-edit the entire film. Which that was just...
It's worth mentioning that this was filmed in 2019.
Yes.
So this has been a pretty long process of getting this one done.
Yeah, I mean, it really was at the beginning of 2021. I kind of had the goal to finish this film and just get it up, and then really it didn't fully get up until this year, I believe. The beginning or June of this year is when we uploaded it.
Yep.
But yeah, so I think that it looks really nice. I think Keaton did a very good job making most of it look very nice. I think that the bit that we thought was funny is two sets of robbers look the exact same and swap throughout the night. And
they're both robbing the same house at the same time.
Yes.
And accidentally mix each other up.
And then we had to add a story to it.
Yeah.
And that was where we ran into
confusing.
I don't even think it's a bad concept because one of the sets of robbers is in league with the owner, and there's a lot of mischief with that. But I think that it's just too much.
It was always a little bit too long.
Too complicated.
We kept trying to shorten it down, and then
there's a couple scenes that are cut out. We actually worked. This is the only time I worked with Katria Klein. I found her on a casting website. She was wonderful. I believe she lives in New Zealand now. I hope she's doing well. Yeah, she was great. And she really had...
So she had no affiliation with Baylor or anything?
No, she was completely... I found her... She happened to be in Texas for like 3 months. Like, she was not really a Texas native and moved out of Texas pretty shortly after this. Yeah. I feel bad in this final cut. A lot of her scenes... Because there was about 3 storylines we really tried to interweave, and we had to pick one to focus on, and the one that we picked did not feature her very much. So there's a couple scenes with her that she did a very good job performing that did not make the final cut. But yeah, I mean, I could talk about this one for longer, but I don't feel the necessity to.
Yeah. It's there.
Yeah. I think there are a lot of funny bits. I really like that bit that they're about to do, which is about a Party City bit where they are joking about the fact that they have the exact same masks, which is very funny.
We should have incorporated Jordan Hill more as an actor, I feel like.
Yeah,
I guess we did a lot. But
so what I will say is interesting about this film in conjunction with what we are about to watch is I had worked on Jordan's PM2 film called Decaffeinated, which I think is findable on YouTube.
Oh, that's right. That's
and he asked me to be his lead actor, and so I acted alongside with him. We had a great time doing it. Cade, you were there, I believe, for Decaffeinated.
Yeah. I was
were you
first AC.
First AC.
Yeah.
I thought that was a very fun film that we did. Yeah. It was a very small crew, but...
And Jordan, I remember seeing now we're just talking about the caffeinated, but I remember seeing the first edit and it was okay, and then he completely revamped it and it became incredible.
Yeah, it was great. And after that, we said let's work on a film together. So we went to the library and we spent 3 hours brainstorming. This is what we ended up coming up with and writing. But from that same brainstorming session, I pitched something which would later become Love Dad.
Interesting.
So Funsies and Love Dad,
which is what is coming out tonight.
Which is what is releasing tonight. So those two, to me, kind of are a little bit connected, and I even though Jordan had absolutely nothing to do with Love Dad, I sometimes associate him with this film, which we'll watch in a little bit. Andy, I guess are we watching it now?
I think we're ready, right?
Yeah, I think we're ready.
How else do you want to introduce this? Because this is the first time that it's going to be showing on the
This will be available to watch again after this stream, right?
After the stream, yep. It will be coming out. Technically, it came out 15 minutes ago.
Oh, great.
Good. But yeah, it was essentially this project that right at that same time in 2019, I started to just throw together a script for. And it was something that I just wanted to try something a little different because it is primarily a drama. There are a couple maybe things that you could consider little bits in here. But yeah, mostly a drama. I wrote the drafts over the course of 2019, 2020, and then August of 2020 I really sat down, and this is probably the film I did the most pre-production on. I got together with Cade, who would DP it, and then Braxton Williams, who would end up ADing it, and we spent about 5 months really getting ready for the shoot here. And then the whole thing was mostly shot in Cade's aunt's house.
Yes.
Which, special thanks to Cade's aunt for allowing us to really take over her home for 2 days. We also shot a couple things in my dad's church. But yeah, it was a fun experience. There's also the lead is my younger cousin Daniel, which was fun to work with him. He ended up being much better, I think,
I thought you did really well.
Than anybody kind of going into the film expected. Andy also worked on this film. I have one of my favorite pictures of Andy is from this film. So yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say about it.
Let's watch Love Dad.
I do like my. You can start it, Andy. I do like my lighting on this. Unmute it there.
Unmute that boy.
There it is. I like a lot of what I did shooting it. I think it's just inconsistent, and there's some scenes I'm not as big on. But this was a few years ago.
My teacher is
Have you watched this?
I've watched it before, but not in a while.
She gives me stickers when I do good.
That was a good cut.
Thank you. This is entirely a full lead film. It's one of the first times I really worked on it.
Oh, interesting.
I don't think that there's nearly anything that's field sound.
Love, Jamie.
Or are there like sound effects that you already had? Or did you make
I sat there and mixed or did everything in front of my Yeti. So this was shot at the very end of 2020 and then edited over the course of the first 6 months of 2021 and was actually done June of 2021. It was finished.
So Soleil Johnson, we will have seen in the past, not this stream, but she was in the Ballad of Pancho Villa.
And she was not supposed to be.
So this was shot on a Friday night, Saturday, and a Sunday. And the Friday morning, I had gotten this actor here, Caleb Graves, and then another actress who emailed me Friday morning and said she was sick and could not come.
Yeah.
And so, obviously, this was December 2020, so COVID was still very rampant, so it was very understandable.
It took a time to try to film this, and that was just kind of...
Yeah, it's just what was going to happen, and, as we go through here, he is obviously the stepdad, and Daniel, the mom was going to be Daniel's real mom, and I knew it was going to be Daniel. Daniel's black, so I had to find a black actress, which... Yeah. In Waco is not necessarily... I don't know a ton of black actresses in Waco. I know a couple more now, actually, since I've filmed this.
Yeah.
But it was somebody who I should have asked much earlier.
Soleil,
yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And she came. I texted her, Saturday morning I was in contact with her. She was supposed to be there for Saturday night shoot. That's insane. And she's like, yeah, I'm free today. And I was like, can you come film this thing for me? So she learned these lines and shot pretty much day of.
There is, it'll be later, but this film does have the most egregious shot that I've had to paint something out of.
We'll get to it. I was going to talk about that for sure. Yes. It's the last thing that got done. The score is an original composition by somebody I found on Fiverr.
I wait to get another letter.
I didn't know that.
So this film is...
Are you happy with it?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think this is the second pass or something like that. Okay. But
did they do it to the film or
okay?
Cool. Is that a cousin or?
So these three are siblings that were back there that you can see in that last shot. All three of them.
Okay.
She is not. She was a girl in my mom's class at the time.
Oh.
Who she knew that my mom was friends with her mom, and so got her to come out for one afternoon. But yeah, that's also his sister back there.
How was school today, Jamie?
Okay.
Anything fun?
So this is all ADR?
Maybe not. Okay, maybe not the dialogue actually, because I could not get the two of them back.
Not a crazy amount of dialogue though.
Yeah. Because most of it is the narration of the letters.
Did you get Lily to help you?
I think this is the only scene with in-scene dialogue.
Yeah.
The dinner scenes.
Right. Yeah.
I think there might be 2 or 3 throughout. That spaghetti was very cold and gross, but he still loved it.
I won't be home until Christmas. That's a long time away. Halloween is next. I'm going to be a space cowboy.
There's an unfortunate cut we had to make. Here's the Cans van in its appearance, Andy's vehicle. where at the beginning of the film he's supposed to run his first letter out to the mailbox, and then the dad is supposed to, or the mom is supposed to have brought them in, showing that it never got sent out, which is kind of the concept of the film that we kind of just hinged on people hoping that people caught it, which I think hurts it pretty dramatically if you don't
You
catch
should
it.
practice at home with your stepdad, so when you come for Christmas, we can be really good. Love, Dad.
Cade is like a talented guy at what he does. Interesting.
What was that?
I didn't say anything.
This shot, I remember killing my back because it was on easy rig. I would light it differently now. I'm not big on it. So in a minute here, we're about to cut to a shot of him running out of the room. And I don't know how it happened, but everyone missed that there was a C-stand directly in the shot.
Center frame.
Not even slightly in it. It's sitting in front of the window. So I had to spend what would have taken 30 seconds to move 2 feet to the right. Instead took me like a full day of painting it out. Because it's a handheld shot. Okay, here it is. There used to be a C-stand right there.
On the door. Huh. That was also moving.
Yes, and there's a rack focus. I had to rotoscope all the stuff in front of it.
I thought you
The door on the left or the door on the right?
The door on the right.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I was looking. I would not have ever.
Yeah, it's crazy how well Cade did that. But yeah, it was a full C-stand.
Wow.
But you've barely touched your beans.
I don't like them.
I guess hire Cade for all of your C-stand painting needs.
Apparently, Cade can do
But
visual
not dinner
effects.
lighting scenes. I don't like how this scene came out.
Do you have a favorite scene that you lit in this?
What I like the classroom stuff.
That's my
I
favorite
like when he's sleeping and he puts the envelope in. I mean, if you look at like the stills I have up on my website, so I very much cherry picked out of this.
Yeah, that's
this
what
movie.
she was saying.
But I feel like I would do a much better job
Please
on
go talk to him.
something.
We're also very limited on crew and time. And
That's true.
this was another one that was technically not for anything, and it was my last semester at Baylor, so it was kind of me just being like, hey, I'd like to make this film, will you guys give me some stuff for it?
And they were accommodating, right?
They were, yeah, absolutely, very accommodating. It's just, I think we did not want to ask for too much because it wasn't for a big class.
Yeah, and also it was a tricky time to try to do stuff. Yeah.
Jamie.
Yeah, Jack and I have. I think I'm credited for some reason, but we have really no involvement.
It is a really fun
This is
film.
you gave me some notes on the first couple
Yeah, I
drafts
guess
of the
so.
script.
Don't listen to those kids at school. You're a really cool kid.
Because we were both gone by this point.
We were in New York.
You were in New York for this.
Your teacher was
semester.
right about your writing. You're a natural. I enjoyed getting to read your letters. I hope you can forgive me.
He's now acted in another film that's been far more successful than this one.
Really?
My brother's thespian film this year.
Oh, right.
Was very successful.
Oh, I also really like. There's a still in the credits of this one.
I love that still.
Yeah, I think it looks great. It's a funny thing. It's just a
little polar bear.
Yeah,
like that.
Very nice.
Very nice.
2021.
So that should be up on the channel now, hopefully.
It should be up on the channel.
Give it another watch.
Before we do our reveals, we kind of already said some of these, but what all projects are currently not on the channel but are being either worked on or will be released on the channel?
Is it just Billy and Marfa?
Billy,
Marfa,
Andy's
Right,
0.72, and then you have like 4 films or something.
I have
Believers.
I have a feature that I've been working on, a pretty kind of guerrilla mockumentary church feature. They were having our first rough cut screening of in about a week, a little over a week.
Is that going on this?
Potentially.
We'll see what happens with it.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with it and what it.
It's kind of a see what happens with it with all these films.
It's very much. That's actually something that we've talked about trying to push to some very specific service, something like a PureFlix kind of thing, to be like, oh, would you guys want this if they like something? Because it kind of hits their market.
Is that the only thing other than what we'd already talked about, or is there more?
It's kind of hard to remember.
I think that's all that is that has actively been in production. Obviously, there's other projects that people are working on. Cade's always working on films at this point, freelance wise.
Yeah, it's true.
And actually, another big one that will probably end up on this channel is another feature that we've been working on for the last year. Come on, everybody.
Oh, right.
We've been working on 2022.
We've been working on
from
2022.
We've called it Operation Sea to Shining Sea at the moment.
Yes. It's a little in flux at the moment.
It's obviously in flux. I think originally I came idea about. You all forgot about it, which is insane.
I did a lot of work on it.
I think it's probably going to have to transform into a different thing than the original vision.
Yeah.
But, I mean, obviously, because we've already missed the idea. I had an idea I was trying to think of how to be creative in the new year. And I was like, what if I made a section of a film every month and just did like 5 minutes? I was like, at the end of the year, I'd have 60 minutes of video without having to put in that much work every month. And then I had the idea of splitting it between 4 people and making even less work. So everyone was in town, less work, and yet it's still
there's a lot of production left to do on it, but overall, it is another thing that will probably end up on this channel, whatever it ends up being.
So the idea was we were all here for New Year's last year, and so we filmed a bit then, and then we all split off to go to our different parts of the country, and it sort of alternates between us, and then we were all going to reunite.
It was a way to kind of satiate what we talked about at the beginning of this 2021, 2022 era of us being so separated, being able to work on a project together.
Yeah.
Made it plausible.
It'll be a fascinating thing whenever it
it's done. But I think that is roughly about it, other than things that are in script form still.
Yeah.
Like our Renaissance Man script.
Which is not even in script form.
Right.
Andy and I have a script. But.
Right. Okay, let's do our reveals.
Our top one?
Our top ones.
So I think I feel like these will be similar for some of us, maybe.
No. I make a prediction about Andrews.
I can promise you Andrews will not be.
I think I know
was
what
not
Andrews
considering
is.
Andrew in that statement.
What do you think it is?
I think it's football argument.
It's football argument.
Which is a crazy choice for number one. This whole time I've been thinking, when will Andrew reveal that football argument is on his? And the fact that it's number one, I would like you to explain to everyone.
Andrew, you can kick us off.
Well, I mean, it's such an extreme film, and it's...
Don't call it a film.
But
call it extreme.
I think it's largely the performances are crazy, mostly me, but I think everybody's a little wild. It's a funny premise, and I think it's the first time we ever tried to. I think it is the first time we tried to do dialogue in any form.
To write a script
in any form, and it's like it's you can tell that it's written by a bunch of people in high school or middle school or whatever we made it. But it's same pose for me right there. But
the tailline is obscene.
Hey, this is your number one video. This is your number one video that we've ever made. Ever.
It's just it's silly and it's funny. It's a fun time.
I mean, to back Andrew up, the videos before this were kind of the same structure. Where you had a funny premise and then a long montage with way too loud music and then the punchline. So this is like the first time, like you said, that you have the back and forth
props,
funny dialogue. So.
I wish, and it ends like Andy just said. It ends with a punchline. I wish it was a little punchier. And then this whole thing, this is a little bit too long. But
you've only said bad things about your number one.
All right, somebody else go.
Well, I mean, I think can I argue for your number one? I guess I think that the script is really strong.
Well, really strong is crazy, but it is stronger than it should be. Yeah.
The script, I still, when I read it, would be funny. Like if I read if I had it muted and just read the captions and it was perfect, I think it would be funny. You listen to our performances and they're so poor that they make it not funny.
And it's snappy and it keeps going through a bunch of different comedic premises as you go on.
And one thing I think we talked about at one point is
it's called football argument, but it's not about a football.
As soon as somebody takes a stance, the other two are immediately attacking that person, and then is like after that person, like the new two attackers take a stance, the person turns on them and joins forces with the person they're just attacking to attack the other character. There's constantly this 2 versus 1 power dynamic, but you never know who it's going to belong to, which is fun.
Also, the captions right now are insane.
All right. Who's next?
My number one is floundering.
My number one is floundering.
Yeah,
floundering.
I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Andy's number one is not floundering.
It is not floundering. It is circuit breakers.
Oh.
Oh.
I can get behind that completely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
we just put a lot of effort into
it. It was
it.
like the turning point for me because you can only, like I said, it solidified our group a little bit more, and you can only make a feature film in high school once, or like
That's
within
true,
4
isn't it?
years. So it was really cool that we were able to do that, and we get to look back on that as kind of like a milestone in this whole big thing. So yeah, had to be one for me.
Absolutely. I kind of wish I hadn't put it on my list at all because I don't know. I didn't really.
It doesn't quite fit with everything. It's kind of its own thing. It's not exactly the JAGfilms video.
Yeah.
Even though obviously it's there, we didn't exactly have another place to put it. But yeah. I mean, I think it works. It works as number one.
Absolutely.
I had the trailer, of course. High on my list.
The one I argued against. I mean, there's a couple other, of course. What are they called? Honorable mentions also that I might throw out there for.
Yeah, does anybody have honorable mentions?
For mine,
I hadn't read any.
I had a couple.
Surprise Attack was the one that I cut off my list. That was like at the very bottom. Revisiting it, I remembered it being very bad, and it at least had more of a story that I remembered.
You almost put it as your number 3, though.
No.
Squires is on my honorable mentions. It made a lot of.
I kind of just forgot to put it on this list.
Yeah.
Squires probably would have been.
It is a very fun film. I actually rewatching it today. I think realized that there's kind of 2 scenes and not a lot of like things that make Cade develop as a character. He just kind of develops, which is good for the time of having an arc.
I mean, you have 5 minutes, and that's what you kind of need to do. For
Yeah,
something like that.
I think that we just needed. We were very slow in our intro and didn't have a lot happen in the film.
Sure,
which is why it didn't quite make the list. Dr. Dorito was on my close calls. Suburban Sensei. Hearty Breakfast and The Bank, which all made other people's lists.
Yep.
They're just ones that I wish I could have put on there, but I did not.
You go.
I had The Bank. These are my honorable mentions. I had The Bank, Glaze of Glory, Don't Move, Morning Routine, and JAG Conglomeration, which I don't think was on any list.
Yeah, I
It
guess
was not.
I like
that was kind of a surprising one.
There's some very funny bits in JAG Conglomeration.
Yeah,
the stuff at the end, I think.
It's definitely one that it was in my top 10 originally because I was like, oh, that's probably going to be on there, and then I watched it and thought,
upon a rewatch, there's 2 very very long slow scenes. This scene is awesome.
Yeah, this is
the scene before it is bad, where you're just a car.
The scene in the car is so long,
and it turns me off of the film every time.
Yes, and the scene where you are fighting Andrew is so unbearable.
Yes. Yeah.
This scene is also just equally unbearable.
The scene in the black box room is pretty good too.
I like that twist though.
I've aired my grievance with the scene a million times over in my life. But in this public forum, this scene I spent the time to color correct, and then came back to find out they had edited it with the raw footage. So.
The hot dog cracks me up.
The rest of the film is color.
The opening is awesome. I think the opening is awesome, and I think the black box is pretty good. And I think that the scene with the 2 Jacks arguing with me or talking.
Go to that shot, Andy, where I walk out of the black at the very beginning.
The first couple.
Not that early.
Like here.
Yeah, around here.
Oh, I was going to use
cut.
When I was going to have a soundbite game. I was going to use Jack waking up because in isolation it's such a funny. I was going to use the glove snap followed by.
I was excited when this came together, and I also had to mask that little mask going across, which I was pretty proud of. We had done a little bit of cloning in the past, just with the time travel stuff.
That soundbite right there. Yeah, that was that's like the best part of the film, and then it's bad from
there.
there.
If you guys want to hear it, if you can turn it up, Andy. So I was just going to do this.
That's good stuff.
Anyway,
I like that shot where the door covers them up for a second.
And then this split screen just does not work at all.
No,
the split screen works
okay, but it's just
if you look down, you can see the scene.
Yeah.
The sky is different colors. That back column is different.
And when I get in, it shakes the left part of the screen.
Absolutely,
the car shakes.
It's not perfect, but I think the entire conversation flows between 2 characters.
We had to time remap both sides because of the conversation did not flow.
In the final film, the conversation feels relatively natural.
Yeah. It's just could have done better. Anyway, let's not end on this particular shot.
Yeah.
We're gonna end the stream with JAG Conglomeration. Do we have a specific outro or anything?
Okay.
We have a mole reveal.
Oh, hold on. There's something I need to do before the mole reveal. Andy, there's a parcel in your jacket at the moment.
Yes.
I don't exactly know how to reveal this.
I couldn't think. I was trying to think the entire time, and I couldn't think of a single way to reveal
There's
it.
not a good way to reveal this, but I did a thing.
Are we? How
Is this
should we
the
do
thing that you did a jig for?
Yes.
Should I show it to the camera first of all, or should I just throw it to you? Maybe.
Maybe just throw it to me.
Okay. Cool.
Or okay. There's one of these for each of us in my backpack right now. But I mentioned earlier that we used to play games in AV class. Okay.
Are they custom game pieces?
Oh, did I miss your cue, Andrew?
Oh my!
I have made a copy of Jag Guillotine.
Oh, it's marvelous.
For us, with custom action cards.
Wow.
How did you do this?
What do you mean? How did I do this? I just did it.
But this is what we paid you $30 for, right?
Right. Yes, I had to order. Yeah. I don't want to reveal everything right now, so we can play this and kind of make it fresh. But each character here's Pope Jeb. Each character has a custom drawing.
That's amazing.
And a different category.
Oh my gosh.
There's Quincy.
This is truly amazing.
I'll show
maybe give it to Andy.
This is great if people watching know what the game Guillotine is.
It is, and this is just kind of a thing that I wanted to tack on to the end, so that we can have it on film mostly. Here you go, Mela. I hope we play it. I kind of want to play it now.
Yeah.
But we should. Yeah.
So we're gonna go play Jag Guillotine.
Jag Guillotine. Oh, that works
and
well.
we sincerely hope you enjoyed watching this. Over 4-hour-long stream of us watching our own videos and talking about them.
Thank you. Yeah.
It was self-indulgent, but we wanted to do it.
Yeah, it was really just, we had talked about doing this anyway. We thought we'd share it if anyone
wanted to watch it, and kind of for us too.
Yeah, but really it was just 10 years, making films, not only being films, but just being friends together. It's a long time. And it's really cool, even if there's peaks and valleys, it's cool to have this monumental of just like a documentation of not only films, but just our time being friends together.
I was gonna say, I was talking to some people recently in Los Angeles about just, I guess, our filmmaking journey, and they have talked about how it is so incredibly unique because most filmmakers, especially in Los Angeles, basically cobble together what they can for crew and cast and never work with the same people, and just basically are trying to make films for themselves, which is very honorable. I'm not saying that is a bad thing, but everybody has kind of talked about how they are a bit envious and really just think it's so very cool what we have kind of developed and built and been lucky enough to keep of this group of close-knit friends who are always working together to make films. And so, I don't know, I find this stream to be just kind of a thank you letter to that community of people who, support
There's
us
so
and
many
watching
people
it.
who have support. We just talked about so many people who have helped us.
Absolutely, and you have all these people who have shown up in multiple videos. Yep. If you made a list of everybody who's ever showed up in a video or helped on video, you would have multiple pages long.
Yeah.
Are there any other final stats that you?
There's a couple. Let me see. Madeline Johnson appears in 5 videos, starting with Break the Cycle and ending with Circuit Breakers. Those are the most recent appearance. Chris Coley shows up in 4, by my count, Ballad of Pancho Villa. Maybe we can count them. Then the 2.7 films, the 2-point films, and
he also shows up in.
I'm forgetting.
Yeah, but he will also be in 0.72.
Yep,
when that releases.
Yeah, I improv'd in the script for the trailer, and I kind of regret saying the bit about the JAG Films as a collection of 4 friends because we maybe started, but it really is like a group of people that we have worked with over the years. That
Bethany Newbert, 5 films. Thank you, Bethany.
Yes.
Jonah Hart. We haven't worked with him in quite a while, but he was in 8 films of ours.
Yeah,
he was the lead actor in The Bank. And
a lot of the early ones, he's the lead actor. In.
Yeah.
There's just
we were
so
very
many people.
very briefly 4 friends, and then after that, 30 friends.
Yeah, but I would argue, even in the time that we were briefly 4 friends, we were kind of Austin Philbin was still working with us, and you have these people who have come in and out, and it is just a nice diary of who has been involved in our lives at different times in our lives when we needed them the most.
We've tried to be very good about not. I mean, I kind of want this to be a message for more people to do this, but we've been trying to be good about keeping as much of this online as we can, because this is a lot of stuff that is embarrassing.
Yeah, there's so many embarrassing performances.
Trash and garbage, and it's still important to keep it there. So that we can look back here 10 years on, and then we can look back on this live stream 10 years on in the future.
The hope is that we are making
know what we were thinking at this time particularly.
The hope is that we are making something much better in 10 years from now.
Right.
That we can go back and look at these films from at that point 20 years ago and just. I mean, we'll be the longer, and what I've noticed already from some of our older stuff is the longer they're up there, the less embarrassing they become, and the more just fun they are to watch.
Yeah.
There's like this window of embarrassment where it's like, this is too close to recent to be funny yet.
Yep.
And then once it passes that threshold, it just becomes more and more of a treasure as it gets older.
Yep.
And
we're going to keep getting older.
Yep. It's just the sad trade of life.
We will see you all again in 10 years.
Yeah.
For the 20-year celebration of films.
Thank you all for watching. Goodbye. Who was the mole, real quick?
Who's the mole? Was everyone not told they were the mole?
I was not
the mole.
I was the mole.
You were the mole.
Congratulations, kid.
Did you do anything to ruin the stream?
Whoa.
He just hit a microphone.
Okay, say goodbye. Say goodbye.
Bye.
Wow.
Oh my god.